Yeah, and actually, when
On the
they
post.
fly, like if you look at like a military training manuals, they talk about how they're going to have a plane. Like if you're looking at like the radar system goes out, and then there's a plane that's like several miles away, and as the things drop according to Earth due to Earth curvature, then the plane relative to the Earth, it's at the exact same height. Like you can track it even though it should be miles below you. But the plane says it's at your same level. That debunks the globe.
Right. See? There's just no proof for the globe. It's just not there. This is embarrassing.
That's why he had to reference Beyond the Curve. That's actually quite sad.
Yeah.
That's like a shill show. That was like terrible.
Terrible.
And people always misrepresent it.
Absolutely horrifying. 2018.
Yeah,
we just had a pilot.
Where'd you come from, man? You came through out of nowhere knowing all this stuff already, dude?
Well, I was researching for a few years, and then I decided to come on Discord and debate Globers because I've been tired of seeing them doing all these weird things.
Yeah,
and
well done.
Being difficult.
All right,
just
man.
being dishonest. You got fed up of them being dishonest, and you thought it's about time the truth really hit them hard on the head. So you joined, and you're hitting them hard on the head with the facts. I love it.
Thank you.
Oh, but the pleasure is all mine, mate. I'm always glad when I hear you start hitting them with the facts like that. Yeah, I'm just watching their reaction.
Yeah,
Jin, there was just an EasyJet pilot in the home server.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. And that's from a Ryanair, wasn't it? A Ryanair EasyJet. Yeah.
Right. He was flying to Alicante in the morning. He was just watching the debate.
Okay, and he says the Earth's flat. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a flyer.
Well, there you are. He knows. EasyJet, you see. That's a budget airline. EasyJet. You get cheap flights. That's why I mentioned Ryanair. As I breathe in tobacco smell. Oh.
Yeah, I know 2 private pilots, and yeah, it's because Globers like to say, the commercial pilots, it's built into the plane to account for curvature. And then I'm like, well, what about these private pilots? They don't have those, and they don't account for curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah, airplanes wreck the globe.
And then the Globers start shouting, well, why don't you let your private pilot take you up in a plane and watch the sun set twice? I'm like, seriously, that's a red herring. Like,
yeah.
It sounds like it's relevant, but it's actually not. It's completely different.
No, it's just
aeroplane.
But the thing is, I mean, denial doesn't help your side. You need to deny.
I didn't deny anything. It's a red herring fallacy because it has nothing to do with the physical dynamics of the plane.
Red herring.
I can dunk all over you with sun setting twice.
Yeah, red herring is a nice little bowl of denialism.
Red herring. A red herring is where it has the illusion that's relevant to the conversation, but it's actually not. Because you mention a plane in that same sentence does not mean that it is relevant to the conversation.
Yeah, sun doesn't set twice unless there's atmospheric conditions, brother. And I mentioned it before I did mention it before. There are conditions in our atmosphere that causes different things. We've said this. For example, if you look at the Selenelian eclipse, for example, right? Refraction, right? Simple.
Yeah, that actually doesn't work for you because the sun and moon are 180 degrees.
Perfectly.
No, because
it's low on the horizon.
Refraction can only lift celestial objects, 0.6 degrees.
To 1. Or 0.6 to 1 degree. That is your
give you 2 degrees.
Yes.
Let's give you 2 degrees.
So when you have refraction low on your atmosphere, remember, when you're low on your horizon, that is more atmosphere you have to go through. That is why you have your Selenelian eclipse.
Okay. Now listen carefully. Let's grant you 2 degrees, even though it's not even that much. Okay? The sun and moon are not only a degree below the horizon in your model. They're completely opposite sides of the Earth. If you look at any diagram showing the model, they aren't like two of them above the Earth, and the Earth is slightly lower, like a Mickey Mouse. It's not like that. It's where the sun and moon are both, and Earth are all lined up perfectly. Okay, that's how you get your eclipse. So, how in the world do you get them to lift the refraction to lift them 30 plus degrees minimum?
What 30 plus degrees are you talking about, brother? Again,
They would be way below the horizon.
So the eclipse. This is a solar eclipse, right?
This is a lunar eclipse.
Is Selenelian eclipse?
It's a lunar eclipse.
Selenelian eclipse is a lunar eclipse, dude.
Yeah, get educated. I thought that flat earthers didn't know
Sorry. No, lunar eclipse. I apologize. Did I say solar?
Okay.
Very. It's a lunar.
Yeah, you should be apologizing because you're wrong.
So yes, I do, because dude, I'm honest. You guys are just full-fledged jerks. All of you.
Okay.
Right? You call
Whatever.
me. You guys call me some of the most horrendous names. You're jerks, right? We're nice
Have
people.
I ever insulted you?
Not yet.
Okay, and I won't, because I don't insult.
Yeah, when
So,
he
you can't
insults people.
categorize everyone just because.
Yeah.
Feelings
Robert
should never get in way of truth.
That's
The
right.
problem
Well done,
is
yeah.
the problem is where the shadow appears on the
Okay.
moon, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
drop a video that breaks the entire thing down. It's like what my cousin made, and even like the most recent lunar eclipse, the shadow came from the south. Why does it come from the south when the moon moves east to west on your model?
Yeah.
Why would it come from the south?
The sun moves.
I observed it
east to
myself, so
west.
you can't just say
And
I watched it.
and the moon. Yes, and the moon moves west to east. In reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why would it enter the shadow from the south? Because that's what I saw.
You know how far low the moon would have to be for? Yeah, you know how far low below the horizon the moon would have to be for just the top of it to be within a penumbra? Like, it literally makes no sense, dude. Like, I could post a diagram.
As you know, the moon has a tilted orbit, right? Just like the Earth is also tilted on its axis. You know that, right? So that means there's times when it's going to come through the south and it's going to come through from the north.
Okay. So actually, that's incorrect. So
no, that's not incorrect.
Yes, it is incorrect.
The moon is tilted. Do you know how much?
Maybe if you would just listen to the full thing, you would see what I'm saying. Because you assume that right when I'm saying one thing.
I'm gonna test you. I'm gonna test you right now. Is the moon's orbit tilted?
Okay, wait and listen. Okay. So what I'm saying is, it's very slow when the moon moves like that. The moon's orbit west to east around the Earth is faster than the where it going south.
The moon is tilted, but you know the moon's orbit is tilted 5 degrees. You know that, right?
So why would it move faster into the south than moving east?
Well, it moves faster in the south when it's moving east.
Basically, if it was the node, it's moving very slow.
Okay. I think you're just trying to find these concepts and kind of patch them in together, but keep going.
Okay, whatever.
All right.
The moon is not moving more rapidly south than it is moving east.
Look at them trying to. You see my screen, word salad? I know you know this stuff, but this is also for Rob. But this is where they claim the moon would have to be for this observation to be on a globe. So it's actually within the umbra, but at the bottom of it. How high would the moon have to be refracted? You claim that there's only refraction happening a certain amount due to the marine layer during a Selenelian.
That's
which is
like
you only need to raise
degrees.
the moon. You only need to raise the moon to make it visible in your mind right now. You need to raise it high enough so it's literally coming from the opposite side of the umbra, which doesn't make sense if you think about it. You have to refract it up way more than just 0.6 degrees.
Yeah, you have to raise it like 50 degrees for that.
But yeah, he's not willing to skepticize. It's
No,
not
no,
it's not
it's not
fun
50
when you're so
degrees.
dogmatic, and it's all about
Again,
converting flat
as
earthers.
you
You don't want to
know,
think about where your mom
as you
lives.
know, there's a selenilian eclipse virtually every time there's a lunar eclipse. It's
Not
just
every
that
time.
sometimes it's just that
No.
sometimes it's just that sometimes you're not in the position to see it. Right? That's
Every
all.
time you see a lunar eclipse, there's a stellar alien. What are you talking about? No.
There is a selenilian eclipse that is going on, right? Every time the lunar eclipse is hitting that horizon. Yes, sir. Right. So you
I don't
guys have
think
to
so.
realize that there are times where you're just in the right position where you can see it. That's all.
Yeah, that doesn't
Yeah,
really make
it
any
depends on
sense.
where you are. That's right.
The
It depends
shadow
on where
came.
you
The
are.
shadow came from the wrong direction. The moon have to be lifted up like 50 degrees. Where are you
Not from
getting
the wrong
50?
direction. It's from remember, you're on a tilted axis, so
Okay,
sometimes
well, that was about the
the moon
south,
comes in from the north,
but we're talking
sometimes
about
it comes from
also
the south.
when the moon came from the wrong direction when it should. If the moon is moving west to east around the Earth, it should enter the shadow from the west, but we see it coming from the east. It basically comes on top of the moon when the moon is entering the shadow. When the moon is exiting the shadow. Oh no, we see the moon above the horizon, and then the shadow comes from the top of the moon as the moon descends down into what would be Earth's shadow. So that's some crazy refraction, like 50 degrees of refraction. Doesn't work.
Yes, it does work. It is it's again wherever you are closer to the horizon. You every time there is a lunar eclipse, brother, every time there's a lunar eclipse, and the right conditions for refraction is occurring,
To
you
lift it up 50 degrees.
yeah,
Let me know when you publish
it's
that
not
paper and get
50
the.
degrees. It is not
Yes,
50
it is 50
degrees.
degrees.
The sun, dude, again, the Earth is blocking the sun, right?
Yeah, and if you have the
So,
sun up and the
right.
moon both by the
So
horizon,
therefore,
in order for the sun to be in Earth, for the wow.
therefore, the sun is at that angle where the Earth is in between. So that is how you're getting that light. Therefore, once the moon hits that horizon, depending on where you are, there's a chance that you will see the sun over here and you will see the moon on this side.
Okay,
Every single time.
in order for the moon to be inside the Earth's shadow, the sun and moon have to be directly 180 degrees apart from each other, which would put them on opposite sides of the Earth. You wouldn't see them both. They wouldn't be just below the horizon, 0.6 degrees. They would be over 30 miles below the horizon. No, 30 degrees below the horizon. If you can get that to work, then props to you big time, because it can't work.
No, you're just throwing out numbers. It is not 50 degrees.
Okay, if
None of these not 30 degrees. You can draw it on a diagram all you want. But all you simply need, remember again, as the sun is right there at the horizon, it's a strong possibility, like because remember the refractive rate on the other side is right because remember the eclipse is just finishing. It's just finishing as it is on that horizon. You can get a refractive um situation right there on the moon. It's not based on the amount of degrees, it's based on the position.
Yeah, that doesn't explain it. So you're just basically saying, you're acting like an AI who's like, however, Earth's tilt and stuff like this. Basically, just saying a bunch of things that aren't even relevant, that don't explain a single thing about it.
Right. You threw out 50 degrees. I don't know where you got your 50 degrees from.
I'll show you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, one moment.
Show it your 50 degrees. Very arbitrary. Come on, give it to us.
Yeah, I'm basically making it to show you. All right, you see that picture? So, in order, I did think I drew the sun a bit too high, but basically they would have to be 180 degrees opposite each other. And you guys always act like they're just right below the horizon, in which in reality they're not. In order for the sun and moon would have to be like over 50 degrees below the horizon in order for the lunar eclipse to work. Okay, because you see the positions. In order for the sun to be casting Earth's shadow.
Do you think you got the scale on that right?
What's that?
You think you got the scale on that
Do
drawing
you think
right?
any of these drawings with the diagram of the eclipse is going to have the scale right? Like, have you
None of your
seen these diagrams?
You treat the
Let me
sun
know
like
if you
it's small and local in those things because it's very far away. Okay, but you
No.
do get the concept. See how this what?
You can't do that because the moon is able to get sunlight from the faraway thing that's also hitting the Earth, and without like you can't treat either of these things as small and local and get the reality.
Yeah, you can because that's exactly what we do. But
Good.
yeah, that is literally what we do. But so you see the concept how like they would both be in order for the sun to be casting Earth's shadow on the moon, they'd have to be 180 degrees below apart from each other. Do you agree with that?
Nope.
Nope.
It's a
You disagree with
geographic,
your model.
brother. It's a geographic position, right? It depends on where you are geographically on the Earth, where you will see that Selenelian effect. That Selenelian effect, brother, is not happening for the person who is directly looking at the moon right now.
Position.
Right?
Draw a position
Right?
where they have to be to see the sun.
The sun is very large. The sun is very large, right? Very far. Right? So
Draw
if
the
you
position.
are the position you would be to see that, right, is at either sunset or sunrise.
So
That
where
is
would
where
that
you see.
be?
That is
So
where
where would
your
that be?
selenium, occurs either during sunset or sunrise. All right. So,
So when would that be?
all right.
At dawn. It would be at
No,
dawn.
like on this picture. Draw it. Draw the position.
So at 12 midnight, right? If you're looking at that eclipse, you're not going to get the selenelian. Now, guess what? So
Quite aware of that.
this is really cool. Now, if
Would you be standing on
somebody,
top of the Earth?
Is the blue thing the Earth?
yeah, the
Yeah.
blue thing is the Earth. It's pretty.
If the blue thing's the Earth, then you'd want
Would
to draw yourself like at the 12 o'clock position or at the 6 o'clock position.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to
Totally.
put yourself
Okay,
right there.
so now this is where the problem lies.
Right.
At that position,
Mm-hmm.
at your size, the sun and moon would not be 0.6 degrees below the horizon. That refraction could somehow lift them up to
No.
2 degrees above the horizon.
You're
2
looking
degrees
at,
above the horizon. That's what the sun and moon have sometimes been.
brother. You're looking at the eclipse. You're not looking at the sun and the moon separately. You're looking at the eclipse.
You're looking at the eclipsed moon by the
Right.
supposed shadow of the Earth while viewing the
Earth's
sun at the
shadow
same time,
on
which
the-
means
on
you're
the
not
moon.
in the shadow of the Earth.
It means the moon is in the shadow of the Earth. You can be experiencing. It's usually it's at the
How do you
very
see the
very
moon if it's
short period of
on the
time.
opposite side of the Earth?
Is the eclipse moon?
It's very
that you're
low in the horizon.
and extremely low on
First
the
of all,
horizon.
First of all,
moon,
your model says the objects can be only refracted 0.6 degrees or 1 degree. Let's give you 2 degrees. Second, we see the sun and moon during the eclipse. It's not just right above the horizon. They're at least several degrees above the horizon.
They are not several
Second-
degrees above the horizon.
Yes, they are. At least 2. Okay.
Several is not 2. Like to me, several is
Okay.
like
Okay.
many groups of 2. But
Okay.
we can get rid of the pedantics
Third.
and just say it's a small amount.
Okay, yeah, it's a small
And-
amount.
And the
And then
atmosphere does not disappear
the
from an
problem-
eclipse, so refraction's still a thing.
Yes, only 0.6 to 1 degree. That's what your model says. Okay.
I'm
That's
not
what
sure that is that.
Look it
that,
up.
That is
Look it up.
accurate because
Look it up.
refraction changes in different
No,
weather
that's the
conditions.
max. That's the maximum.
Is that the maximum that it could ever
Yes.
possibly be? All right.
Ever
Now I'll just
possible.
take your word for that, and then you've got to take into account the fact that, like, even just the concept of the scale you have, where like the drawing the moon where it's totally occluded by the Earth's shadow, and not drawing it where it would be, like where like the moon is like a small percentage, like it's a good sized body in the solar system, but it's quite a bit smaller than the Earth, and it's quite a ways away from the Earth. So
Yeah.
the sun's rays can hit it, and it is possible for them to be lined up so that the rays from the sun are passing around the Earth and not hitting the moon the entire time, and you can see the shadow of the Earth cast on the moon, or sometimes you can see this rare type of eclipse where it changes its color and it gets very, very shaded in, and it changes its color. And I think that's the selenalian. I'm not sure how to pronounce that one, and I probably couldn't pronounce it right if I was reading. Selenalian eclipse, like that's selenalian. But that eclipse is a rare occurrence, and it isn't visible.
Really?
So
I
that's
started
rare.
to say that happens
Absolutely
every single time.
Oh, you said
Yeah,
it's not visible?
I started to say that happens every
I
single
mean,
time.
that's literally what it is.
I said it's not visible from everywhere on Earth. You have to be in a narrow place
well,
on Earth in order
okay,
to
yeah.
take it in. It's not something you see. It's not like a thing, and it's not even a thing where, like, the path of, like, the eclipse we had, like, was it last, like, a year ago, April or something? I can't remember. It was the
It
one
was in
where, like,
March.
it cut across. It was in March. Anyway, there was an eclipse
And
that
it came
hit a
from the
big
south.
half of North America. It came from the south. It came from the south west of North America and cut across to the northeast of North America and went through lots of populated areas, and it happened for like a number of like minutes as it went by, and it was cool. It happened to a lot of places. This other eclipse isn't going to work that way. There won't be that like great number of people that are going to see it all over the place. That's even
I
more
think you're
unlikely.
confusing solar and lunar eclipses.
But I'm talking about this one type of eclipse, but that
Yeah,
where
Stonehenge
the
is
Earth,
only for lunar eclipses.
yeah,
It's called,
it's
it's
not
called the
the same as
impossible eclipse. That's one of the nicknames for it.
You could call it that, but it still happens. It's
Well, I
just
didn't
rare,
call it
and very
that.
few people
That's what
see it.
that's what your
Yeah.
mainstream called it.
No, I'm not. I'm not suggesting that you are. I'm just saying, like, people call things that because, like, usually what they mean is they're being hyperbolic. When they mean is it's so rare. Like, you may live your whole
I
life
don't know.
never see it.
I don't know. The angles kind of don't work out. Hey, I just wanted to see if Jin CBR is in here. I highly respect the man. I love the dude. I just been trying to send him a message.
Don't know who
Okay.
that is.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I sent you a DM, Jim. I was just hoping you got it. I sent it like a month ago.
Oh, my apologies. I'll look into my DMs and check it. I'm just on my way out to go cycling right now. Riggs and
it's hard to catch you. You're just so fast and fit and healthy. It's hard.
Sorry, yeah, slippery in a bar of soap here. I apologize. I'm going to look for it, Riggs, and I shall respond. Okay, thank you very
Yes,
much,
sir, brother.
Yeah,
Much love.
and please accept my most deepest apologies for not doing that.
Yeah, maybe
Thanks.
Riggs can produce the evidence of the flat Earth, because what we're looking for, Riggs, is all of the continents,
Yeah, radio
and all
waves,
of the
and you should
oceans
not destroy
on the
it.
pizza.
Maybe you should
all of the
focus on the
continents,
person that
all
was
of the continents,
debating.
and all of the oceans on a photograph. All of the continents, all of the oceans on your flat plateau. That is the reason why we argue with you guys, because you guys have yet to produce that. Anyway, let's
Were
get
you
back to
hired off of Fiverr, Robert?
Yeah, Robert.
Okay,
Robert,
so basically,
Robert, I have a question for you. So, do you think that planes cannot go faster than the speed of sound?
of course, planes can go faster than the speed of sound.
No, do you think that they don't go faster than the speed of sound?
Well, we have the people, we have population that is affected by these things. So we have been passing laws to ensure that these things do not happen.
Yeah. Well,
with
last
passenger
time,
aircraft. Yes, sir.
well, a few times ago that we debated, you said that they don't fly faster than the speed of sound, and that was with jet streams. I found
Unfortunately,
a
brother,
flight.
wait, hold on. You misheard me. That's garbage. I'm sorry
I have
to
the
tell you.
recording on my channel.
Okay.
I know that's
Okay,
actually
please.
on a different channel, but
Post it.
I have the
Yes, please
entire
post
debate.
it. I would like to hear it. Where I said, guys, aircrafts do not cannot. No. Sorry. Aircraft cannot go faster than the speed of sound. Okay, that is what we need to hear. Okay. Now, if I said aircraft do not, is because of laws that have been passed to ensure that we don't disturb neighborhoods.
What's about the Concorde?
That is what killed the Concorde. You know, yes.
And then
exactly.
we got the SR-71 Mark III, the SR-71 Mark III.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
And then also, yeah, I'm not talking about aircraft. I'm talking about like more of like commercial aircraft. Do they go faster than the speed of sound?
They approach it 900 odd miles per hour. They can get with the
commercial aircraft. They can go faster than the speed of sound. Yes, sir.
And they do. I found a flight where from Santiago de Cinti where the airspeed was 721 miles per hour.
There you go. They get up to 900 miles per hour plus, actually.
And then plus the jet streams.
Yes.
So
the Mach is not like a continuous. It's not a speed against the ground. It has to do with the conditions you're flying in. It's not the same at all altitudes, for instance, because the density of the air around it changes that. And so what might be the speed of sound at sea level is not the speed of sound at very high elevations. I just want to point that out. And I think it's important to remember what we do and what we can do are two different things.
Hey, Dan.
Okay, guys.
You going to cycle?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go on with your business, Jim. So the deal is this. The deal is this. Aircraft can, but they don't because of
They do.
reasons
Do you want me to show you?
we call noise pollution and so on. All right, that is the
They
fact of the
do.
matter, brother.
They objectively do. Do you want me to show you the picture? I took a screenshot of it.
Yeah, you can, brother. I'm sure that you remember. These are regulations within westernized countries. I am sure over some countries they don't give a darn, right?
Yeah, so they
Right?
do. So they do. So, do you admit that you were wrong about that? Because you said they don't go faster than the speed of sound.
They don't currently. They don't. Why? Because
They do.
but
I
they
found a
can.
flight.
They can, but they don't. You understand me?
They
That's the
do.
point I was trying to. They
They
can,
do,
but they don't.
though. They
No.
can and they
Aircraft,
do.
passenger
Alright, fine.
airlines.
I'll just post
Today's
images of that.
today's commercial airlines do not fly faster than the speed of sound. They can.
They do. I found one.
But they do
Who's
not
making this claim?
because
Who's making this claim?
they do. They can, but they don't.
Yeah, you keep repeating that. I'm about to destroy it. Let me destroy
Okay,
it.
go ahead.
So,
I want
Is it
everybody
a
Google it.
passenger
Everybody,
plane? Is it
everybody Google it right now. If you're close by
there
your
we go.
Google right
Got
now,
that.
Google
Look at
it.
this.
Let's see. Is it 787?
Do passenger airline flights fly
Look at the
faster
speed.
than the speed of sound?
Ground
What's the speed?
The answer will be the answer
721
would
miles
be
per hour.
the answer. Hold on, let me finish. The answer would be no, but they can. Okay, that is the answer.
They can and they do. Look at this flight. 721 miles per hour.
That's great.
Okay, what?
What's the
Okay, what was
distance
the
between
aircraft?
those Hold on. What's the distance
Yeah, what were
between
they
those
doing? Were they testing?
We're not talking about that
Were
right
they
now. We can talk about that later.
What
Speed
was
in
the
Mach.
airline?
The
What's the
average
speed in
speed.
Mach?
Hold on.
What's
the average speed?
Hey, we're not talking about that yet.
Yeah.
But what's the Mach?
What's the average speed?
He
I can
said
see
that.
where you posted. Yes, that's great. 721 miles per hour. That's great. What's the average speed?
Okay, we're not talking about that. He said that they don't.
I want you to
and
answer.
they
I want you
can't.
to answer the question. What's the average speed? You cherry
After
pick this
I
one
start.
spot. Hold on. You cherry pick this one
They
spot where it was going a
don't,
lot
but
faster.
they can.
What's the average speed?
No, you said he said they don't go faster than the speed of sound.
They
Yeah,
don't.
that's great. You cherry pick this one spot where they're going a little faster. Okay,
cherry-picked.
great. What is the average speed?
I don't remember.
Oh, great. Let me help you out. It's about 550 miles an hour. That's the average speed.
Yeah, that's kind of irrelevant to what we're talking. That's irrelevant.
Hold on.
Life. Why would you come in onto a conversation and try to impose your own things when we're not even talking about that?
Because I love this topic. Now, what's the
just
distance?
so you know, we're not talking about Southern flights. We're talking about a misconception he said last time we were debating.
Okay, great.
We're not talking about Southern flights. I know you like this conversation.
But let's be clear. Let's be clear. You are the one that don't understand. Standard commercial airlines do not fly faster than the speed of sound.
Not. With you have that right in
They
front of
do
you.
not. They can, but they do not.
Yeah, that's not the average speed. If you look at these flights every single day, they don't fly. If you look at these flights every single day, they don't fly 721 miles per hour.
That's not
on
the
average.
point. He said they don't at all.
Okay, great. So you found
what I said.
On a specific day.
You're repeating it. Yo, brother, word. You're repeating it. They don't. You are correct. They do not. They can, but they do not.
Right.
Dude,
this one instance where the jet stream was probably a little bit faster than normal. Great. That's great.
No. Okay. So he's saying they do not.
They do not. Correct.
On average, they don't.
Not. They do not for political reasons and also commercial airline companies like Boeing and stuff like that. Because of those rules, they're making their aircraft less.
What was the speed of the jet stream?
Hold on. They're making their aircraft a little cheaper because so that they don't have to sustain the pressures of flying faster than speed of sound, because they're piggybacking on the political rules that say don't disturb the public.
Yeah, this is
Well,
over the
this,
ocean. This is over the ocean, so it doesn't matter.
it's
But
over the ocean,
yeah,
so
Earth
yeah.
is life. So I know
agree,
you like to talk about jet streams. So
I want you to concede that they don't fly this speed on average.
I never said they did.
Okay, great. So you can. Okay, great. That's great. You can see. So you
So now
you cherry
I
picked
just want
one
to ask you
spot.
this real quick.
You cherry picked one spot where it was going a little bit faster than average, right?
Wow. Okay. The point was not their average speed is 721. He said they don't. I'm saying
No,
yes,
he
they
said-
do
He said
sometimes.
they can.
And he also
can.
said
He said they
that
can.
if you were flying
he
in a
said-
jet stream fast, like the jet stream and your speed combined was equal to more than the speed of sound, he said that would create a sonic boom. Do you agree with that?
Yes, yes, yes. If they
No,
go
not you,
faster than the
Robert. I'm
speed of
talking to
sound,
Earth is life.
yes,
Sure,
sir.
good.
Yes. Yes, if they fly faster than the speed of sound, it will create a sonic boom. Yes.
So if the airspeed is 500, no, if the plane is flying 500,
So the
jet
ground-
stream
so-
50. Wait. So would that combine make a sonic boom, Earth?
Okay.
Great,
So,
sure.
word. You don't understand, dude. Is this faster than
What
the
is
speed
ground
of
speed?
sound of the
Yeah, and what is ground
aircraft?
speed?
Word.
You realize that
Word.
ground
No,
speed
hold
is
on.
hold on. You realize that ground speed is airspeed plus wind speed, right?
Yes.
So that's not
So
the actual. So the plane
if it-
isn't going that fast. The air is pushing it that fast. That's great.
Yes. So if you think if the plane is flying,
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to ask you a question. Because you seem to know more about it. So if the airplane is flying 500 and the jet stream is going 250, and together it equals the speed of sound or above it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would
Would you hear a sonic boom?
No,
Possibly,
dude.
yes.
No, wait, hold on. No, word, please. They're flying at 500 miles per hour. That is what they're flying at, regardless of what the jet stream is. They're on the jet stream, but they are still flying at 500 miles per hour, pound for pound.
Thank you.
Even that is what they are flying. The speed registered on the craft is 500 miles per hour. So
Yeah,
even
but
the
you were
jet stream is
denying
200 miles per hour. So,
You were
dude,
denying
what they're
this
doing,
last debate.
hold on, brother. You're not understanding. Word. Listen carefully. Even if the jet stream was 200 miles per hour, they are going to throttle down to 300 per hour to travel at 500 miles per hour. That's what they do.
Okay.
You understand me?
So
Yes, I do.
what's-
Now, so you agree with me, and so you agree that time you were saying that a jet stream and the speed the airplane was flying would create a sonic boom if it altogether equaled the speed of sound. So that's incorrect, and do you concede that? That you were wrong
Nobody
about that?
said that. I don't know what you're saying. Again, if the
I'm nearly
aircraft
done with you.
flies at 500 miles per hour, and the jet stream is giving it an additional 200 miles per hour, it's going to be going faster than the speed of sound of the aircraft.
Would it create a sonic boom?
Because it's the aircraft sound. Keep this in mind, word. It's the sound of the aircraft that is causing the boom.
If the air is going,
Right.
if the air is going with the aircraft, it's not going to create a speed.
Yeah. So yeah, why?
So word. Right? It's time for you to concede that nobody said that the aircraft, right, cannot fly fast at the speed of sound. What we said to you, and it was correct. You can Google it, everybody. Aircrafts do not fly faster than the speed of sound.
You can just look at actual data then. Okay.
Yeah, that's ground speed plus wind speed.
Yeah. So he said they don't, even with a jet stream.
speed is
He
going,
said they don't, even with a jet stream.
yeah, but if the wind speed is going that fast, then you're not going to get a sonic boom because the air is moving
Yeah,
along with
I
the air.
totally agree. But iStar was denying it and saying that I act like I was stupid for saying it.
But what's the overall
Here's the
point of
thing:
this conversation?
you Globers
There's
changed
two
your
arguments
mind,
here.
and you
Okay, hold on. Word, there are two arguments here. Number one, do aircraft fly faster than the speed of sound? The answer is no.
yes.
They
The
do
answer
not.
is yes because I showed you that
So no.
they do.
So no,
sometimes.
Yeah, but
no. You
commercial
showed me an
airliners
incident
don't have it.
when it can, dude. Aircraft can, but they do not.
But can
Standard
does a
commercial
car
aircraft,
drive?
standard. My friend, listen carefully. Standard aircraft do not fly faster than the speed of sound because of political reasons to protect the public and so on. And therefore, what happens is the aircraft manufacturers are making their aircraft to fly at a standard less than the speed of sound. That's how
Right.
they're
And
making
also,
their aircraft.
Don't
and also the
regularly.
sonic boom, you have to be at a certain height. If you're at 35,000 feet, you're probably not going to get a sonic boom because the air's pretty
Yeah.
thin up there.
Yeah, why are you acting like I'm the one making that argument? You should be talking that to iStar. I've never made the argument. I've been agreeing with what you say, Earth, the entire time, and iStar was denying it a while ago.
No, I didn't. I didn't deny
stupid.
anything. There's nothing
You
that I
literally
denied.
did. I have it recorded.
No, I said it's
Okay,
not
hold
going
on,
to make
hold
a sonic boom.
again, I want you to
Yes, and I agree
remember
with
what you
that,
said.
Earth. It's not
Okay,
going to make a sonic boom.
word. Speaking that somebody lost a debate doesn't make somebody lose the debate. I
I
can
never said
do.
it. But you need
Okay,
if
the
I showed
aircraft,
you the debate,
brother.
anyone could see that you
Okay.
lost.
Okay, no, you lost because no one said an aircraft flies faster than the speed of sound. No one
Yes, and I
said
just
that.
showed you that they do.
I said they can, they do not.
They do sometimes.
They okay. Thank you.
That's
Right.
exactly what I'm trying to say. And you keep saying
Right.
by
They
saying they
can.
don't, you're basically
They do.
saying
Okay. You know what? Let me
they
Google it
don't.
myself. I'm gonna Google it myself and let me read
You
it
guys
to
are
you
talking
so that you
past
don't.
each other.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
not having the same
I have to
conversation.
go too
One
in
of
a
you's
minute.
making
But
one point, the other one's making another point, and you're neither one
No,
of you
he
hearing the other for
right.
whatever
He
reason.
doesn't want to concede. That's why he's poor guy.
Well,
Let
because
me.
you're both
I don't
not
want
willing
to
to
concede.
concede two separate
Yeah.
points, and like
What
her.
point was I making that I don't need to that I need to concede to though?
Right. Okay. You need to concede that no one said that aircrafts cannot fly at the speed of
You
sound.
did say they don't.
And
I never said they can't.
they don't. The fact is, they don't.
But they
do
do
not.
sometimes.
Well,
So they
we're
do.
clear that
That's
can't
different.
and don't aren't the same word, and in this case where they do sometimes, where you found this, is that actually like above like Mach 1? Is that actually what they did, or is it
It's
just that the
721 miles.
what that doesn't the speed in miles or nautical miles per hour is irrelevant to whether or not you've broken the sound barrier. You break the sound barrier when if you do not travel faster than the speed of sound in the air that you're traveling in, which isn't a uniform amount. It isn't an amount in miles or kilometers per hour or nautical miles per hour. It is an amount relative to the air that is above the speed of sound in that medium, which changes with pressure. That is
Right.
It's not a uniform number. So you finding an airspeed at X does not automatically mean that plane went above the speed of sound, and it would be really not something that commercial airlines would do with airframes not designed for supersonic flight.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well,
And
if you want to find out why,
an airplane not designed.
And that's the point. So let me read it. I
that
googled it
his
myself.
other point was invalid. They said
I agree.
if planes were flying in the southern hemisphere, they would have.
Word. Just concede here. Word. I googled it myself. It says typical commercial aircraft do not fly faster than the speed of sound because they are designed for supersonic flight and are banned. Remember, I said politics? Banned.
Yeah, I know you're
over land. Check it out. It says, doing so over land by regulations like the FAA. Right?
So why were you acting like it was so ridiculous
So-
when I said that airplanes would fly faster than would fly like aided by a jet stream equal 1,000 miles per hour? Why are you acting like that was so ridiculous? And
It's
aircraft will be
well,
clocking
dude,
Because it
faster than the speed of
simply isn't
sound.
supersonic.
because the discussion was about, do they fly faster than the speed of sound? The answer is no, they do not fly
No, the
faster
chat was
than the
about
speed of sound.
you. You were trying to use that
No.
as an argument to say that they wouldn't fly at that speed.
They would not, because they're not supposed to.
You were
regulations,
saying that they wouldn't be flying above 700 because that would
they
be
would not.
that would make a sonic boom. That was your argument,
Yeah,
not
it would
about
make
whether
a
or not they were flying the speed of sound.
Why you
You're
think? Why
changing your position because you
Hold
seem
on.
to be the dishonest person.
Word. No, you're the one being dishonest. Why don't they fly faster than the speed of sound? Because the sonic boom, FAA regulations, the sonic boom is the problem.
Yeah, the
So
point
they do
was
not do it.
the point originally was you were pretending that it would that if they flew above 700 they'd be flying faster than the speed of sound. That was your point.
But
We weren't
that's
talking
true.
about.
But that's a fact. You just proved it. Faster than 700 is faster than the speed of sound. You just proved it right now. So what's your problem?
Yeah. Okay, so
isn't
if it is faster
necessarily.
than the speed of sound, you can see that they do fly faster than the speed of sound.
They do not do that according to FAA regulations. They can.
You just said they
but
fly
they
above
do
7.
not.
That 700 above 700 is faster than the speed of sound.
They can, but they don't. How many times
They
do I have to repeat this?
do sometimes.
Give all the details
They
about this flight, the
can, but
airplane,
they
what the winds aloft were, what direction it was flying in, what its airspeed was, what its ground
Irrelevant.
speed was.
No, I know most of those, but some of those are irrelevant.
No, none of them are relevant. All of that is relevant.
No. It was
Brother, I am sure everybody knows that
it was
Cindy
to Santiago, and it was going east.
700, right?
No, it was going eastbound.
Yeah, it was going east.
The aircraft.
Yeah, all those things are kind of irrelevant because. So think about this.
They're not irrelevant.
Yes, because
explain why it's
claiming. He was claiming originally that, like, if you flew faster than 700, you'd be flying faster than the speed of sound.
Yes.
You might be
changing your position.
You might be in places where
might not.
If the air conditions were such that was supersonic, you might be. But like a commercial jetliner is not going to be putting its passengers through a supersonic to subsonic condition on purpose.
Correct. They're not going to do that unless they have
airplanes are not built for it. Usually, it's commonplace amongst delta wing aircraft. Commercial airliners are, other than the Concorde, and maybe people have prototypes of some, but the Concorde is the only commercially viable supersonic airliner I ever was aware of. That doesn't mean no one ever built one that I'm not aware of. They don't fly at supersonic speeds.
I'll just post the old debate in the chat and let anyone who's listening make up their own mind, because you're clearly dishonest.
No, I'm perfect. Yeah, perfect. I said what I said to him. I said they do not.
I think
I was focusing on the FAA regulations. So here's the other thing. The flight that plunged into the ocean off of the coast of Africa when he killed all those people, it flew faster than speed of sound to kill all those people. All right?
Okay.
He clocked it.
That's not the point. Regular flights.
Right. He clocked it. He wanted to kill those people. Right? So they can fly faster than the speed of sound. They do not, because they're not designed to sustain it for a long time, because of and FAA regulations stipulates that they should not be doing that.
Well,
but you were saying it was ridiculous to say that planes flew faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
Even though I was combining jet streams, not just the speed of the plane. I was combining jet streams
Right.
which would add to the airspeed. Okay.
No, it
The
depends.
airspeed is the only thing relevant in supersonic flight.
Yes. Thank you.
Whether
And so
you're
I was
sub or
saying, if the plane
supersonic
was
is airspeed
600, the
only.
jet stream was 350, that would go faster than the speed of sound without worrying about making a sonic boom. He was acting like I was being ridiculous.
There would be no sonic boom because you would, relative to the air, you would not be reaching Mach 1. You would not be transitioning. It's the transition.
Yeah.
In and
You
out
would
that
be
causes
flying
the
Mach 1, but you wouldn't be
pressure.
flying faster than the speed of sound because you're being carried along in a jet stream. So your ground speed would be 950.
Relative to the ground. Yes,
Your
relative
ground
to the
speed-
ground, yes. You could. I don't know if that's ever actually happened with the jet stream being that fast, but yes, you would definitely be able to travel at speeds that, if it was in still air, would be considered supersonic. But almost no flights are in still air.
Okay. Okay. I was saying 950 would be your ground speed. 950. But you have airspeed where you're flying 600 plus 350. No, actually, yeah. Okay, that's all I was saying. I wasn't saying that the plane would be flying by itself faster than the speed of sound. But I'm showing that even if I was saying that the plane without the aid of a jet stream was flying, it still could fly 700 over the speed of quote unquote speed of sound, over 700, and it wouldn't be a problem. Because first of all, it's flying over the ocean. Yeah,
it wouldn't be a problem.
And Robert needs to understand that.
Airplanes for commercial airliners would have problems if they went in and out of supersonic flight on a regular basis. They would start to deteriorate very quickly.
Yeah, but they sometimes rarely do, and that's not my thing. My thing was
I don't even
saying,
think they are. I don't think they're reaching Mach 1.
I don't think they are either.
I think there is no transition to supersonic and then back to subsonic flight speeds. They are saving fuel by going up to areas where the jet stream, as long as it's helpful overall, they will ride in the jet stream, even if it takes them off course a little bit, because they'll save so much fuel and so much time that it's worth even diverting off course a little bit. That is totally reasonable. I'm sure they do that.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me at all. And I feel like the conversation here is iStar's talking about what is, due to geopolitical regulation, doesn't happen, and why aircrafts aren't built, even though we have the technology to build supersonic aircraft. They're flown every day. I don't think there's been a day on Earth when no supersonic aircraft have ever been flown, because military aircraft typically do. But for general aviation, it's pretty much unheard of, and for commercial aviation, like the Concorde is the last time I ever remember anybody doing it. And people do not want sonic booms happening. Like, if you've ever been to an air show, they're very loud, they're very disruptive. And if you had that everyone
over the ocean,
like a red eye from France to Australia, people would get pissed off pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I get that.
I don't even think that they would regularly do that. I was saying basically he was wrong, and basically I was basically going to the very limit. Like, basically, even if the plane had no jet stream, they still
tell you what I'm gonna do here. Let's speak slowly here. Just explain to the people clearly and concise what I was wrong about. Go ahead.
You were wrong when you said that aircraft don't go faster than the speed of sound, and that you were acting like I was stupid for saying that they could go faster than the speed of sound with the aid of a jet stream. And you were also saying that inside a jet stream, it would create a sonic boom, even though you aren't really flying faster than the speed of sound. The jet stream is adding to your speed. You were saying it would make a sonic boom, and you and several others were. So that's what you were wrong about.
Okay, so
all right. So as
what
you can
do
see,
you win if you're right about this pedantic point? And it sounds like it's even possible that you misunderstood each other's points.
No, you can watch
Okay.
you can watch the debate I posted in the chat. He was saying he completely changed his mind from here. Like he has a completely different
you
thing
just
that
made
he's
it.
saying.
Maybe it's because they've gained clarity. Maybe iStar understands more clearly what's being discussed. I don't know. I don't want to speak for them. But what I really
watch
want
the debate. You'll sit and then watch it, rewatch
No,
this.
hold on. But brother,
Victor
again, hold on. He just said it. He's just said that I told him that they do not fly faster than the speed of sound. Is that correct? Yes or no? That is correct.
Yeah,
so
you just don't know
I
how
do
to
not
admit
know
when you're wrong, dude. That's the only thing going on.
Okay, Electric, I don't think you heard again. So Electric, he came here and said, I told him that passenger airlines do not fly faster than the speed of sound. That is correct. Everybody here have concurred with my assessment. Okay? So I just Googled it for you. I just Googled it for him. It says passenger aircraft do not fly faster than the speed of sound due to FAA regulations, politics, right? And therefore, they are not designed to fly to sustain speeds faster than the speed of sound. They can.
Okay, so now listen.
But they don't.
Okay. Yeah. The point was not that you said they don't fly faster than the speed of sound. The point was that you were acting like I was stupid for saying that they could fly faster than the speed of sound with a jet stream.
So you're changing now. So you didn't understand.
Okay, you can just watch it back and you'll see that I
you came in here with a lie a while ago that I said they do not. That I said they do not. You came in here. That's what you said. So now you're saying something different now.
No, you can rewatch it. You rewatch this debate and you'll see I have changed nothing. Okay.
Okay, good. So,
but no, the point was that you were acting like it was stupid to say that airplanes could go faster than the speed of sound with a jet stream. Like I was not even saying the airplane itself was doing it. I was saying with the jet stream. And you were acting like it was impossible and stupid.
No, not that's impossible. It is stupid. They're not supposed to. Okay, keep going.
No, with a jet stream.
But then they're not actually. It's not actual supersonic flight. It's just there's an effective addition of
correct
the winds or the jet stream pushing behind. Like it's like paddling down a river, right? It's like going whitewater rafting. You go in one direction, you're just steering yourself through it, and if you go in the other direction, it's a hell of a paddle.
Yeah, all you guys have been doing, like you background people, you've just been like confirming what I'm saying.
That's
exactly what I was saying in the first debate with him.
I'm just not sure if I just can't tell if iStar disagrees. I feel like iStar's still hung up on the can't conversation for whatever reason.
I don't really care about that because that's not really valid. But what I was saying was that a jet stream your analogy is perfect. If you're on a canoe,
they do not. Do you agree that they do not fly at the speed of sound, brother Word? Do you agree that they do not?
Okay, listen to this. So, did you hear what Al Trucker just said? How like if you're in a canoe and then the river is moving, you're not physically moving. You're not actually moving a certain speed. The river is carrying you along, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you're. Yeah, sorry, one moment. But
from the shore.
What I was saying was that right? It doesn't matter if altogether you're moving that speed because the jet stream is carrying you. In the debate, which is recorded that my cousin posted, it shows that you were acting like I was stupid for saying that.
Yes, you're kind of silly for saying it because they don't typically do that. Stop talking about the jet stream. We're talking about the speed of sound.
They're not actually even breaking the sound barrier in this case. Even they're not actually getting past Mach 1 because Mach 1 requires that like you be doing the speed of sound or faster relative to the air you're moving through, not simply relative to the ground. Which I'm not sure if that's what iStar's point is or
And
not,
that's
but I
what they
want
were
to
saying.
make that clarification. And I think you're saying the same thing. I think iStar
No, they were arguing that even if you were moving through in a jet stream, that it still would make a sonic boom.
But if they did make that argument, they are incorrect with that aspect of it. But they're not incorrect about the thing they keep harping on, which I hear them harping on, and maybe they just need an acknowledgement of it. That there are geopolitical regulations that forbid it from commercial aircraft.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not saying they're actually flying faster than the speed of sound. They're in a jet stream that's carrying them along. And that's what I was saying during the first debate. But him and like two others were acting like I was stupid for saying that.
Yeah, you're confusing. They were confusing ground speed and airspeed.
Yeah. Okay. So
well again, you came in here and you said that I said that they cannot. Right? And I'm saying they do not. They can't.
No, I never said they can't. I said they don't. You said that they don't.
Right, okay.
And what I said was you said aircraft would be clocking faster than the speed of sound. And I said, what's wrong with that? And you said they don't go faster than the speed of sound.
They don't go faster than the speed of sound. Right, they don't.
Yeah, they do sometimes.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. They get a ground speed that is. They get a ground speed that is somewhat faster than Mach 1 if you weren't taking into effect the jet stream.
No, don't even say it that way. Just talk about ground speed and airspeed. Mach is an airspeed. Ground speed is independent of airspeed.
But I don't think the
ground
people that are
independent
in the conversation get that. But it is entirely independent. And having a ground speed that has an airspeed that is subsonic, that reaches a point that people expect to be supersonic when it's a ground speed, does not make it a supersonic flight.
Yeah, I don't think the iStar wants to concede he was wrong on anything.
Who, me?
Dude, I'm not wrong
I'm willing to be wrong. I'm not wrong about this.
Like, here's the thing. When I'm not wrong about anything, I concede that I'm wrong, but he never.
I'm not wrong about anything. I'm not wrong about anything. You're not wrong about anything. I don't know what I'm wrong about. You have not told me what I'm wrong about. I already
demonstrated what you were wrong about, and you know what you were wrong about.
Dude, what am I wrong about? I'm sorry, I don't know.
You debate back.
You said I told you that they cannot or they do not, and that's correct.
Why did you focus on that? That's not what what the main point was.
That's what you said. That's what you said when you came in here.
The point was that
you should have said the point.
Was that you were acting like I was stupid for saying that airplanes can go faster than the speed of sound, using jet streams. Okay. That's what you were wrong about.
Yeah, that is dumb. That is dumb.
Well, here's the thing.
Airspeed is not
never
ground
concede
speed.
this. You will never concede this wrong about anything. Proud.
Mach is an airspeed. Ground speed is independent of airspeed.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say you speed over ground and then talk about Mach. That's dumb.
It's certainly uninformed.
But the thing is, even if they're flying excess of 700 miles per hour, that is still not speed of sound if they're traveling in the jet stream.
Then why were you saying that the entire time? Like that other debate, not this debate, because I know you want to keep pretending that I'm talking about only this debate.
So hold on. You said that they're flying faster than the speed. That's what you said.
I said even in the jet stream. Using the jet stream.
In the jet stream.
You're not using the jet stream to fly faster than the speed of sound. You're using the jet stream to increase your ground speed.
Right.
Which equals faster than the speed of sound.
Right.
No. Do not talk of ground speed and Mach in the same sentence. There are different concepts. Mach is an airspeed.
Yeah, absolutely it.
It's irrelevant. iStar was the one making the argument.
You was making the argument about ground speed. Anyone comparing using the word ground speed and Mach in the same sentence is probably incorrect.
Yeah, well, that's what Ashtar was kind of implying.
No, that's what you did just now.
No,
I just heard you say that.
you were saying,
I just heard you talk about ground speed and Mach.
yes, in this context of debunking him. He's saying
Oh Lord,
that he was saying a while ago that when you fly and you're inside a jet stream, and altogether that equals above 700. He was saying that I was stupid for saying that, and that they don't do that. He was saying that. Wait, who's streaming?
I don't know. Whatever's happening is there's a terrible misunderstanding about terminology here, and I'd like to know if there's a way to have one of you or both of you agree that you understand the concept now, so we could move on to new concepts, because it seems like we're having a pissing contest over something where the reality is settled, and you're arguing about a conversation you had a different day.
Well, yeah, because he's like he's being dishonest and pretending that he never said that. That's what he seems to be doing.
That's why you came in here. I'm going off of your energy. So you came in here and said that I didn't say something that I didn't say that aircraft can go fly faster than the speed of sound. That's why you came in here, and I'm responding to you that they can, they just don't.
No,
they don't go faster than the speed of sound. You're confusing. Someone here is confusing ground speed and airspeed. Do not talk about Mach and a ground speed. You can fly sub Mach and be pushed around with an air faster than 700 miles per hour, but you're still subsonic because Mach is relative to the air and altitude and temperature and much other shit.
Okay. So I guess we can drop this then. But yeah.
I think everyone's learned a lot about the types of flights that are done at supersonic and subsonic speeds through this whole conversation, if they didn't come into it already knowing this information, which not everybody does, and it's not necessarily general knowledge to understand supersonic flight.
Two big proofs the Earth is a globe. A, horizon is impossible on a flat Earth. Two, gas pressure does not require a solid container.
Well, we know gas pressure does not require that.
That might be a rebuttal to what flat earthers might say, but that's not a proof of the globe that gas pressure does not require a solid container.
Yeah, it does
just
not require
because it can work on a globe doesn't mean it debunks the flat Earth.
Yeah, it does 100% because you need a dome, and a dome is a solid container. So air pressure, we're experiencing air pressure on Earth. You see that? So and air pressure does not require solid. So,
but can it have a solid container? But can it have a solid container?
It can have.
Yeah.
The fact that it could be in a solid container doesn't.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, where's your evidence? Where's your evidence for the container?
And ask the show. I don't want to hear you talking yet. Okay.
No. Remember, you guys are the ones. The burden of proof is on you now because you came
you just claimed that that's a proof of the globe. Yeah. So substantiate it.
Right. The funniest thing about gas pressure is like in a vacuum, gas is still subject to entropy. If you only put a few gas molecules in a chamber and you seal it, it doesn't actually attract towards the surface of the Earth. It still has that thermal motion. It's still subject to entropy. So you think that a gas molecule is going to accelerate towards the surface of the Earth in a vacuum? You're dead wrong. You don't know your own model.
So you're wrong. You're wrong.
You're wrong. Cylinder. Open up a propane cylinder.
Where does the gas go? That's a proof of the globe.
Sorry, what'd you say?
That might be the rebuttal to a flat Earth proof, but it's not a proof of the globe.
No, you can't.
This doesn't verify a globe at all. It's just nonsense that they're saying.
It's a rebuttal to
excuse me, Electric. Does gas have mass? Electric. Does gas have mass? Hello. You're gonna ignore me, huh?
Very good. That's a good one.
He might be away. I know that last night I've been away, and then people act I ran away, even though I didn't.
I am
What's going on?
Glovers too. Okay.
My
I've
statement
seen
is a
Glovers that sound
rebuttal.
like they ran away too.
My statement is a rebuttal to the gas pressure requiring a container. So I'm
Then
saying
why
it
does it
doesn't
say two
require.
proofs the Earth is a globe? Proofs the Earth is a globe, you called it.
Yes, right.
How is it
Yes,
a
I know.
proof that the Earth is a globe if it's simply a rebuttal to a flat Earth proof?
Right, right. But it does. Well, yeah. I mean, that is just extending it. But the point is that you guys are saying that you have a dome, and I'm just saying, gas pressure doesn't require a solid container. That's basically
So
what
do
I'm
you agree that that's
saying.
not a proof of the globe? Do
Yeah,
you agree that
except the
that's
only
not a proof?
time you've ever even tried to measure gas pressure, you require a container to do it.
Incorrect.
We're not talking
How do
about
you measure gas
So this
pressure?
is all
That's
that
a
needs
lie.
to know. No.
That's a lie. And take
Do you agree
barometer
that?
into the atmosphere and measure the atmospheric pressure.
Okay. Does it prove
Yeah,
the globe?
using a container.
Hey, Robert, does it prove the globe? Does this prove the globe?
Yes, using an
That's
instrument.
retarded. No, it doesn't. There's so many degrees of separation. You don't know how
proves
evidence
the globe
works.
How many
by
degrees?
debunking a
Oh,
flat
look
Earth.
who's talking. Oh my God. Shut up, Electric.
I didn't realize you could see basically all.
Yeah, this doesn't show the globe at all. You guys are lost.
We use an
Shut up,
instrument.
Electric.
No, we're lost.
It doesn't show the flat Earth
Because
either, though. That's the issue.
We never said it does.
Exactly.
I never said it does. I
Of
never
course it
said it
doesn't.
does.
You might notice is that if you
But
look at
I'm
You have to talk
saying
about
it
containers.
it might look like it's about
No, that's a
6
dumb
or 7
straw man
degrees
that
easy, but
Rob
I think
started
it's
saying out of
No,
nowhere.
it's
Rob
not a
thinks
straw
he
man.
knows
That's
the
what
What we're
flat
saying
Earth.
is that there can be
the Earth is flat. Are you
there
flat?
can be gas pressure without a
You're a
container.
flat earther, sir?
Robert, can gas pressure have a container?
No, the question is, can gas pressure?
Wait, can gas pressure have a container?
Can there be pressure inside a container?
Hold on. Gas pressure is because of a container.
Good job.
Yeah,
Now you're
so
making sense.
Atmospheric pressure,
is-
on the other hand,
The point is
does not
solid.
require a container.
This is
Solid.
the point. I'm not trying to prove flat Earth right now. I'm trying to get him to realize that it's absolutely stupid to say that it's a proof of the globe.
No,
Because
brother.
gas pressure,
Gas
according to you, gas pressure
Hold on.
doesn't need a container. But that does
Excuse
not
me.
mean
We're not talking.
What I'm saying.
We're not talking about gas pressure. We're talking about atmospheric pressure. Related concept, but slightly different.
It's the same thing. Yeah, there's gas in the atmosphere, and you're measuring the pressure with a gauge. And the gauge is a container.
No, we don't care about
I know
Are you saying that atmospheric pressure is not gas pressure? Is that what you're saying?
It's an instrument.
Atmospheric pressure is different than gas pressure because the cause is slightly
Wow. Is the atmosphere have gas in it?
The atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are caused by different.
Yeah,
effects.
the pressure in the atmosphere is due to gas molecules, right?
See, this is Nathan Oakley's bullshit.
See, you're absolutely
I'm
retarded.
not falling
That's your
for it.
problem, dude. You
I'm
can't
not
just be
getting- I'm
honest
not-
and answer the
I'm not
question like a
falling-
normal human
I am
being.
not-
You have
I
to
am-
start
look
talking
who's
about
talking about
Nathan
being
Oakley because
dishonest.
you're flailing like a
Look
stupid
who's
fish.
talking- Look who's talking about being a dishonest prick. Electric himself, the king of the dishonest.
You can't
prick.
answer the question honestly. I asked you what is causing the pressure in the atmosphere. The answer is gas molecules. But you didn't say that because you're an idiot.
Gravity. Gas molecules being attracted to the center of the Earth by gravity. That's what causes that.
Like I said, if I take a vacuum chamber and I release a couple gas molecules inside of it, they're going to be subject to thermal motion. They say that the force of gravity is not as strong as the elasticity between the molecules. Yeah, this is what they say. This is usually what they say, and you're not paying attention. The elasticity and the thermal motion of the gas molecules are going to be a greater force than gravity. So the gas molecules are still subject to entropy in a vacuum chamber, where you claim that it should be attracted towards the center of the Earth. It's not attracted towards the center of the Earth. What you claim is a buoyant force, right? There's already gas molecules near the surface of the Earth, so your gas molecules are going to rise in altitude, right? Because it's finding buoyancy in the density layer, right?
Are you just going to sit here and
but
talk?
But the problem is that it attracts.
You see, the problem is you just.
What's wrong with you, dude? Listen. You're talking through everything I'm saying.
You never listen.
Are you okay?
That's because you won't fucking listen. No, why don't you listen for a change? Do gas molecules have
you're
mass?
losing this argument just in case you didn't know.
Yes. No, I'm not losing it. You're just over talking me. Do gas molecules
you're also
have
losing
mass?
your mind. You sound like a maniac.
Do gas molecules have mass? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's what a molecule is, dude. It's a bunch of mass.
So that's correct. So they are attracted to the center of the Earth by gravity. Thank you very much.
No, they're not, because if I put gas in a
mass
vacuum
is not.
chamber, the thermal motion is going to cause it to be subject to entropy.
That doesn't matter. They still have mass.
Yes,
They still have
that's
mass.
how that works.
They're still attracted.
Put
Yeah, they
gas
still have mass.
in a vacuum chamber
you
and
know,
watch
two
the
separate
gas
effects going on.
molecules not settle at the bottom of your container. You know
Well,
why?
why would you expect
Because
that?
the
Because they
thermal
have- because they have
motion
temperature.
is a stronger force. All right, it's
That's
still
correct, but
subject to
still what?
entropy.
There's a
Okay,
downward
even
bias.
in your atmosphere, you claim that there's such a dense layer of gas near the surface of the Earth that everything that actually is subject to entropy is because it's trying to find its place. It's trying to find equilibrium amongst the density gradient, right? That's why
Why is
smoke
there a
rises
gradient inside a container?
Well,
Why
guess
is there
what?
a
It also
gradient inside-
rises in a
Why is there-
vacuum. It does the same thing in a
no.
vacuum.
Smoke rises in the
And
vacuum.
yes, the gas molecules have mass, but the force of
they're
gravity is
attracted
not
to them.
strong as the thermal motion. Can you please
they have
look
motion, that's
up
correct.
how gas works? Please.
I do know how gas works.
Stop
You don't,
saying
on the other
stupid
hand.
fucking bullshit that no one cares about and actually look into
I
what
know.
mass does.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah.
I've known that.
Yeah,
for a
you
while.
need to
see,
actually
on the other hand,
look
you do not.
at the
On the other
model
hand,
that you're
so
promoting and realize you're
when did you look
promoting
at
the
it?
wrong thing.
When
You
did you
claim
look
that
at
the
it?
gas is
You've
going to
never
settle
studied
at the
this.
bottom
God
of a
damn, you ever gonna
vacuum
shut up?
chamber.
You know, this is the problem.
It's
You just have
not
to
going to
monologue
settle
because
at the bottom of a vacuum
you're
chamber,
losing this, so you have to
NASA.
monologue.
You're wrong.
You know, you have to monologue so that
No.
you don't get. You have to monologue so that
wrong.
you have to monologue. No, I'm not. You, on the other hand, when did you study the gas motion? When did you do this?
You idiot. I know that you're
When did you
wrong.
study?
You're saying that the
No,
gas
I'm not wrong.
molecules are going to form a pressure gradient inside a vacuum chamber.
That's correct.
No,
There's a
they're
pressure gradient
not.
inside any container. Why? Why is there a pressure gradient inside
No,
any container?
dude, you don't know how pressurized
Yes, there
gas
is.
works. No, it's going to
Why is
collide
there a
with the
pressure
walls of
gradient?
its container and maintain pressure. It's not going
There's
to
a pressure
settle at
gradient
the
inside a
bottom
container.
as if it's fucking
There
like as
is
if you
a
open
pressure
the
gradient
jar.
inside a container.
No,
There
dude,
is
when
a
it's
pressure
sealed,
There is.
no, you don't
when it's sealed,
understand
there
how
is still
pressure
a pressure.
works.
I do
Dude,
understand
you've
how
never
pressure works.
dealt
You, on the
with
other
gas
hand,
pressure in your life, probably.
I've
You have no
done-
idea
yes,
how
I have.
anything works.
I have a master's in chemistry. I know what I'm talking about. You
Oh,
don't,
then
on
you
the other
should know that gas, the force of entropy, is greater than the force of gravity.
Entropy
you should know that.
Entropy is no force. There's no force of entropy. That's a
Wow. Now the molecules don't have their own force of gravity. And thermal motion
no,
doesn't
they don't
cause,
have their own.
Yeah, it doesn't
Thermal
cause
motion
gas
is a
molecules
different.
to have entropy.
Thermal motion is a different story. There's no force of
Okay, guys.
entropy though. Entropy is.
All right, this is stupid, dude.
So inside a container, there is a pressure gradient. Why? Why is there a pressure gradient inside of a container?
You're a fucking idiot.
We have
Why?
electric,
No,
we have vertical electric field on the Earth, and
no,
so
incorrect. Incorrect. It's
that
gravity.
that why don't you take it up with
It's gravity.
whatever? No,
That's
we
why
have we do have a vertical
That's
electric
why there's a
field on
pressure
the Earth.
gradient inside a container.
That's a fact.
Yeah, but not nowhere
It's
near
a
enough.
fact.
Nowhere near
Maybe you
enough.
should-
Nowhere near enough to explain this because you can take neutral gases and have them
Okay.
have the same pressure gradient as
No.
as polar molecules.
Gas, it's not the electrostatics is not pushing things down. It's setting a bias.
No, that's Witset's bullshit. Please show me where it says that. Show me anyone besides Witset who says that bullshit.
Yeah, go to Walter Lewin, okay, and then
Give me a link.
and then yeah, look up Walter Lewin on YouTube. You can watch. He
Give me a
has
link.
several. I don't need to give you a link
Give me a link.
because you
How
can
you spell his name?
easily
spell
just
his
look up Walter Lewin
I have to
as
do
in
your research for you now.
LED. No,
LD?
LE. Sorry, that I made a mistake. LEWIN. Walter Lewin. He has several lectures on electrostatics.
Oh,
And
this moron.
He's a moron.
Astrophysicist. Yeah,
Yeah,
the astrophysicist.
Yeah,
the
he's a
astrophysicist,
moron
yeah.
because he doesn't agree with you. He's a moron.
The astrophysicist. He doesn't say
Yeah,
what you say. He does.
I'd like to see a rebuttal to that.
He doesn't.
Make
He
your
doesn't
rebuttal
say.
to Walter
He doesn't.
Lewin.
He doesn't say what you
He
say.
says
He does.
every effect on the Earth that we observe on the Earth is electric.
Correct.
He said every effect we observe on the Earth is electric.
Show me where he says that.
Yeah. So go to his first lecture.
Show me where he says that. Show me where he says that. I'm not going to do your fucking research for you. You say you make a claim. You make the reference.
I'm trying to prove it, but you apparently don't want to hear it. Yeah, you interrupt so much. Yeah.
Link it.
Yeah, I'm
No,
trying
just prove your case.
I'm
Prove your
trying to.
In the meantime, though,
okay, Potter, for proof to me it's flat. Wow, I'm not listening to you. That meme really actually is accurate. You're asking me to do it, and then you're not letting me.
Well, do it. Don't just say it. Show
Are you
it.
going to
Walter
be
Lewin does
quiet
not
and
say
let
that.
me talk? Are you going to be quiet and let me talk?
Well, even now, if you're going to talk bullshit out of your ass with the Walter
No,
Lewin,
he doesn't like to listen because he knows he gets destroyed
Look
every
who's
time.
talking.
Yeah,
Luke is
both
fucking talking
times
about
he
not
talked
listening.
about
Mr.
it, he got
Monologue.
destroyed, and then he interrupted.
I got destroyed. No, I didn't get destroyed. All that guy
Yeah,
is
he's
moving
trying
around.
to drown out the sound of a good argument against his stupid claim.
Look who's
He doesn't like hearing
yeah,
it.
Says, where's Electric? You have no claim.
Much, and then they muted him. He said that he was being interrupted, even though I have both of them recorded. I have both of them recorded where you
So where's your claim?
lied.
Come on, where's your claim? Where's your claim?
Okay.
Well, NASA, he's getting old and he doesn't know how to listen anymore. So, like the ends of people's sentences, if he doesn't comprehend the beginning, he'll just talk over the end of your sentence because he wasn't understanding.
Says the moron.
Says the moron. Okay, I will leave if you interrupt me again. Okay.
Oh, please leave. Please go. Because if you're not going to show any proof, you're just talking out your ass.
I'm trying to, but you're not letting me.
Well, I'm letting you. Where is it? Where's
it? Be a man. Be quiet for a whole minute. Okay.
Post it. Don't talk it. Post it.
You are the worst.
Post it.
Like you're getting worse every time.
Proof. Post your proof. Don't talk your proof. I've heard you talk out. I want to see where Walter Lewis is. I don't want to hear what some idiot
he's losing touch. Yeah, he's still losing touch right now.
Electric. Here's another one. Electric doesn't understand. Well, come on. Post your so-called proof. Don't just tell me Walter Lewis said something. No, I don't.
Word Salad wants space to explain something to you. Yeah,
I want him to post
but
it.
NASA, I want you to understand, dude. Word Salad wants space. He doesn't want you to randomly blurt out something else when you think that there's time to speak. He wants to know that you're being quiet so he can actually indulge in what he's trying to get across to you.
Talking about being quiet.
Okay, so once you can demonstrate that you could stay quiet for more than 5 seconds, he is going to tell you what you want to know.
I don't want him to tell me that. I want him to post where Walter Lewis.
All right, so you don't want to participate in a normal conversation.
Tell you where to find
no,
it.
Don't tell me where to find it. Post where to find it. Don't tell me where to go look to find your claim. You post your own claim.
Okay. Be quiet for more than 5 seconds. Okay.
Post your claim.
Now listen.
Post your claim. I don't want to hear you tell me where to find it.
Random outbursts, spasms, because he can't. He has a compulsion problem. You're very compulsive. You have no reason to actually sit there and listen in your mind because everything you're doing is like you think you're educating people, so you don't think that there's anything for you to learn in this moment. That's why you're being very compulsive and rude.
Definitely,
because you want a chance to teach us something, but right now we're just asking you for 5 seconds so he can actually inform you on what you're asking.
I don't want him to inform me where to find it. I want him to.
Yeah, so you're an old dog with no new tricks. You can't learn anything. You're an idiot.
Look who's talking about not learning anything. The guy who flunked out of 6th grade science class. So post it. Don't tell me where to find it. Post where to find it. Right there in chat. No, I don't. You don't need to do anything. You need to type with your fingers. A link.
You're literally having spasms right now.
You need to post a link. Don't tell me where to find it.
You're not over me where you get to talk like that.
I do actually, until you actually post it, or you back off on this claim. Are you going to concede that Walter Lewin didn't say what you said he said, and then we can work on it?
He's choosing to do this thing where he doesn't want to allow Word Salad to speak. I would like Word Salad to say what he wants to say. That'd be nice.
Can
you stop trying to force somebody to not be able to speak? Can you stop doing that?
If he's going to claim that Walter Lewin said this, he needs to post where Walter Lewin said this, not where he thinks he says.
Just let me.
He's going to help you. Yeah, just let him help you, NASA. Stop talking.
I told you.
Don't tell me where. Post it. You understand the word post? What it means? If you're going to come up with a citation,
really
post your citation.
Why would
post your citation?
NASA doesn't know how to use a keyboard, so you're really asking for a lot.
And by the way,
no, Word Salad doesn't know how to use a keyboard. He won't post his He won't post his evidence.
I'm not posting it, and why I'm going to tell you.
Word salad. I am requiring a photograph of all the continents and all the oceans on a platter. That's what we're requiring for a flat Earth proof.
I just want him to post his
We don't want to make sure you jump in with your non sequitur stuff.
No, it's not non sequitur, dude. That is.
It is literally non sequitur.
Okay, we're not.
You don't have it. It would be easy enough for you just to find where you.
Yeah, these guys are too stupid right now. They're losing their minds, dude.
Just talking about being stupid. Electric, the stupidest person in this room.
You guys don't know how to stop talking at the same time. How to stop saying irrelevant bullshit. He's trying to tell you how to look up.
I don't want him to.
He's trying to tell you how to look up what you're asking for.
I'm not going to.
But you cannot control yourself for more than 5 seconds. It's pathetic.
I am not going to look up what his claim. He has to post his claim.
No, nobody has to do anything for you, but he can definitely give you a reference if you're interested.
Come on.
Once he tells me, I'm going to Google it myself. You know, I can't wait for him to actually tell me what it is.
Google it yourself, and you can post it.
Okay, now
But you idiots keep trying to talk over him, so it hasn't happened yet. So shut the fuck up for one moment in your life. Actually listen to what somebody else has to say.
I don't want to do his work for him. I want him to post it.
Grown men.
Post it.
You are so immature.
No word. Post it.
Word. What's immature?
Well, yeah, you know, NASA's a bitch in real life, dude.
Word salad. You're a grown man. What's immature is to tell us the Earth is flat without evidence.
Dude, you've never linked me any of your claims, Star.
We're giving you countless evidence.
Word salad.
We're giving you countless evidence. The radio waves, you could not refute anything we said about the radio waves. Now,
excuse me, word. So you've given up on posting Walter Lewis thing, and now you're going on to radio waves, which you also know nothing about.
I'll explain.
I don't want you to tell me. Okay, explain why you haven't posted. Go.
Yeah. Okay. I would post it more likely if you would just let me talk first. Okay. Now listen.
Why?
I'm telling you where in the video
he doesn't know why he should let you talk. That's fucking
I don't want to hear you talk.
Where in the video to find it?
Post it with a timestamp.
Yeah, post it with a timestamp, dude.
Okay, I don't know the exact.
Aren't really worth shit anyway. These guys are already too stupid.
No.
Post it with a timestamp.
Electric. What is stupid?
Dude, you realize that you get left behind? Like, you actually don't understand anything you're talking about.
Dude, what is stupid is
the
that
guy
you
who doesn't
guys
understand a single damn thing.
Yeah, what is stupid is that you guys are following something that came out of the entertainment complex. Flat Earth.
Now you're just going to change the subject into some retarded slander. Dude, you're an idiot.
It's
you're
not
making any sense.
Big man. It's Electric. You just learned the word refraction like 5 years ago. So no, dude. I've been doing this science for 25 years. Okay,
You're not doing very good at the science.
Well, no, you're not.
Yeah, you're actually considered a globe liability by most people in these servers right now.
You are.
Yeah. You know, says anybody who basically gets
the two biggest liabilities are right here. NASA and Star. You guys are the biggest problem for the globe.
Says the guy who never posted anything. Come on, word salad. Where's this damn claim of yours with a timestamp? Go.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the second reason why I haven't posted it is because I don't have internet currently. I can still talk.
There we go.
And
I can tell you exactly where to find it, and you can easily find it. Just type in Walter Lewin.
I don't have internet, but I can talk on Discord.
Yes, and this is exactly what someone else said the other day. But let me explain to you.
How do you get on the internet without the internet?
Where I have unlimited data for
Where does it stream?
I bought an unlimited data for my phone calls and texting, but it's not the same as having internet on
Discord's
YouTube.
not a phone call.
Like
Discord's not a phone call.
It's not.
Dude, okay.
No,
so
that sounds pretty weak.
Internet communications protocol. It has to go over the internet.
Hard, man. You guys don't make any fucking sense ever.
I don't have internet, but I'm talking to you over the internet. But
why don't you understand anything? Like, you guys are just so full of shit. It's like you're stupid as fuck.
Talking.
Look, so Word Salad just said that this is a phone call that we're in. It's not a phone call. Look, congratulations.
Dude,
actually, Discord does in fact connect you via your phone plan. That's how Discord works on your phone, but you don't know anything. It's just you just keep saying stupid shit that doesn't matter.
Internet communications protocol is a transit of TCP/IP. They must go over the internet. It is not a phone call.
It is treated like a phone call. No, it pretty much is a phone call.
It is absolutely not treated like a phone call. It is voice, or it is data over LTE carrier or IP carrier. It is
like a phone call.
It is not a phone call ever.
Oh, Doofus wants to guess. Now you got the 3 ultimate globe liabilities all talking at once.
No, you are just a liability.
That's the fun part. You can go check your phone's data. You can go check your phone's data usage. While you're talking on Discord, your data usage goes up because you're using the fucking internet. It's not a phone call.
Yo, this the same. Electric is the same guy.
I posted it. There you go. Now,
Electric is the same guy. Electric is the same guy.
Shut the fuck up, Rob. You're not about to say some stupid shit right now. Focus on what's actually going on in the conversation.
Stupid when you
need to focus on what's actually happening, dude. You need to focus on what's actually happening in the conversation start.
You're like the barometers are continuing.
Oh yeah, I destroyed you on gas pressure a minute ago, and you're still coping. How funny is that?
Sorry. Saying it doesn't.
The damage control with you is never going to end.
Saying it doesn't.
You are always going to be stuck on damage control. You're a broken record.
Gas pressure does not require a solid container. If you say gas pressure requires a solid container, you have lost this debate.
You're a complete idiot, dude. What are you even talking about right now?
Okay, does gas pressure require a solid container? Yes or no?
Yeah, to measure gas pressure, you're going to use a pressure gauge, which is a sealed container.
A solid container.
Oh, you're answering my question for me. Why did you ask me at all, dude? So, Star, I went to answer your stupid fucking question, and then you spoke through my answer because you know it's refuting your dumb claim. So you're just showing signs of weakness.
Require a solid container.
Gas pressure exists whether you measure it or not.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, but you require a container to measure gas pressure.
No, you require.
That's absolutely a fact.
Okay, guys, I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this. I posted the video in the chat. It's towards the end within the last 15 minutes. Go and find it. Don't be lazy. All right?
Yeah. But it's not there.
You learn to be mature.
So thank you. So want to Louis say that. So.
Yeah, sorry the conversation couldn't go better, y'all. We got I-Star and fucking NASA show being completely retarded.
I'm sorry that electric doesn't understand science. Pressure sensors are not in containers.
Dude, what the fuck do you think a pressure gauge is?
A pressure sensor is not in a container.
Holy shit. Do you not know what an altimeter is?
A pressure sensor is.
Does an altimeter have a container on it? Yes or no?
So gas pressure does not require.
You fucking idiot. I'm asking you a direct question. Try to answer my direct question, you fucking retard.
You haven't answered
mine. Does an altimeter have a pressure gauge on it, which is a container? Yes. Yeah, you're an idiot.
Answer mine.
Rob, you're an idiot.
Gas pressure does not require a solid container.
Wow. The only way you know that there's gas pressure is when you try to measure it with a container.
There is gas pressure. We're not talking about measure. We're talking about pressure.
Like I said earlier, when you put gas molecules inside of a vacuum chamber, they're not subject to the force of gravity. They're rather subject to the force of
gas pressure without a sensor.
Wow, 2 morons trying to talk at the same time. How impressive.
No, okay, one.
So what I'm saying is, when you release gas, shut the fuck up. Shut up, and you're useless in the conversation at this point. You need to get off Discord and wipe your ass or something. So anyway, like I'm saying, dude, you can release gas molecules into a vacuum chamber, and they are not going to be subject to gravity. They're going to be subject to entropy. Okay, they're not going to settle at the bottom of your container and form a density tower gradient. That's not what happens to gas molecules in a container. Okay, the pressure is
molecules in a container
it's going to be constant thermal motion. That's how it's maintaining pressure because the movement of the gas particles. Yes, this is how gas pressure works. Rob, you're still saying you actually sound retarded right now.
We're not talking about measure. We're not talking about measure. We're talking about pressure.
Holy shit, this guy's actually full of worms. You guys hear how worm infested this guy's brain is?
We're talking about pressure. We're not talking about measure. We're talking about pressure. Pressure does not require a solid. Pressure does not require solid. We're not talking about the measure of the pressure. We're talking about the pressure of the gas. The pressure of the gas does not require a solid container. That's a fact. just these guys are so out of it, man. Seriously, I don't, man. I'm talking about they abuse their freedom of speech, man. This is an abuse of their God-given right, dude. Dude, we're telling the man that pressure exists in the flipping atmosphere. And you know what he said? He says you need a container to the barometer is in a container. What kind of a stupidness is that?
Okay, he's out. But real quick, when he says something stupid like a container doesn't have a gas pressure gradient, and then, for example, I post evidence of a container containing a gas pressure gradient, that's all it requires. You don't have to keep repeating yourself.
No. Well, yeah. The reason why I was talking through him is because it's like sometimes we have to talk over the misinformation. You know. Yeah, I'm sorry. We can't allow them misinformation. It's just crazy that.
His audio setup does not cut out when other people are talking, and yours does. So all I really hear is him and some warbling in the background. You need like a headset or something, because when someone else is talking, nobody can hear you.
Wow, that's that. It now became a nice audible conversation that just has direction, although nothing's happening. It's a lot nicer. Thank you. So, what was the topic that we started with before it got muddied? Anybody?
No, we don't. We were simply talking about those gas pressure. It's, Word Salad looked at my PTR and it has in my profile, and it states that gas pressure does not require a solid container. So they flow off the handle and stuff like that. And I'm just taking
but wasn't there a topic that alluded from that? But there was a topic about a something. Maybe a famous person making a statement or something, maybe, and he was asked to cite it, and he couldn't do it because of whatever.
Oh, right. I'm here, but I apologize. I don't know. Yeah, that's something that NASA. Some Walter Lewin said something. I don't know.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Cool. Man, fucking hell. Now we have to talk to each other. Interesting. What do you know about Schumann resonances? You know about the Schumann?
The who?
You know the Schumann resonances.
Schumann resonances.
You know the resonance
Doesn't ring
that
a
we
bell,
did.
but maybe I can look it up.
I'm echoing, am I? Huh?
No, not too bad. Schumann resonance, the resonant frequency of the atmosphere at a given moment in EMF frequencies.
EMF. So, okay. So EMF. My understanding is Schumann resonances originate from lightning, right? Lightning strikes, that type of thing. There. So
they radiate.
But what's magnetic? Okay, cool. So like the magnetic part of it, it doesn't necessarily have to be there, does it? But
it's still a radio wave because you can hear lightning strikes on low band FM or AM. If you got a shortwave radio, you can hear lightning strikes, and there's such broad spectrum that they will emit radio noise such low frequency that it is the the atmospheric system has a resonant frequency depending on a bunch of conditions. So that's effectively like the atmosphere is a bell and the lightning bolts are ringing it, quote unquote. But it is just a radio resonance.
So like if lightning strikes at 50 hertz, 50 times a second, or 100 times a second, which is like 50 hertz because it kind of does that and comes off or whatever. But still, there is a sort of not pattern, but an ongoing. At 50 lightning strikes across the world at any one point, per second. It's
I don't think it's
whatever
about. It's not about a number of lightning strikes. Like one lightning strike would cause the Schumann resonant frequency to be detected everywhere on Earth, if you have sensitive enough equipment.
So how do you detect this? Do you detect it with something that can hear a tone in complete silence? I mean, how do you?
No, you use an antenna, a low, very extremely low frequency tuned antenna, and a very sensitive low frequency RF receiver.
Yeah,
it's not a microphone.
So what are you going to hear? A pulse at about 8 hertz, yeah?
You'll detect a consistent frequency at 8 hertz that outlasts the other frequencies because that's the resonant one. Just like, you hit a bell with a mallet, you don't hit it with a specific frequency, but the bell only resonates at a specific frequency. And I know that's sound again, but it's the same thing. It's just EMF.
Yeah, but the bell is a material. So with the case of you getting a resonance, it's something is either pulsing it, hitting it, and coming off it. It's obviously picking up. When you talk about a radio wave, I think of sparks because that's what they are. So
that's what lightning is.
Huh?
That's what lightning is. Lightning is a big ass spark gap.
Yeah, and
transmitter.
so is radio. So is radio.
I mean, it can be. That's one way to generate them. It's not the only way.
Yeah, but it's still doing it today, isn't it? I mean, if you think about it, it's sort of
no. They're solid state. It's just AC current. You could call it that. Alternating current.
No.
There's
Just like a walkie-talkie. How does a walkie-talkie use your walkie-talkie doesn't use AC current?
It does. It has to. It feeds AC directly to the antenna, and the frequency of the AC, if it matches the resonant frequency of the antenna, that will result in radiated RF power.
Yeah, but you have to push a button, and the other person has to come off. Therefore, it's just one direct line.
No, that's not related.
But my kid's Batman walkie-talkie, you're telling me he's used alternating current, but yet we only would need alternating current so that we wouldn't need to necessarily turn on and turn off once every 3 seconds while one person talks and the other one doesn't, right?
It depends on how technical you want to get. I mean, I'm literally building an antenna in my backyard right now that is resonant on 80 meters and 40 meters wavelengths in order to participate in an event tomorrow. So
what?
Mm-hmm.
So sorry, you said 840 meter wavelengths, something like that, right?
7 megahertz and 1.4 megahertz are the frequencies I've tuned this antenna for. But
so
what comes off of a resonant antenna when it receives a signal is AC. AC comes out of the antenna, and the receiver reads that, filters out what you want to listen to with the VFO, the tuning knob, amplifies it, and demodulates the sound out of it.
But you're sending a spark, right? You're exchanging a spark with the other thing, right? The other thing is doing the same. You're exchanging.
When you say spark, it makes me think you could see the spark. Now, if you get close enough to an antenna that's transmitting, you could get sparked and get an RF burn. But I don't know that that's what you're talking about.
No, I guess if you saw a bolt of lightning and you said that was X amount, but if you're talking about something that you can't see, a spark that is so small that you can't see it.
You could have 1,000 watts of radiated RF power, and there's not going to be a visible spark. But it's still 1,000 watts of power transmitted from the antenna.
Yeah, but the minute that somebody tunes in, then they've made a connection, right?
No, it's more just like picking up on the field that's being created by the antenna. The transmitting antenna doesn't know where or when anybody is. You could be transmitting into the void, nobody receiving it. Doesn't change the transmitter's point of view. And the receiver is just in a sea of RF noise and hopefully can filter out what it doesn't want and amplify what it does out of that background noise. That's literally what the signal to noise ratio is.
Mm.
But anyway, to get back to Schumann resonance, like the lightning bolt is the strike on the system of the planet, effectively. And that system will have a resonant frequency that changes over time and can be listened to because, I mean, think of a tuning fork, right? Like you can hear the resonant frequency because that's what sustains the longest in that note. Out of all the noise, only that note sustains. So a lightning strike, the Schumann resonant frequency is sustained throughout the atmosphere everywhere that we've listened for it.
So interesting. So, interestingly, that's pretty close to the note of C, and on the keyboard, the easiest key is C, and we have middle C, and all the white keys, on the key is C. But to kind of think of something that basic, that one thing is a match with the other to avoid dissonance or something like that. It's almost like we're tuned into our environment, therefore we get the best situation. You know what I mean?
Maybe. I'm looking up what the Schumann frequency is right now to compare it. I thought it was lower than. I thought it was in the tens of hertz.
Yeah, it says about 7.83 hertz. But that's just a given number in a given situation based on given facts and whatever parameters. So, but you can always kind of adjust that a bit. Because if you get the number 8 and you keep doubling it, you get 256. So 256 is the scientific pitch of C. But the actual C itself is 263.
So you're saying it's an octave, like the Schumann resonant is a harmonic of C, like a lower harmonic.
No. It is okay, cool. Yeah, in that case, there, if you're saying then the fundamental is on a keyboard, then we would say yes, it's lower. But if the Schumann resonance, like when we measure these things, we're measuring them at altitude, not on the ground. I'm kind of thinking. So
yeah, it looks like it's 7.7 hertz right now. Is that one graph I found?
So is that at a given altitude?
Good question. I would expect it's everywhere because that's imagine the wavelength of a 7.7 hertz EMF wave. That's going to be hundreds of kilometers long for a wavelength. Like it's permeating everything.
Right. Yeah.
I would expect it to be as much in the ground as in the air.
So if we think about this thing, yeah. So I would say less near the ground, and with altitude, therefore we get higher readings. For example, and that's why so if we have this thing that's going around the Earth 7.83 times a second or whatever like that, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
as we go away from Earth, then that time should take longer, or the wavelengths get longer to compensate for the difference. But either way, I don't think the hertz or the frequencies would go higher as you went higher. I would think they would go lower to compensate, because you're moving away from the source. So surely the sound is getting lower in pitch because you're not near the thing as well. So it's naturally, even as a listener, you would hear a lower tone the further you got from Earth.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway,
I'd have to look at what I'm not sure of the receivers they use to determine the resonant or to detect what the current Schumann resonance is. And then I'm curious what factors like influence it. I would expect those to be solar factors, like solar flare related, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, sure. And we have an electrical grid, or or two electrical grids because they have different hertz, and them combined would not equal out at about 55 hertz. But still, all these comforting things that nature kind of confines everything to that sort of nice sort of bit between 50 and 60 hertz. You know what I mean? For efficiency, for not loss, this, that, and the other. But how the numbers are similar to that of lightning and the frequency of lightning. Frequency meaning how many times it happens, blah 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 per second. But anyway, yeah. So human resonance, the QFC, and if you're going back to the 1600s, William Gilbert and stuff like that, that making an instrument, the middle C, of all the things you could have chosen.
I would then ask, what about all of the countries that have a pentatonic scale? I don't think they have a note that is on that same. That's one of the same. Shit, what do you call it?
Right. So
the effective the middle C in pentatonic.
What's that last bit?
Is there an identical is the note in pentatonic scale that overlaps the Western scale?
No.
Middle C.
No, because pentatonic middle C. Trying to understand the context here. Like the pentatonic scale derived from the Japanese, Chinese.
Eastern, mostly Eastern music, but also a lot of more ancient. I don't know if Native Americans specifically, but I think there's the Aboriginals use a pentatonic scale. It almost feels like a more natural kind of fit to what humans develop when they're out in nature on their own. Pentatonic versus Western scale.
Yeah, I agree with that. I've seen the experiments where the actual crowd kind of assumed they already knew the notes of the pentatonic scale without even having to be musical.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I mean, and the fact that pentatonic has no dissonance within it, I feel like that supports.
It definitely
primal.
Yeah, so I like this conversation because you understand what you're talking about. It's cool. But pentatonic for me is convenience of trying to teach someone the guitar, but not going into anything deep. So all you need to do is 5 pentatonic chords, and then just add in your thing, and there we go. You got your alpha power chord, and happy.
I get 10 people steel drums tuned to a pentatonic scale, and they can bang whatever they want in whatever order, and it'll sound good. They need no training whatsoever.
What was I thinking of? Pentatonic.
Have you? So this is my own.
You know what? It was the sorry, mate. Mm-hmm. It was the power lines, right? The nodes on the power lines, but the counterweights. So
yeah.
The
dampers.
I've seen videos when they tension the string. So the guys that are making these power cables, and they've got them. Yeah. It's 30 foot long or something like that. And these things got to be pretty good. And then you'll just ring at different parts of the cord, if we can call it a cord now. So no, we can't call it what I'm talking about. The cable itself, right? We'll just call it a cord, and then you'll set different
the power line.
So there's all different nodes on the power line. So if you and then you can get harmonic. Actually, off a power line, you would get multiple. You would get about 2 or 3 harmonics just off one cable. Good man. So to avoid interference, it would make sense that either all 3 cables, right, were of different lengths, or something, or different variations. They've got to be different, right? Otherwise, the harmonics would. They would conflict.
It gets more interesting because they have to be different for each leg where they strung between, but the sum of the whole has to be equal Otherwise, you get an impedance mismatch at the generator or at the load, and that fucks up the power system. So they do a weird like twist thing over very long distances. They'll twist. The top two will be the top right will become the bottom will become the left will become the right in an equal way, so that they're all identical lengths over the very long distances, like hundreds of miles between substations. Effectively.
Check this, right? Check this. If one of them is just the cable, okay, then the second one are two half cables twisted together to get the same cross-sectional area. But the difference is when you twist two of them, you have to use more wire. When you go to the third one, again, the same thing. And therefore, you'll be able to change their lengths without changing their lengths.
Yeah. Yeah. The power grid has to be tuned. Long story short.
Because it's going to be 110, the other one's going to be 220, and the next one will be 330 in basic terms, yeah?
Those are volts, but
And no,
the
just
frequency is
numbers.
more important here. But okay,
yes, but frequency is steady because we've got we've got the capacitors and we've got everything to balance everything else. If we get too much or too little, we've got those side pockets to take the excess, etc., to keep it all in tune. But you need to send three amounts of power without conflicting with each other, and that's why you would do it like that.
And if it's wrong, power reflects back into the generator.
So the harmonics, if you go to an A string and then you know what notes are on an A string that are harmonics, be it the 5th fret, the 7th fret, and the 9th, if I'm correct. And if you get those, you will know what the three notes are of because the lengths of the cables are set to A. So they are A strings basically. But interesting, that would only be a single one. So therefore, the other two can't be A. They would have to be slightly different, but without clashing. Cool, man. I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, they'd start to resonate, not even touching the string, and you can get some weird buzzing if you don't. Yeah, is that what you mean?
Oh yes, definitely. So when I'm saying, when we're saying that these cables are singing, they're singing, right? It's all. There is. You ever sort of like warmed up a gas grill and stuff like that, and you've heard it go click and go kaping, kapong.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
It's almost like the material is learning, yeah, because the pings change and then they go, and then it just goes quiet, and it's just like, yeah, there's definitely. But anyway, thank you. It was really enjoyed that. I should get off now. I really enjoyed that conversation. It's so nice to be in a small room and just be yourself,
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, man. Shit, man. We can learn so much of each other, like about our surroundings, that without talking about the practicals or whatever. It's kind of like just talking about stuff that is there that does affect stuff. And a lot of me, I kind of think I've got kids, and I want them to grow up knowing what's what and not just what is easy to remember. If you know what I mean? Because when it comes to the exam at the end, it's the easy bit is never going to cut it. Anyway,
sure.
Thanks.
Sure. Where'd everybody go, Cole?
I don't know. I just got here. I don't know. I saw people in here. It's like, shit, I'll jump in there, see what's going on.
It was super spicy for a minute, and then we started talking about human resonances, and everybody left.
Sounds about right. I like Omni's place too. I think this is one of the coolest servers, and but it's hard to get people in here to have good debates anymore.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Get a lot of good globers, but very few flat earthers.
No, it's an abuse of the freedom of speech. That's what flat Earth is. It's a full-fledged abuse.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, people, have a right to think and say pretty much what they want. They got a right to think what they want. They got sort of a right to say almost whatever they want. But it's enjoyable to. I just think it's enjoyable to hear two different people going back and forth over a topic like flat Earth. I don't know why. I guess I'm insane.
Yeah, it's the slandering. I mean, the slandering, the terrible, disgusting name callings that they go on with, and and the lying. Just the flat out, bold faced lies that they're doing now, which by the way is a new level for them. Um, Early days of flat earthers were just to debate the topic, say how they feel. This is what we feel. This is what we believe. Now it's like they're just saying, "Yo, um, we have long distance observation, 1 inch over the water, over 10 miles. These kind of things. Those are lies. Um, they don't care. It's like the earth measures flat. Like what measures flat? They know the earth is flat. These kind of things. Don't not believe. Now they just say the earth. We know it is flat. Jin was in here the other day, and Jin says he's he said he was telling his wife that the earth is flat, and his wife was like, okay, the earth is flat, blah blah blah. Okay.
She probably don't give a damn if
Right. She's like,
That's
okay,
funny.
you say it if you say so, and then he said this to her. No, you just shouldn't say what I am saying. You should say, the earth is flat. That's what he said. He said to her, and I laughed. I'm like, what?
I mean, he's lucky he lives in Japan and if he's married to a Japanese lady because they're usually pretty loyal, to their husbands.
Right.
But if he lived in some parts of the world, I think that he'd already been divorced.
Absolutely, 100%. 100%.
But Jen swallowed the lie hook, line, and sinker, and he drunk the lake water and everything. He's full gone. He believes wholeheartedly that everybody's lying. The Earth is flat. Nobody knows how to use navigation. Like he swallowed it all.
Yeah, every single thing that is used to debunk his ideology, he just flat out denies. Everybody's lying about it.
Yeah, and he won't watch anything you show him either. Like he wants you to watch his stuff, but he won't even look at. I've heard Omnivore try to show him several things in here, and he won't even consider looking at it.
Yeah, man, he's a full-fledged. That is how cults work, and you have to go through a detox, kind of a mental detoxification in order to break it. In other words, you cannot quit an addiction on your own all the time. You need help. You know what I mean? You have to go to a facility where they have the experts to help you through the process. Like I know people who been hooked on drugs, and dude, they have to be committed. They have to go to a detox process. It's the same thing. It is the exact same thing for people like Jim. It's a process.
That's where I believe some of them you could take them to the moon and beat them over the head with a moonlander rocket, and they still would try to make up an excuse and say that it wasn't real, and the Earth wasn't flat, and the moon landings were fake. I just don't know if you can get through to some people or not. I don't know what you have to do. Because I've been in it since the beginning. I've been hanging out And I remember in 2016 was when I first heard about flat Earth, and I was actually at work underground in the mines in a hard rock mine, and we was talking about conspiracy theories, and somebody said, "Have you heard of these new people thinks the Earth is flat?" Well, I went home and looked it up that evening when I got home from work, and one of the first things that I saw about flat Earth was Eric, like everybody else, Eric Dubay's 200 proofs. And for about 5 minutes, it made me wonder if, or is things really like we've been told? Or are they different? Because they would say things like crepuscular rays show that the sun is small and local and blah blah blah. But I watched 2 or 3 flat Earth videos, and then I looked at some debunking videos, and it took like one debunking video to make me say, yes, yeah, of course, science is telling the truth. They're just not understanding the science, and they're making up all these crazy ideas. The flat earthers are. And some of the things though that I've heard through the years, and everything that they've been shown, science people have shown flat earthers just about damn near everything that proves the Earth is a globe. And after showing them everything that I've seen them be shown over the last 10 or 12 years, and they still think it's flat, I just don't know if there's any hope for them. A lot of them. You seen what they did with the final experiment. They called them all liars and everything, and said they didn't really go and everything.
So when you watch you watch that Eric Dubay 200 proofs, and you were like, whoa, wait a minute, for a second there, all of this is true, right?
Yeah. I think that's what it's called, Eric Dubay's 200 proofs. Pretty sure that's what it's called.
Yeah. While I was watching that video, I was laughing. I laughed so hard. I laughed. I laughed. I'm like, guys, how did you guys fall for this? How? It's the dumbest thing. I'm like, while I was watching it, it's like it's confirming how brilliant critical thinking is. Like, scientists thought about this, dude. It's the reason why we understand the Earth to be a globe. It's like you guys think you're the first to think to even come up with this stuff. It's like the reason why we understand the Earth to be a globe is because all of this didn't add up. The math was just off. I'm like, wow. I'm like, you're supposed to watch that video as a science person, especially if you're a science person, and be reaffirmed of evidence finding, fact finding, and math, and how it's yeah. I'm sorry, not even for not even. I wasn't even watching it to be convinced. It's not like you're watching somebody. You would have to be somebody who's not into science to fall for it. I think that's when I the teenager going to the barbershop. It used to be a barbershop thing. It was a barbershop thing. I remember them arguing about it way back when I was a teenager the barbershop. And we're laughing. We're like, yo, these guys, they need to go to school, learn about gas and pressure and gravity because back then, we're studying Boyle's Law and Charles Law in 10th grade. We were like awesome doing experiments, talking about Foucault's pendulum.
Yes, another thing, the Foucault's pendulum. That's another thing that Jen refuses to believe. He swears that Jen swears up now that the Foucault pendulum is like fake, or they somehow make it swing, like drift during its swing over and over and over. Things like that. And he, like, I'm a big moon landing believer. Like, I love the moon landing era of NASA. And I've got books and movies and documentaries. I've got models and like everything in the world on Chelsea. I've got a damn near library of moon landing stuff. And so I believe it. I mean, I don't know if you do or not. A lot of people don't, even Globers, a lot of them don't. But flat earthers, man, it's a fight if you mention moon landings. Like you, if you want to get the whole room riled up, just start trying to defend moon landings. They go all to shit. And I mean, it's cool if, I know some people just don't really, go for the moon landing belief, but I've watched so much about it that it's really difficult for me to think that they didn't go. And that, a lot of the problem is they'll watch 5-minute clips and then they'll try to make a decision off of a few 5-minute clips. If you watch an entire mission from start to finish, all the audio and everything, it's really, really hard then to believe that they didn't go. But you have to, watch more than a few 5-minute clips. And we was the other day in Earth Awakenings, they was all like, I was arguing with a few of them because they brought up the a funny thing happened on the way to the moon documentary, and they played a few minutes of it and was trying to say that that shows that they were faking it or whatever. And I was like, no, all you guys are doing, or y'all are falling for a narrator that's telling you what to believe, and they're showing you a few clips, like 30 seconds worth of video as all you're getting, and then the narrator's telling you what to believe and what they're doing. And I told him, I said, you guys have no evidence at all that what that narrator is saying is true or accurate or anything. I said, you don't even know what mission this is or anything, but yet you guys are so fast to just jump on board with it and believe it because it's against the mainstream. And that's how it goes. Whatever's against the mainstream is what they go for. It can be the Earth can be any shape you want it to be, as long as it's not a globe.
Yeah, just keep a call there, man. Wow, I missed everything what you were saying there, right in the middle of it. You know what I
It's
mean?
no big deal. I wasn't saying anything. It's just jabbering.
You're I apologize, man. Yeah.
Oh, you're fine, man. I'm making a YouTube short right now, anyways.
You're making a YouTube shot. What is it
Yeah,
about?
no,
Dance trend?
no, it's about gaming. I'm a gamer. I play a lot of like video games on PS5 and stuff, and I make YouTube shorts from them.
Really, really. So what's the views? You get a lot of views. People want to see you playing that.
Sometimes, but I haven't been lately because I haven't been really making too many. Just a minute, and I'll post a link to my YouTube channel here in the chat. Sometimes I get more views. Sometimes not as many. Just depends. If I can figure out, I'll just post the videos. What I'll have to do, and then if it'll tell you my channel name and stuff at least. I don't know how to find the link from my YouTube channel to post it in the chat. I don't know where to find the link at.
Where the link? Oh, to your channel. Yeah, I can't find that either.
Yeah, like when I go to my YouTube channel, even if you go to settings or if you click on the name and go to your channel or anything, I can't find. And if I right click on the image or anything, it just says copy image and stuff. It never says copy link. So I don't know how to get the YouTube channel link. But I posted one of my shorts in the Omnipresence chat, the chat we use in here, and that's one of the games. That's my gameplay from one of the games that I play.
That's check it out. Yeah, I just like I repost little trends. People dancing. Young people dancing.
Right.
That's what I kind of repost my favorite one. That's what I do, and I repost like scientific shorts, um, like from Neil deGrasse Tyson, a couple of other little people that talk about some pretty interesting topics, and they have them in shorts. So I repost those on my channel.
That's cool. I thought about doing that too. Well, I thought about what I was thinking about doing is seeing if a channel that has good back and forth flat Earth debates would let me use the audio from the Discord channel and just play it over top of the gameplay footage, so that then I could make video, or I could stream on Twitch and people could watch me playing the game while they're listening to a debate between flat earthers and globe earthers or something. And I don't know how well that would go over, but I bet there would be a lot of people that would watch it.
It make people pretty angry and frustrated all the time. Like, so yeah, I wouldn't do that. I don't know. I don't think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like stuff like that. They don't like the thought of being used, like their voice being used on the internet like that. But I mean, nobody knows who you are. I don't think it's that big a deal, but a lot of people don't like it.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, a lot of people like different things, but I don't know. It would just kind of get people upset. Like, you don't think the Earth is a globe? When they're listening to the people in the debates, like the flat earther, be like, what?
I don't think I can. Hold on a minute. I might be able to stream what I'm doing. I don't know if I can or not, but I'll be able to here. See if I can. Yeah. See if you can see this. What I'm streaming there. Can you see that by any chance? Or are you able to look at your screen right now? It's one under my name. There's Earth is Life, and then there's a different one.
You see?
Yeah, I'm streaming it there. I'm streaming what I'm doing right now. Me making this video. I'm streaming it on the Discord there.
Yeah, I see something here. Yeah.
Yeah, I see the little guys dancing.
Yeah.
This was a crazy thing in that game I was playing. It's nothing like the game at all, but it's just something weird in this game that they put in there. And I'm trying to figure out, I have to keep it under 60 seconds, and I'm at 50 seconds right now, and I'm trying to figure out where to end it, because if it's over 60 seconds, it won't let it play because it's a copyrighted song. See, and the best part is too far. I need it to be under 60 seconds. Let's see.
Yeah, it's fun.
Let's see. Hmm. Damn, I wish I could play that whole song on there, but it won't let me.
So say it again.
I just said I wish I could play that whole video clip, but it won't. They won't. YouTube won't let me do it.
There are people here still.
Yeah, there's a few of us in here.
Everybody calm down.
I don't know. I missed it. Somebody said a while ago, or the other guy said a while ago that there was a big excitement happened in here a little bit ago, but
I was listening to it for a little bit there, and then I was trying to see if it was going to go anywhere useful, but I don't think it did. But yeah, there was a lot of misunderstandings combined with personalities that can't stand to let back and forth happen, which sometimes is me. Sometimes me. You never know. But yeah, no, I don't think anybody was making a whole lot of sense because everyone was talking at once. So I never really did figure out what was going on. But definitely one guy had watched a video where somebody said something that they were sure meant that they were right about something. And then another person said, why don't we prove that by you showing us the video and the timestamp of where that happens? And then they argued about whether or not that was a reasonable way to provide evidence. And one person refusing to do it for all sorts of reasons, and the other one. And then also, yeah, and then also there's that other gentleman, iStar, who seems to really get people's ire up when he's trying to add things to the conversation, which I'm not sure is entirely fair. But I was involved in another conversation where there was a lot of back and forth prior to that, so I don't know. I've had a terrible day, and none of it has been terrible because of Flat Earth Discord conversations, so that's a good thing. But I had to stop and drop a hoe off, so I didn't know if anybody ever got things sorted out.
I think everybody just got aggravated and left, I believe. So it seemed like. I saw that Electric was in here earlier. He's usually pretty.
That was one of the people. Yes, Electric was, I think, the person that was. It was a very hard conversation to follow, but if I had to place a bet, and I'm not a betting man, but if I did have to, I would say they were the one that said that somebody whose name was Walter had definitely said something in a video. That was the one thing I did understand. Apart from that, I wasn't able to parse out anything that was going on. I think they were talking about gas pressure in or out of a container.
Same old argument. Never fails. Never changes.
Well, just because you can have gas pressure without a container doesn't mean you can't have gas pressure within a container. My argument for that is pretty simple. It's propane. My argument is propane. What happens to propane when you let it loose?
If it's under pressure, when you let it loose in the atmosphere, it usually goes everywhere. Sprays out.
A little bit, but then what happens?
I don't know. Tell me.
It sinks. It sinks to the ground. It's way heavier than air.
Does it? I didn't know that. I thought propane floated.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was heavy.
No, propane does not float. Propane is much heavier than air. So if you had to have a cigarette in a place with a propane leak, would you rather have it in the basement or on the top floor?
Right.
Basement is the place that depends on how quick you want to go.
See, I know methane in the coal mines floated up to the top. That's why I thought propane floated, because
methane's a different gas. Yeah. Propane is liquefied petroleum gas, and I believe in lots of places they just call propane gas. Like when they say gas, they mean propane. But because gasoline is called gas casually here, well, they call that petrol, and then I think we all call diesel diesel. I'm pretty sure that is uniform at least, but propane is heavier than air, and that's one of many reasons you will see underground parking garages refuse to allow propane-powered vehicles. And it's not
I had never
because they
thought
don't
about
want.
that.
They don't. It's not that they don't want to charge propane-powered vehicles money to park. They love it, but it's too much of a liability.
Yeah, you have one car sit there and leak a lot of propane out. It'd settle.
And it would just sit there. It would
Yeah,
just
because
sit.
car lots are blocked in all the way around by usually little concrete barriers, all the way around, so it would contain it.
Even the bit of well, no, like an up, like when it's like above ground, probably isn't such a big deal. But even so, they might not let you in a stacked one. But the ones that are below ground, or even ones that are just partially enclosed, they do not allow propane vehicles. And it's because the propane could leak a little bit and it would settle and it wouldn't dissipate. Not as easily. And if there is a gas leak with propane, the fire department has to bring in fans and things that positively blow it out. They have to basically suck it out. And they got to use special stuff because it can't have sparks, because then you got more problems. So that's my answer. When they say that if you let gas out, and then they also say if you let pressurized gas out in a vacuum, you have some sort of like a very low pressure system. And then you have, even at just atmospheric pressure, can of air, just regular air, if it's at atmospheric pressure when it's contained, when it's collected, it will be pressurized if you let it out in a vacuum container. And so it will spray out everywhere. But there's all sorts of gases that in another gas, or even in a vacuum, lots of things will sink down. But it depends on like how much energy is there. Like, it's not fair to talk about letting a pressurized thing go in a much lower pressure condition, because then it will like expand to fill that void.
Well, one thing the flat earthers can't comprehend apparently is vacuums don't suck, and they seem to think that somehow space would just suck all the gas off the planet, if or something, or
no.
they think and that's not how it works. You only got one force, and that's gravity pulling down. You don't have a force pulling up, and if those molecules bouncing off each other can't get enough energy to escape the pull of gravity, then they're just going to cling to the surface of the planet.
I was trying to explain to one of them the other day that the reason it's so hard to recreate a vacuum on Earth, like a very low pressure system, is that you have to keep getting these more and more sophisticated methods of pulling molecules out when they don't have the turbulence of each other to bounce off of and flow with each other. Because one of the things you do if you were to use something like a vacuum to evacuate a chamber, like a vacuum cleaner, which is just an air pump, so it's just an air pump, but something like a shop vac doesn't have enough power to keep on removing like loose molecules that are bouncing around without other molecules to bounce off of.
No, once you get down to just a few molecules left in that space, there's nothing to pull them out. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, so you'd have to be lucky that one happens to be moving in that direction and it gets close enough that you can have an effect on it. And I think what the problem is that people are used to doing all of the stuff they do in an atmosphere. And so they have a high pressure thing in an atmosphere, and they see what higher pressure things do in lower pressure things. And you do hear like a sudden rush. Like if you have everybody's probably heard like tire pop, especially like a truck tire on the highway under a lot of pressure. I've certainly had it happen to my truck, and it's loud, and it can do a lot of damage too. There's a lot of energy there. And so, but I think like a truck tire usually can be pumped up to like around 125 PSI is like the maximum. I don't think they're run at that pressure from what I can remember. I don't actually I check my tires for pressure, but I don't check the number per se on a regular basis. I check that they're full of air. And if they're not, you're not allowed to work on your own tires here. So you basically, if you can't just pour air into them, you're calling a tire guy here. It's essentially against the law to work on your own tires for some reason.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Where are you at? You in Canada?
I'm in Canada. Yeah, I'm in Canada. I'm in Ontario. It's in Canada. Yeah, I'm sure you can tell from my accent, but Yeah, no, we're not allowed to, like, unless you happen to be a truck driver and a certified tire installer and wheel installer on the side of the road. Like, you can certainly, like, if you can patch something and you're like at some remote site and you need to get to like civilization, you're allowed to do whatever you need to do to save yourself, but you're not allowed to go like wheeling down the highway with something you've patched together yourself.
Yeah.
So that's one of the rules here. So I don't goof around with my own tires too much. They either have air or they don't have air, and if I can't just pump air into them, I don't worry about it. But they run at a pretty high pressure, and when they pop, like you hear it, or like people hear like, and you can hear air leaks, right? Like the whole system runs on air brakes and air suspension, and you can hear that hissing air. But that's because there's a much higher pressure next to a much lower pressure, and so you hear that hissing, the rushing of air. But in a vacuum, you wouldn't hear any of that. And if you had a pretty low pressure next to a even lower pressure in a gradient, like we have up at like, I think what people call the edge of space, and I don't know that the Kármán line is where this happens. I think that was like an arbitrary line drawn up there. But I do know that very few molecules and atoms occupy space per square or per cubic meter. I think it's better to talk in volume, right? But every layer is just a little bit less dense than the one before it. And yeah, there is not a giant vacuum cleaner. Spaceballs was not a documentary. And the big robot that comes out of the Imperial Destroyer with the vacuum to suck all the air out of a planet, that's not a thing. That doesn't mean air pumps don't exist, but what we call a vacuum cleaner is a pressure differential, not an actual vacuum, right?
That's funny that you said that, because after they suck all the all the stuff off the planet, then they act like they put it all back down, and all the trees go back down in the dirt right where they came from. And
yeah, no,
all the snow goes back on the mountains where it comes from. That's funny.
Well, it's funny because you can run tape or film in reverse, but you can't really run. Once you've destroyed something, you can't put it all back. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people. There's a lot of areas that experience we experience a few of them here, but like tornadoes, hurricanes, cyclones, you name it. If the damage they did could be reversed by just spinning the earth the other way, it'd be great. But that's just not the way it works. And I mean, it's a fact of life. You don't have to like the facts of life, but they're there, and it is interesting to talk to people that don't understand something. I think that's the great thing about the Flat Earth Discord conversation, is if you have reasonable people to talk to that aren't yelling at each other. They say, hey, I think this. And you either know about that yourself already, or you don't, and you investigate it, and you learn something new and wonderful. And maybe some of them will learn something too, which I think would be even more wonderful.
Yeah, I tried to explain in a debate not too long ago, an argument with somebody. They was talking about how vacuums can't exist or something. How for some reason they said that vacuums can't exist, that you have to have air like we got stuff on the Earth. And I tried to explain to them that in between every two molecules is the same vacuum that is in space. We are we're in a vacuum environment populated with molecules. That's all it is. It's still the same vacuum environment as space. It's just there's a lot more particles.
It's way more densely packed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a weird way to put it, not what people are used to, but it isn't inaccurate. And the only thing I would say is that they're correct, probably not for the reason they thought they were correct, but there is really no such thing as a vacuum. Like there's just areas that have a lot of material and less material and less material and less material, and then there's areas that have so little material that you're gonna see less than an atom per cubic meter.
Yeah, and what they were trying to say too was they was trying to say that being in an atmosphere is you're in a completely different place than when you're in the vacuum of space. what I tried to explain to him is we're still in the vacuum of space. It's just that here on the planet, you have molecules that are really close together, but in between each one of them molecules is still the vacuum of space. All it's just we're in an area where there's a lot of molecules bouncing around. But to a lot of flat earthers, they think it's different. They think that when you're in, pressurized atmosphere, that somehow that is completely different than space. And I'm like, no, we still live on the outside of a ball. We still live in space. We just live in a thick soup of particles.
Yeah, we live in like a pretty decent habitat to look after us for human lifespans, and at this point, like many hundreds of thousands of generations, right? Like, and it's probably more than that. But like, I'm just talking about like sort of like the mammals that have turned into us. But yeah, we have like a long history here of traveling around on this ball, and in much more recent history, we've been able to explore a little bit. Like I've sometimes talked about us being like jumping beans, like, because like we don't go very far into space, but we've started to hop off of our planet. And but we're mostly like right around our planet. So but we like our satellites, our space stations, our missions to different parts of the solar system, the probes that we send around, and that sort of thing, and test rockets and stuff are all sort of evidence that we can hop off of the planet. And that concept in science fiction is that like maybe there'd be able to be like, long travel, which it certainly doesn't seem practical in any known version of physics we're familiar with at the point we're at now. But it doesn't mean we couldn't harness things, Like there must have been a time when people thought they'd never travel faster than what a beast of burden could be prodded on to do with a good diet and fresh water. And that sort of puts us at a certain place. And then there must have been a time when, well, we know there was a time when the steam locomotive must have impressed people with its amazing speed. And we keep improving, and rocketry certainly is impressively fast. Actually, one of the conversations earlier was about subsonic and supersonic flight. It wasn't a very productive conversation, but I'm betting a couple of people learned a thing or two. and I think people, well, it clarified things for people, and I'd think about it for a couple of seconds. I was like, yeah, no, I remember studying all this. Like, mostly when I was in like pilot ground school, I learned a lot about flight in general, and I remembered what the different airframes are and what they can handle, and it came back to me pretty quickly when they started saying things, and I think that's pretty cool too, that we can fly around on our own planet at these huge speeds, right?
It blows my mind how fighter jets with big old flat wings can pull G forces like they do, and those wings don't get ripped off. I mean,
well, it's because of the delta wing setup on most of them, or even if they don't have a full delta wing, they have like really like swept wing designs.
But I'm talking about like when they got thrust vectoring and stuff, and they can really pull.
Yeah, when they're really
their wings are flat just about compared to the wind hitting them, and it's like when you stick your hand outside of a car window when you're going down the interstate, the force pushing just against your hand you can feel is pretty strong. It would be like holding 3 sheets of about 5 sheets of plywood out going 5 times that fast or 6 times that fast. That amount of force blows my mind that those wings don't get ripped off when they do that.
They are exceedingly amazing. Like the fighter jet, the amount of force it can take in multiple different directions. And I believe a lot of the most severe motions they do are done at higher altitudes that have a little bit less wind resistance, but they certainly have a tremendous amount. And I also remember when I was studying about these, a lot of what they were capable of doing had to do with like the thrust to weight of their actual like engines, like how much fuel they could get through the engine and get thrust out of the back of it. So in some cases, what's going on is a lot more about what the engine is keeping it doing rather than what the wings are doing. Like, not that they can't stall and stuff, but that the jet engines on those fighter jet aircraft can do some pretty amazing things to keep them going that other aircraft just couldn't possibly handle. And even so, I also remember one of the most impactful stories I heard when I was in the ground school was about how commercial pilots, many of whom are trained in the military, but commercial pilots would see what military pilots are up to, and if military pilots, if military pilots would not fly their aircraft in a certain area, due to like weather systems and stuff, that meant like you should not be anywhere near there, because whatever's going to happen, like the fastest, most robust planes out there weren't going to fucking be able to handle it.
Yeah, the engineering's insane, I think. I mean,
Yeah.
the wings and stuff on some of those planes are so thin that it blows my mind how they're able to have enough rigidity to not get ripped off as thin as they are, and as as much surface area as they have. Because even though it's not nearly as much surface area, but it's
no,
still...
you're quite right. And a lot of, I mean, I know like the F-14 Tomcat, for instance, used a folding wing design, which in particular gave it the ability to have like low velocity flight characteristics and delta wing style flight characteristics. But it's a pretty old plane at this point, so I'm sure they have newer, cooler stuff now. But yeah, no, I would assume there's a lot to do with materials engineering and structural engineering of those materials to give it as much strength as possible. So, I think about things like honeycomb structuring that you see in a lot of things that like seem like they're going to be pretty heavy. You go pick them up and then you realize, oh, like inside there's like a honeycomb structure, and that's like that's one of those natural shapes we see that like we see in nature, and things take that shape. And then also like you realize, well, that's actually like, it's kind of like a great shape for things to take because they have a lot of strength that way. And triangles are very strong too. I think that's another thing that's sort of true about those airplanes, is that the triangle shape does give them a lot of strength in that regard in terms of like the wing shape itself. But yeah, I'm certainly not the person who has the expertise, and I would suspect a lot of the like techniques used to do this are not divulged to the general public. Like I bet there's a lot of things that you like, it may just describe it in pretty basic terms, and a lot of like active military aircraft are probably not, their engineering probably isn't available as to like how would you replicate this. A lot of that probably isn't available. But some of the techniques must be like just known to people that are in aerospace engineering. Not ever been my vocation, so I'm not an expert.
Yeah, I'm sure not an expert in any of it. I've watched quite a bit about it, but definitely not an expert in it.
I used to be fascinated with it as a young person, but my career trajectory took me other places. I have dealt with a lot of structures, and I've read a lot of engineered drawings, and I've studied quite a bit about how things are put together, because when I was a constructor, a lot of what I was asked to do was put together things that engineers had come up with. And a lot of the times when things were impractical for one reason or another, very serious discussions had to be had about like, well, is there another way to accomplish what you need to accomplish, and what is it exactly? Like, what number do we have to reach, and how can we do it? sometimes they'd say, "Oh, I want you to put a footing in that's like this," and you'd be like, "Well, that's a great idea, but turns out the ground conditions don't allow that, or we've discovered something about some other impediment on the site. Could you look at like redrawing that footing a different way? Could we get something else done?" And a lot of times when you call the engineer up to find out, they're like, "What we really need to do is we need to accomplish this." So when you start having those conversations, it's like, well, maybe we could move this over a little bit, or maybe we could do that. And you start getting a sense of what it is they're trying to get done. And I would assume very similar conversations would happen, probably with much more erudite people than myself, to build aircraft. But at a certain point, somebody's just riveting all the stuff together. Somebody's making that stuff.
Somewhere.
Yeah, they must be putting some of it together somewhere around here, because they send wings down the highway here.
Oh yeah.
They're all wrapped up. Yeah.
They're building them somewhere around there.
Well, we have. I know for a fact that we have places in Ontario and Quebec that build parts of aircraft. I don't know. I just don't know what parts they are. And I also know that they will. I know that they ship aircraft across the country by land sometimes, so that they never have to like take the chance of it being out at sea or whatever.
Who's that just joined?
I don't know. I heard a ding, but I'm driving, so I can't really check.
Your favorite person.
Oh, there's
Oh,
D-Mock. What's happening, D-Mock?
D-Mock will tell us about aerospace engineering, I'm sure.
Fucking right.
Tell him, D-Mock, about your theory about the reason that it's not a globe is because you don't see people falling horizontal down the horizon.
Along sea level. You can't fall along the sea, which is supposed to be curved going down that way. The very thing you're supposed to fall along with a rocket. Or anything, if you want to fly around the world, you have to fly around sea level. Depending on whether you're 35,000 feet away from it or whether you're 2 foot away from it, you have to continue dropping it along the sea level. How can you do that? How can you drop 1,000 feet from sea level to sea level live?
Do you mean like if you're in orbit?
No. I mean 2 foot away from the ground like a bird. You think birds are hitting the ground, or are they continuously flying? They're flying horizontal.
Birds do hit the ground, but
no, they're flying horizontal, 1 foot off the ground, like a drone.
They tend to.
Okay, so you're telling me?
Yeah, I know. Birds have powered flight.
This is real simple.
Okay.
If I walk around the planet, I'm doing it on my feet. My head is fucking 6 foot away from the planet at all times, above sea level. If I get in the boat, my head is 6 foot. I didn't need to be a rocket. It didn't need to be in orbit. You understand now?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yes, you're right.
Oh, okay.
So yes,
so when can something vertically drop along sea level? Just drop it and just watch it fall. I mean, what's going to stop it from falling? The Earth? It's not going to fall now?
Yeah. D-Mock's saying if you start at the North Pole and you head toward the South Pole, D-Mock's saying that you don't see people falling down the side of the globe. I think that's what he's saying, ain't it, D-Mock?
If you could resolve the people, if you were in space and far enough away and you could resolve individual humans, and let's say I was at the the ISS, you couldn't resolve individual humans on the Earth.
You can see it with your eyes.
You see the ISS, sure, yeah.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about watching. So let's say, D-Mock, let's say you live at the equator. I'm in Canada. I live at the North Pole, and someone looks at your head on the equator, and you're in your canoe, and you're going for a paddle out there, and I'm in a kayak up at the North Pole on the Arctic Ocean. I'm going for a paddle. Our heads, if you drew a line down to the center of the Earth, would be at 90 degrees to one another.
Yeah, but you would imagine. No, that's not how it works. If you are sitting on the beach in your lawn chair, and I go out in my canoe, right?
Yeah.
And then you think I dropped down below the curve. right? And I keep going,
You
keep
would,
going,
yeah.
keep
If you
going.
kept going, you would
Hold
go
on.
over the curve. Yes.
Oh, no, that's what you imagine. Right. Now, Cole's going to fly above me.
Yeah.
Exactly 5 foot away from you, up in the air, above sea level. He's going to fly horizontally out. Perfectly horizontal. He's going to lock the joystick.
Yeah.
Now, he's going to go to where he sees me, and he's going to fall towards me. Now, he can fall 5 foot on flat Earth because that's how high he is above the water. He'll never be able to fall farther than that without hitting the water. Why is that? Because your guys' claim is that the boat is down below it. He flew past the boat 1 foot, and now he should be able to drop down the same amount of feet as you calculated the boat to be dropped from, down from the
Yeah.
curve.
If he landed beside you, if you'd gone just over the horizon, and Cole was in this airplane, and hopefully neither of you was injured by this, but the airplane stopped and he'd fall 5 feet into the ocean. Sure. Let's say the blade stopped 5 feet above and nobody drowns, everybody's safe, nobody gets sucked into like a whirlpool or anything. Yeah. So yeah, if Cole drops the 5 feet, he would no longer be like, maybe he'd be visible to me longer. We could calculate how much longer, but I'd
He's
see him
supposed to
from my
drop down
launcher
more than 5 feet.
And if he dropped
He
the
left
5 feet
away from you
down
at
to
5
you, he'd
foot.
be beside you.
No, he left it. No, according to you, he left only at 5 foot high. The boat's below you and him by like 20 feet. So Cole should be able to fly out horizontally and then drop down 25 feet.
No, if he
He
could fall
can't do
25
that,
feet,
then the boat's
you'd
not
both
down
be out of
25 feet. Then the boat's not down 25 foot below you if Cole can't do that, or whatever
But
you claim.
But Cole would have maintained a
Horizontal.
steady altitude. He wouldn't have maintained a horizontal. He would have
Yes, he would. He's going to lock his thing in. He's going to lock his steering wheel. Going to lock it in.
Well, he's
going to handcuff it there and not
his
touch
control,
it.
If he's just flying to his altimeter to 5 feet above sea level, and you're both like you're literally at sea level. He's at 5 feet above sea level. Yeah,
That's his
there's
starting point.
He'll
He's not going
be
to
5
keep
feet
flying
above
at 5
you.
feet.
He'll be 5
That
feet
would be
above you.
impossible on a globe. It's impossible to stay at 5 feet flying horizontal on a globe. That only works on flat Earth. Remember, I told you that. I stipulated that. On flat Earth, you're only going to be 5 foot above the water forever. Okay? That's a horizontal line of water with a horizontal parallel flight.
On a globe
Now, what
maintaining
you're
that
looking
5
for
foot
is
altitude, you would keep following the curvature of the Earth, just like you are.
Stop imagining. Stop imagining stuff. The helicopter is going to fly forward. It's going to start at 5 foot. So as soon as it goes forward, it should be 5 foot, 1 inch, 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot, 9 foot. Along this horizontal path, it should increase elevation. If you live on curved water underneath that horizontal path.
If
what
you
don't you
had-
understand about this?
I understand what your misunderstanding is, but I don't understand why
Horizontal
you
line and a ball.
misunderstand it.
A horizontal line and a ball only work one way.
Well,
The horizontal line doesn't follow a ball.
But you're imagining
The horizontal line
a
doesn't follow a
tangent.
ball. There's no imagination here.
You're describing
Guaranteed,
a
I put my money on it.
Well,
A
you can put your money
horizontal
on it,
line
but you're
doesn't follow a
describing
ball.
tangent.
A horizontal
That's a
line doesn't
tangent.
follow a ball.
A tangent line does not
A
follow a ball.
horizontal
It will
line
just
doesn't follow a
one
ball. I didn't say a
But you're-
dot. I didn't say a polka dot. I said a horizontal fucking line, son.
I said a point, and I said a tangent line.
We ain't talking about points, polka dot man. We're talking about a horizontal line, the ruler above the ball. A ruler.
Okay.
A ruler is a horizontal line.
Something.
A horizontal
You realize
line is not a
this is
dot
not-
from your ink pen.
This is not
you
a.
would
This
lose
is not a
in any
fancy
court of
case.
law. Your Honor,
but-
I bet a horizontal line is a line from point A to point B that's level, straight, and horizontal with itself, no higher, no lower than itself at any point. And Your Honor would say, yes, you're right. And he'd say, okay,
don't-
globe component, glober boy.
We
And you
thankfully
say,
don't
what?
allow lawyers to decide
And
what's
then
true
what he would
about
say, the
reality.
judge, no, the judge would tell you, it's the judge. And the judge
A
would
judge
say,
is just a
Glober
lawyer with a
boy.
lot of experience.
The judge would say, Glober boy. Believe me,
Yeah.
the judge knows what a dot is, brother. He'd say a dot is not a horizontal, and a dot is not a curve, and a dot is not anything for your fucking reality. It's not helping you do shit.
I would have hoped there were judges that knew what a tangent line was and what a point on a
You
sphere
didn't
is,
say a
but
line. A tangent's a dot on a ball.
A tangent hits a ball at one point.
Where
and
is
you're
the start and
describing the
stop?
dot.
Where? Which part
tangent?
can't you put a dot?
Well, if you're saying dot where I said
Is that a
point, but
vertical or a horizontal tangent?
that's just an irrelevant
Don't get
statement.
crazy
Like, it
with me.
doesn't make
Stop
sense.
being crazy. The judge knows what vertical and horizontal is. Apparently, you don't. So, is that dot tangent a vertical or a horizontal to space?
So a line that's tangent to a curved
No, the
surface
dot
hits
tangent
it
you're
at a
talking
point.
about. What
There is
is
not
it? Do we
there's
call
no
it
such thing as a
horizontal
dot
to
tangent.
space or vertical to space? Which one do we call this line that goes to space? Either way.
The line that goes to space, like we I guess we could just presume that it's where you like if you and I met at a place and we're standing there staring at each other and we look down and we could agree on one point, like we just like stick a pencil in the ground and call that it. We could work from there, and then the pencil, if we stuck it straight
That's
in,
a
would be
horizontal
vertical,
line.
right? Well, no,
That's
the
a
pencil would be
horizontal line.
vertical, but that point
Is that vertical or horizontal?
Well, I'm calling the pencil vertical. If you'll let me finish explaining it.
Well, what if
And
we turn the ball that way? Now it becomes horizontal.
That's true. For another person,
So
it
which
might
one is
be
it?
seen as.
So how is it both?
It's relative to who's observing it.
So now, if a horizontal is a vertical, this fucking horizontal line, you're gonna go along every inch and show me how it goes 1 inch high, 2 inch high, and it acts the same way as a vertical. Show me where a horizontal acts exactly like a vertical, and I'll believe your tangent's a real thing on a globe. I'll believe that's a real thing that can exist.
Well, could you like, since you say I'm imagining all this, would you understand if you drew a circle and drew
You
like
ain't gotta
a
draw
square
a
around
circle.
it?
Don't you got a ball
Hold on.
somewhere? You go get a ball,
Yeah,
put
I
green
already told
dots
you
on it
multiple
for
times, D-Mark. I got 2 of them, but I'm driving a truck right
you
now.
get a ball. I
Driving
know,
a
but
truck.
shut up, and I'll tell you how to do it when you get done driving. When you get
Okay.
home, you get a ball, you get a blue ink pen and a green one. You do the horizontal tangents for the green one and the blue tangents for the other one, right? For the vertical. And you have green horizontal, blue vertical, and then they're going to be the same dots everywhere. Every one of them.
Okay, but can I just explain
there's
what
no
I'm
but
saying
here.
for a second?
So
I
you
just
don't
want to.
understand what that means. What about that don't you comprehend?
No, I didn't understand.
This horizontal line is supposed to increase at the same rate, at the same way as a vertical line. And if you don't have an altimeter to prove that, then you're sunk.
Well, what if I do have an altimeter? Then what?
How much does the voltage increase? It increases vertically one way from flat Earth, not horizontally. Every 3 feet, 100 volts. Now, horizontally on your globe, that way, how many volts increases every 3 feet? None? There's no gradient. Helium doesn't go that way.
Are you trying to be? Are you
I'm
trying to
wondering why
measure?
helium doesn't go
trying to
that way. There's no
You're trying to
gradient that way.
charge?
There's no clouds horizontally or below. You claim there's clouds at the end of the horizontal line rainbow and below it. You're a damn liar. You couldn't prove that for your life.
I could, but you wouldn't listen
So
to
you
me.
could fly at
You won't
5
know
foot
that.
out. You could fly 5 foot out, stand 5 foot horizontally and hit the clouds and then fly down
Honestly,
to them. While gravity pulls you down,
would
you're
be-
going to go down in them, right? You're going to go
You'd just be
down in
a
the clouds,
ground-
right?
You'd be in what they call a ground
Gravity's going to
effect.
pull
Like,
you
I don't
down in
know.
the circle of clouds, right?
Gravity? No,
You
gravity
don't
will
have
not
to go
no,
up
unless
for
you reach
globe
fog.
clouds, right? You can go down to the globe clouds, correct? They're below
No, you
all the way under
cannot. No.
Australia, right?
Not unless
Not
there's
under
fog.
you. So there's no
Not unless
clouds
there's
in front of
fog,
you or
no.
below you on a globe. They're just right above you horizontally. This is weird.
No, that's not
Where
right.
is the wall of clouds I can reach horizontally, brother? That tangent. Apparently, it's not going to space, is it? It's not leaving the dirt.
Fog? D-Mock,
It's not leaving the dirt.
Have
My
you ever
tangent line can't. My tangent line's worried about fog.
I don't know where you live.
My
Have you ever been
tangent
to the
line is
fog?
scared of fog. It'll never reach the clouds because there's fog.
But
a tangent
fog
line
is
will never
clouds
reach
that
the
are
clouds
at ground
because
level.
of fog. Jen, this young gentleman thinks there's no clouds below you on a globe or out in front of you horizontally.
As crazy as you are.
He believes you can't go fly out and let gravity take control and drop you down with the clouds at this point.
Like an
Isn't that
elevator.
weird? No down cloud?
D-Mock, you're amusing, but holy
No, physics are amusing. What we have are cliffs with no clouds below them. We have waterfalls with no clouds at the bottom. Well, how do we have waterfalls with no clouds following them?
I've seen
How's that
fog at a
possible on a globe?
waterfall. Where do
How
you-
is it
what
possible
part
to
of the
have a
world do you live in?
waterfall on
How
a globe,
arid is it?
but a cloud doesn't go down along it? Jen, would that be possible on a globe?
In Narnia, Fantasyland, perhaps.
Jin is not someone whose
So
opinion
if
I
I got
ask.
a little ball in my hand and I showed you where all the waterfalls were, then I put some cotton all around that ball. You're telling me that cotton's not everywhere around that ball? This is weird.
No. I'm telling D-Mock,
No
if my
cotton
head
around the
was
ball,
really hot and Jin told me my head was on fire, I would
Clouds,
ask
brother.
for
We're
a
talking
second
about
opinion.
clouds.
I'm trying to
Clouds
tell
in
you
front of
how I.
horizontally.
Well, you mean you haven't, you've got to, what do they
situation.
say? What do we say in English, Cockney? You're a sandwich short of a picnic, okay?
Yeah, well, I don't know what you guys say there, but you're definitely 5
Everybody
minutes
knows
short
what
of
that
a
means.
barrel.
He's a sandwich short of a picnic.
D-Mock, yes, he is. And so
He's
is
a
Jin.
vertical and horizontal short of a globe.
Holy fuck. You guys make 0 sense, but it is funny.
No, I
D-Mock,
know.
when
A
you're
ball
not
proves
yelling so
everything I
loud,
just said with a ruler.
when you're not yelling
A
so
ruler
loud
on
that
top
no
of a
one can
globe
hear
proves
you.
everything I just said, brother. What are you talking about? A
I
ruler
know,
sitting on
if
top of a
if
globe
you
proves
calm down,
everything I just
calm
said.
down enough that I can hear you, then you're quite amusing. But I
Yeah,
don't
you're
think
afraid of
you
rulers?
understand. I'm not afraid of rulers, but I'm
Are
in
you
Canada, so
afraid
I'm
of
using
making it
music.
your horizontal to the clouds?
I'm
Then
afraid
show us
of
the
you
rate of
misusing
exchange and how you
terminology,
get to the clouds
and
and
then
not going
me
up.
Fantastic.
and me
Show us
letting
how
you
you
get
can't
away with
rise to the clouds
misusing
horizontally.
terminology.
Why is it a problem for globers to rise in elevation horizontally?
It's a very question.
Because you're
How come they
talking about
can't do
a
it?
tangent line. You're talking about a tangent line, and if you followed a tangent from the globe, if there was something so rigid in space that you could do that, you would walk off into space. I agree. But that's not
Where's
a
that at?
conversation that
Where's the
makes any
side view
sense.
of that tangent line? So you can't
Yeah,
draw a
because it's only a
cartoon
point,
line.
isn't it?
You know what,
Yeah,
D-Mock,
you can't draw a cartoon
you
line
come
from your
back
ground
with
or your
a
water
beam
to the
that
clouds.
long and that rigid, and I'll
side view.
fucking walk it with you.
So there's no side view that anybody can hover and get and draw a horizontal line across the fucking screen from the ground to the clouds, from you to the clouds. That's weird.
Someone
That's
that
fucking
hates
weird.
someone that hates the globe, you go around
So
in
there's
an
no
awful lot
diagonal
of
line
circles.
that can reach clouds either down below, like a cord from you to the clouds down diagonal. You're
Cord-
telling me an
a cord
airplane can't
line,
diagonally hit
whether
the
you're on a
clouds
cord
below you?
line or a tangent that's parallel
Can no
to it.
airplane
If you
drop
follow it,
below you diagonally where it started and fucking hit the clouds going diagonal that way? Now an airplane can't do it, huh?
yes. No, that's not true.
So an
If
airplane can't dive
considered
down to the
myself,
clouds of a globe.
if I
This is
considered
fucking
myself
crazy.
the top, if
So they're
I were
only up above
hold
you
on,
horizontally, right?
hold on.
Parallel and horizontal.
No,
The
I
clouds
live
are
in a
above
place
you
where
forever.
fog exists. I live near big lakes. There is
Or
fog.
do you live near big clouds that are curved?
I can see curved clouds right in front of me.
Can you
And I
fly
know
into
that they
them at
fall.
5 foot high off the ocean? That's
Not
what we're
right now, I
needing to
can't.
do,
I'm
brother.
driving a truck.
We're going to let gravity pull you down into them and all that good
That's
stuff.
not
Magic
how
gravity, we're
gravity
going to listen.
works.
It's going to pull you down into the globe clouds. You're going to go to Australia because gravity's helping.
That does not.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not how you get to Australia.
D-Mock,
You go up to get to
can you
Australia.
imagine? Sure,
Australia's
you can
up,
go up
Jen.
to get to
They
Australia.
got to fly up away from the ball to get to Australia. Imagine that it's like the moon.
Yeah. What if we
It's
considered
like
the
the
South
fucking
Pole the
moon. They
top of the
can't go
globe
down to
then?
get there.
No, they got to go up to
Fuck
get
you.
there.
5 foot away from the globe's like
You
orbit,
guys
Jen.
are
It's so
like-
technically hard.
Holy shit.
And that is an interesting
really
point.
crazy.
That you're on
Hang on,
top
that
of
is an
the Earth,
interesting
you
point
can
with the
see things
moon
going.
and the supposed travel when you're leaving the Earth.
Yes.
You'd be going down to the moon.
Yeah, you drop down at the rate of gravity. You lose all
No,
your
it's-
fuel, and then you go kamikaze down. Where can you go
In our
kamikaze down and
vernacular, we go
live?
out to the moon.
Where can you
We
go
go out to the moon.
kamikaze down farther than you went up? Loser. Fuck, man, this has
Listen,
got to be hard, huh?
You are.
The claim is a rocket can go down 8,000 miles after it went up a couple feet.
Wow.
Where can you go about 50 feet down?
Who's making this claim, D-Mock?
A rocket
You're the
that went
one
to
that
the
made the
moon.
claim.
A rocket that went down to the moon and went around Earth and slingshotted
It went,
around the
no,
planet.
it went out to the moon. It
NASA
went
made
out
the
to
claim.
moon.
His name is Warner von Braun. There was a black lady that helped him with the
Was
math
Warner-
because
was
of David
Warner
and
von
Goliath.
Braun-
She got
Warner
the great
von Braun-
idea. Listen, there was a black lady. There was a
NASA?
black lady that did the math from the Bible. She knew that you could slingshot like David and Goliath and knock that motherfucker out of the park. So they said, we don't have the technology.
quite a
Our
fucking
math
place.
isn't correct. How are we going to get this right? And the lady said, well, slingshot. And they said, oh my God, she's correct. And then the black lady didn't get no credit for it. Fucking black-eyed, broke-arm Warner Von Braun did. And he told you the rocket equation, right after he had his broke arm and his black eye. Then he told you a fake-ass rocket equation of 9.8 meters per second. He also said the equation was 90, hold on, Jen, 94% fuel and 6% material. Where's that at? Where's that exist at?
Give him just a minute, D-Mark, and let him just say
Okay, go ahead.
a little bit, and then you can respond.
I share your concern for mid 20th century racism that gave no credit to some very talented people. And that's a travesty, but it doesn't change rocket science or rocket telemetry or the way
They didn't give it to him for a rocket. It wasn't for a rocket.
If I may be allowed to explain.
They didn't give it to him for.
Let me just explain how we know, how we, the flat earthers, know that rockets do not go to space. Ladies and gentlemen, the thing, when you see the rocket on the launch pad, the exhaust nozzles, the nozzles are a fixed size. So when that rocket lifts off, it goes up and goes up. And as the air begins to diminish, right, because it needs that air to propel itself off of it, right, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you're interrupting me. So you're going to interrupt me. I don't have to mute you. I do not need to mute you. Do I need to mute you? Can you shut up?
Go ahead if you want.
Shut up, then. You interrupted, ladies and gentlemen. Another interruption. Shut up.
An interrupter. You interrupted my conversation with Demon to say this shit, you idiot.
I actually asked to step in. I actually did. And you both get to shut up and don't interrupt. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start again. Now, when...
Hold on. I'm just about to mute you, Jen. I just got to find you first. Which piece of shit are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, this is going to be awesome when I finally figure out how to do it. Ah, there we go. Okay, Jen, mute. Ah, awesome. So much better. Okay. I'm enjoying that. Oh, that's better. I'm assuming I've been server muted, but I don't know for certain.
No, I still hear you.
Oh, okay. So if you have more than 2 brain cells, you can hear me. All right, that's awesome. Oh man, sorry. I just had to mute Jen so I could hear myself think. Yeah. Well, Jin, being a rocket scientist that he is, doesn't understand how rockets work, so I don't know. And DMOC doesn't really want to know the answer to anything, I don't think, but that was fun. DMOC was semi-calm for like, I think almost 9 minutes, which I believe is a record. I'm just going to wait here calmly while Jin yells about his misunderstandings of rocket ships.
Yeah, I'm making a video right now about a game, another game that I'm playing, so I'm just sort of listening.
Awesome. Well, that sounds great. That sounds great. But nothing makes this place more entertaining than Flat Earthers explaining our misunderstandings. But Jin's just too... I don't know what he is. I mean, he doesn't quite have Tourette's exactly, which is a terrible thing people go through. But he's got like a broken record thing. He says the same things over and over again. DMOC has a similar thing going on. But DMOC can be quite funny. Jin's just annoying.
I've been listening here the whole time.
Yeah, I like DMOC. Me and DMOC's buddies, I like DMOC.
You know what a piece of shit I think you are sometimes, but you are entertaining to listen to.
Listen, I only bring the truth to the table. The physics speak for themselves.
Well, sure, but what about the geometry?
We don't care about man-made numbers from Chicken Newton, who was high on mercury.
Oh shit! Oh, things
You
are
don't
getting
see.
way out.
I'm just saying, Chicken Newton, he was high on numbers, right? And then he started seeing squares and spheres and triangles and shit like that. Nowhere in his head.
Are you sure
He
that
might have
wasn't
been taking
Euclid?
mushrooms. The little people might have said, square, square, circle, circle, mushroom, you're on a globe. And he's like, oh, I'm on a globe. And they're like, why? Apples, apples, why? And he was like, apples? Why apples? And he climbed an apple tree and fell out. And he's like, son of a bitch. And then he tried to blame it on gravity. That's what happened. His grandma and grandpa was like, we told you stay on that apple tree 100 times, you stupid prick. And he bumped his head real hard, cut himself all up, and like almost like lost his memory and stuff. And they're like, we told you you're gonna go into a coma next time.
I feel like we're getting like the DMOC origin story by way of.
Chicken Newton didn't listen, so he's like, it's not my fault, Mom, Grandma. Gravity did it. And they said, gravity? What the fuck is gravity? They said, the apple. Look, it fell from the tree. And they're like, oh, stuff falls from a tree. We never knew that
Holy
before
shit,
you
that's
fell
crazy.
from the tree. This is crazy. Birds fly. Farts stink? Oh my God, Newton. Do the math. And then he did the math for fart stinking.
Don't you think it would have made a whole lot more sense for him to have fallen out of a fig tree?
I think he would have made, well, yes, he's a Fig Newton, but the Chicken Newton story is from him. Chicken
I
Little
don't
is
understand
Chicken Newton.
the Chicken Little. You think Chicken
Yes, the
Little is
sky is falling, gravity, things falling.
Oh, you think that was written by Isaac Newton?
No, that's not what I said. I said it represents Isaac Newton. The chicken is Isaac Newton.
Okay.
In Foghorn Leghorn, you got the little smart chicken.
I remember
and then you got
Foghorn Leghorn.
Leghorn.
Yeah.
That wasn't a chicken.
Leghorn.
That was a chicken hawk. That little guy
No,
was
the
a chicken hawk.
the
He
little
was
fella
trying to
was a
learn how
chicken.
to swim with
No.
chicken.
There's two
What's
episodes.
the big one?
No,
There's
there's
only two
Egbert.
episodes of Foghorn Leghorn.
There's Egbert, the little chick.
Oh,
that's smart with the
Egbert,
glasses.
okay, yeah.
And there's
Oh,
a
I remember
dumbass
that
little
one.
chicken
Yeah.
hawk. I'm the chicken
Yeah.
hawk.
Yeah.
But
And
just pay attention. You're not taking up what I put down. Pay attention.
and
Pay
what good is
attention.
that doing you?
Pay attention. In down. Pay attention.
You're talking about the chicken hawk that
I'll say, pay attention. I'll say,
hound
pay
dog
attention.
for
You keep
chicken?
ducking and diving. What I'm putting down. Pay attention.
Or was it a rooster?
Did you like that one?
Holy hell.
I'll say, boy.
Or, I don't really
You
know.
keep ducking what I keep throwing, boy.
Still here.
Pay attention, boy.
What?
Pick up what we're putting down, boy.
Maybe I got server muted. Who the fuck knows?
Right, and so Isaac Newton totally disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. I'm about to post the citation into the side chat in just a sec. Yeah, so I don't know why you keep mentioning that guy. He definitely disagreed. He wasn't a man who agreed with that at all. In fact, he was so against it, he didn't want to be associated with it. This would be, what's his name? So Isaac
Still here,
Newton.
did the thing like die? Maybe DMOC just disconnected or gave up. I don't know.
Well, Jen is back. He's in here. Sorry, Jen, I don't mean to interrupt you. He's in here explaining a thing there. He posted something in the chat too there, but I don't know.
I'm
if
going
you
to
can
try and
hear
get
it.
Oh, okay. No, I can't hear. I muted him because I can't stand listening to Jen. Sorry. But go ahead, Jen. By all means, explain what you're explaining.
What's a wally that he has? Why do you have to mute?
Go ahead, Jen. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I'm about to post a citation from Sir Isaac Newton, who vehemently disagreed with that theory that you're going on about. I'm just trying to locate it as we speak. We seem to be having a little bit of difficulty doing that. Little technological glitch happening here. So let's see. Let's go to here. All right. Because you seem to love the gravity thing, but it doesn't really exist, does it now? never ever been proven. And the so-called discoverer of it totally disagreed with it. Hence, you're using the unproven theory of Albert Einstein, which is the current standard, isn't it?
And they think Earth is in lockstep with the air, right? Like the helicopter. So when an earthquake happens in California and you got a hovering helicopter, does it feel it? And they're like, oh, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Lockstep my ass.
All this guy does is curse bad words.
All you do is feel
Make facts. All of these facts.
you feel earthquakes in the wind in your helicopter, don't
Yeah,
you?
you still have no photos of your flat
Your
Earth.
party balloons got earthquakes. Release
Jin
it, Robert. It'll
couldn't
show the
produce the
earthquakes up
photograph
so
either.
high. At
Jin couldn't
35,000
produce the
feet, feel the
photograph either.
earthquake. Notice
We
there's an
are
earthquake in
all
my helicopter.
the
I can feel
continents,
the earthquake.
all the continents and all of the oceans in a photograph. None
Why?
of you can produce it.
Stop making shit up. That's not
None
real.
of you can produce
Reality is you in a
it.
helicopter.
Where is all the oceans and
not
all the
feeling an
continents? The Earth is
earthquake.
flat.
Put a picture
The Earth
on
is
the
flat.
wall.
Is there a curve?
Hang a picture.
Is there a
Hang a
curve?
picture in the
No, that
helicopter,
means it's
Robert.
flat.
Watch it shake.
Is
when
there
an
no
earthquake
curve?
comes.
That means it's flat. Is there
Yes,
curve?
it's flat.
D-Muck, is there
That
curve?
means it's flat. Yes, we know.
Right, exactly. That means all the
Everything physical
continents and
means
all
it's
the
flat,
oceans.
Robert.
That means
All
all
physics
the
means flat.
land masses and all the
All
oceans
demonstratable
are
physics, Robert.
sitting
Yes.
beside each
Flat,
other.
Robert.
Yes,
Yes,
D-Muck.
Robert. Flat and stationary,
D-Muck,
Robert.
all of the oceans
all of
and
the
all of
physics.
the land is sitting beside
Flat,
each other.
Robert. That's
I
all
need a
flat,
photograph of
son.
that. I need a photograph
Keep
of
not
that.
moving, brother.
I
Stay
need a
still, my
photograph of
friend.
that. I need a photograph of that.
Stay stationary.
I need a
I'll put the
photograph of that.
photograph on your plane during an
I need a
earthquake.
photograph of that.
It's going to shake
I
back
need a
and forth
photograph
during
of
your
that.
earthquake, my brother.
I need a photograph of that.
Watch your head, my
I
friend.
need a photograph of that.
Of an
I
earthquake
need a
on your
photograph
airplane?
of
You
that.
need a photograph?
I need a photograph of that.
He's going to take a photograph
I
of an
need a
earthquake.
photograph of all of the
taking
land masses
pictures
and
on his
all of the
airplane.
oceans. Until you
I didn't know.
produce that. Until you
I didn't know
produce that.
earthquakes.
Until you
Earthquakes
produce
happen in
that.
your helicopter.
Until you produce that. The Earth is a globe.
That's not turbulence, you guys.
I
That's
need
a
all of the.
4.3 on the
I
Richter
asked Jin.
scale.
I
What
asked
the-
Jin. Jin couldn't produce it. All Jin does is lie about flat Earth. It's not flat, dude. Liars. Jin lied. Jin lied about 1 inch observation over
What
10
can you
miles.
do with a globe?
Jin is a liar. Jin
How
is
can
a
you truth a
liar
globe? What can we do with a
Japan.
globe? What can we do with a real ball?
Where
What
is the
can we
flat
learn
Earth?
about the real physics of a ball,
I can
Robert?
drive all
Ball,
over it.
Flat
Earth.
Earth.
Ball Earth physics. What do we learn about those? How
Yes,
can
we
you
have
teach
all
it?
Earth physics. We have a lot. Gravity.
You don't have any?
Charge.
Just show us how flight works.
Angular size.
Show us
Radius.
how flight works. Not
We have
words,
all of those
brother.
things.
Physical stuff that happens in
Bro,
reality.
dude, we need a physical
with the ball.
photograph. Dude, where's the physical
Do you
photograph
have
of
a
the flat Earth?
photograph of the stuff on a
Where is
ball
the
matching
physical
reality?
photograph, dude?
Is it
We need
matching
physical stuff,
reality
dude.
from a ball?
We need reality. We
You
need a
have
reality.
cameras on a ball,
We
Robert.
need a physical
Not making shit
reality
up.
of the flat plane.
Robert, you can
Where
put
is
cameras
it?
on a ball. It's
Where is it?
2025.
Show us.
You can tell the ball doesn't
show
match
us.
flat Earth.
Show us.
Balls don't match outside
Show
flat
us.
Earth, Robert.
Show
Sorry,
us.
buddy.
Show us, buddy. Show
Balls
us.
don't match it.
Show us the photograph, dude.
Sad, isn't it? Isn't
Show
that
us the
sad?
photograph, dude. Show us the photograph,
Are
dude.
you done not showing nothing about a
Show us
globe?
the photograph, dude.
It's all
Show
flat,
us.
brother. It's a
Show
flat
us.
photograph, brother.
It's not flat. It's not flat, dude.
That's a flat photograph,
Okay,
brother.
well, then where is it?
I'm trying,
Yes,
but
Now
a
Robert's
photograph
got
is flat.
360 photographs.
You're right. A photograph is flat. Show
Robert's
it.
got a
Show it.
360-degree
Show it.
ball
Show it.
photo.
Show it.
Robert has a
The
ball
photograph
picture.
is flat.
Where's
Show
that
us the
camera
flat
at?
Earth then. Show it. Show it.
Which camera prints ball pictures?
Go it. D-Muck, you're right.
I can't print an Earth curve.
D-Muck, you are so
So
right.
what? How you printed the
Go
Earth curve?
take
Never?
all of the land
How your math is
and
pointless
all
because
of
you
the
can't make
oceans,
an Earth
D-Muck.
curve?
Do it.
Play-Doh
Show
Earth
me.
curve.
Show me.
No, it
We
can't
want
exist.
it, D-Muck.
Earth
D-Muck,
curves don't exist.
we need a
Nobody can show
photograph.
you.
Nothing is working.
Nobody can
The
photograph
flat
Earth
Earth is
curves.
not working. The flat Earth is broken. We don't have it.
That's all you
We don't
have,
have it.
Robert.
We don't have
Stationary
flat Earth,
too.
dude.
And stationary, Robert.
We don't have flat Earth, dude.
That's all you have.
We don't have
Why
it.
you running?
We don't have it. Nobody can
Let
show
me
us.
see your ball. Let me see what balls
Let me
do with
see your photo.
reality.
Let me see your flat
How
Earth.
do your balls match reality? Quit
How does
screaming
your
about
flat
no
Earth
ball.
work, dude? We don't have it.
So your advice is a ball doing stuff?
I want. We
Your
don't have the flat Earth.
religion is Robert's talk.
Where is your
Robert's
flat Earth,
talk
dude?
religion is going to talk more, guys.
Where is your flat Earth, dude?
Where your ball doesn't exist,
Where is your flat Earth, dude?
Your ball's not in the lab yet. Must be
We
flat
don't
Earth.
have it. We don't have
You
it.
don't have a lab?
We don't have a
ball
flat
lab?
Earth, dude. We don't
You
have a
should get a
flat Earth.
ball lab like my flat Earth lab.
Hey, we need a flat Earth.
That's
We need a
how
flat Earth
flat
photo.
physics works,
Give me a
Robert.
flat Earth. Give me a
Go
flat
weigh
Earth photo.
yourself on a flat thing.
Observation. Give me a flat Earth photo.
Everywhere that's flat,
Give me a
Robert.
flat
Put your
Earth
ruler-
photo. I want
Put your
all the
ruler or your
land.
level on the ground.
All of
If
the
level's
land,
out,
big man.
that's flat. You'll
Where
be
is
able to
the
weigh
flat Earth
yourself
photo?
on that flat
Jin
stationary
couldn't produce
ground.
it.
Now go get a ball and let's put a scale on it.
Twisted himself into a pretzel.
Brother,
Him
we're
couldn't
looking
produce
for
a flat
scales
Earth
on a
photo.
ball.
Oh,
How
don't
do
be
scales
silly.
work on a
Jin
ball?
Being
believes
silly now,
something he
aren't you?
can't produce.
You're being silly.
Jin
He's being
believes
silly.
something he can't produce.
He's being absolutely absurd. The man is
Dude, you can't produce
mentally
it,
deranged. Mentally deranged. There isn't a glober out there. Isn't a glober out there. Look, I'm trying to talk. I don't want to raise my voice to have to talk over you, but I will if I have
But you can't produce a flat Earth, Jin.
You're interrupting me again and again and again. Now listen up here. There isn't a glober on Earth.
I want to see the
say
flat
that I don't produce my sources.
I want
You're talking
the
out of your
flat
ass
Earth, Jin.
there. Complete and
That's all
utterly.
you have, weirdo. Stop acting like you're
Produce
retarded
it,
and blind, Robert.
Produce it,
even the moderators on your side are just laughing because that's just a ridiculous statement, and that's all I'm going to say on it. Now, every time you say that I can't produce, I am going to mute you.
Okay, all right. You know what? Tell me, Jin, why can't you produce a
believing
photo?
that lie?
Why can't you produce a photo of the flat Earth? Why?
I'm going to start off right now.
Why? Tell me why you can't produce a photo of the flat Earth.
I'm going to start off right now.
Why can't I produce a photo?
There you are. That has shut him up just for a few minutes because he's lying. I produced many images of where we live, and no one can accuse him of not doing that. Now, if Robert's going to insist, I'm going to leave him there. Okay? That's how that's going to work. I want him to start shouting out the things when he's completely and utterly lying. I'm not going to have him lying on me. I don't lie on it. I don't lie against Robert at all. What I say is truth, fact. He accused Bill Casing of being a grifter, and Bill Casing is not a grifter, but yet he can afford to do that. But anyway, he has since apologized because he realized the error of his ways. But that was a silly thing to say in the first place. So he's going to have to shut up whilst I get this citation from my own server. Thank you. What a wally. Honestly. Screaming at the top of his voice that I couldn't produce a flat earth image. Is he out of his mind? Clearly delusional.
You might want to unmute him though, Jen, so he can respond.
Well, I will do in a moment. I'm just giving him a little time just to calm down, because if he starts again insisting, he'll just go straight on mute. Okay, because that's not going to fly. And in fact, some of you guys are on his side to say don't do that because he does produce his sources. Or are you saying I do not? As I'm about to do one right now, the Sir Isaac Newton citation. I always put my stuff in the. I don't want. It's not what I do. I don't have to do that. I just don't want the baseless, silly claims that he's making. Like a child. He's got to grow up. Especially when he's dealing with me. I'm not going to take that crap. But I will unmute him, don't worry. But he's got to just sit there and think about what he's going to say next. Because he doesn't want to be saying that Jim didn't produce blah, 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 blah. That's crap. And then and the other thing is this, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we're at it. Now, we were told the Earth was a globe. Okay, so we've gone out now to check. We've come back with some findings in that we can't find the curvature anywhere. We have explained how we've done this, methodology and everything else. Now, what should happen is that the globers should then go out and check our findings, as we've checked the globe and not being able to find the globe. Perhaps if they checked our methodology, we might come get somewhere. Okay, that's what they need to do now. We've gone out to check for the curvature. We haven't found it. We've brought our findings back. We've explained ourselves. Next step is for Robert himself to go out and check. He hasn't done that. Just screaming out the top of his voice, Jin hasn't done this and that. That's not going to work. Not going to work at all, boy. Not going to work. I'm about to post the citation from Sir Isaac Newton as I scroll down now. Difficulties getting into my server just now. That's why I had to switch off, disconnect, and then reboot so that I could regain access. Okay, that's what was going on. That's why there's a delay, which I do apologize for. But as soon as I side be definitely, because I want to hear what he's going to say. I can mute his ass again. All right, so we're getting to citation.
Well, the only thing is you're not supposed to moderate your own debates.
That's a fact. Well, I'm not doing that. I'm not moderating my debate as such. He's being noisy. I'm trying to speak. If I couldn't speak, I had to moderate him so I could actually speak.
Yeah, you sure as hell are moderating your own debate.
I'm not doing that at all.
Yes, you are. Unmute the guy. Come on.
No, I'm not at all. I'm not moderating. Everybody else can speak. You can all carry on talking. I'm not stopping you from talking.
Unmute the guy, man.
I am. I'm definitely going to unmute the guy.
Well,
Once
do
I
it.
posted this citation,
Stop running your mouth and do it.
No, shut your fucking mouth. I'm going to do it in a minute. Okay, like I said, I'm trying to get a citation.
Dude, listen, I'm going to complain to Omnivore about this.
Yeah, you complain as much as you like. You do that, and do it in good.
You bet your ass I will.
Okay.
I'll do it and do it.
Yeah,
And do
go
it.
ahead, you scumbag.
You bet I will.
Yeah, go ahead.
You limp dick son of a bitch. Come on, unmute the guy.
Shut up.
Knock it off.
I am going to unmute the guy. I did say I will do. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it in good time. I said I'm going to post a citation about the Sir Isaac Newton, which
We
I am
don't
now.
give a shit about your citation.
Well, you don't
Somebody
give a shit.
does.
There you go.
I don't give a shit about it.
Every time you say we don't post, that's a lie. When we do post, and when we're about to post, you don't want the post now.
Don't give a shit about your citation.
Yeah, of course you don't. I didn't give a shit about
you
your
to
big mouth
unmute the
either.
guy and let him speak.
Shut up. Shut up.
Don't tell me to shut up, fucker.
I'm telling you to shut up because you're a mug. Shut up, mug.
Don't shut me. Don't tell me to shut up.
Shut up, you mug.
Robert is only going to disagree with all physics like you do, Blue.
Verbal diarrhea, nothing else but verbal diarrhea, you mug.
No such thing as
shut up, Jen. Just shut up, Jen. Unmute the guy. Shut up, Jen, and unmute the guy. Let him speak.
Where's your
What are you afraid of, Jen?
I'm not afraid of anything, mate.
Yeah, obviously you are.
That's the last thing I
obviously are. You wouldn't be misusing your power the way you
I'm
are
not abusing
if you
my
weren't
power
afraid.
at all. That's not what I do.
Yes, you are absolutely
No, I'm not at all.
abusing it.
I am not at all doing that. As I stated, I'm going to post this citation, and then I am definitely going to unmute the guy.
All right, you pussy.
You're the pussy. You're a bleeding
does the
pussy.
same
You need
thing
to
to
get
me.
yourself some tampons, I think, because you're a bleeding pussy.
You are a pussy, Jen.
A bleeding pussy.
Unmute the guy.
Tampon to ram in your mouth because you're a bleeding pussy. You're of no use to any fucker. Okay, bleeding pussy? Yeah, bleeding pussy. So you don't even have what it takes to take on the likes of Jin CBR1. You don't have it because you're just a bleeding pussy of no use. Like a used tampon, you get discarded. All right. There you go. Now we unmute the man. There. He is now unmuted. Don't be saying I don't do this or that. You'll go on mute again. Because that's not what it's about here. And he was the one that was saying, we don't attack the people. We don't attack. Right. He's been unmuted now for your satisfaction. He has been unleashed. Let me double check that, make sure. Yes, he has. So he's no longer muted. If anyone gets muted the most, it's Denmark, unfairly, which is why I'm here, to ensure that he doesn't get muted unfairly. And you can complain to Omnivore. Omnivore was the one that gave me the position. I don't abuse it at all. I hardly ever use the thing. Only to unmute is my main one there. I hardly mute anybody. I've muted Robert maybe 5 times or so, if that.
But none of them want to
So
have an actual conversation. If I say,
no, of
let's
course
talk
not,
about
because
physics,
they haven't got anything. That's why they're scared.
right?
What?
Frightened
We have
to death.
everything. You have
Physics,
nothing.
Robert.
Where is the photo?
Physics of a ball with a scale
Jin,
on it.
you have nothing.
Robert, do you have a ball handy that's spinning with a scale? Let's take a look at how it matches
Yeah,
reality.
let's
Let's
work.
go.
We have flat Earth banjo.
Listen to the excuses pop up.
Yeah, you
Look,
might
Robert has
remember.
no ball now. He's
Yeah,
certainly
Denmark.
not going live.
Yeah,
Why
Denmark.
are you not going live, Robert, with your ball and your scale on it to show
Yeah.
us how it matches reality when you put it on the equator and everywhere your ball?
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Denmark, do you remember Flat Earth Banjo? He actually created a working model of the flat Earth with water, with the ice all around the edge.
You are the one with nothing, Jin.
Look, you are
You are the
interrupting me.
one with nothing, Jin. You
No,
do
you're
not have a
interrupting me,
photograph
Rob.
of the flat Earth, Jin.
Look,
Jin, you
it's
have
okay.
nothing,
It's okay.
Jin.
There you go. There you go. He just can't do it, can he?
All photos are flat, Robert. You're just an idiot.
When we're
dude.
talking, when
Just
the big boys are
blabbering.
talking, you don't just blurt in. Okay, you got to wait your turn. You know, everybody's talking. You got to wait your turn. Now, I'm trying to say to you, and everybody listening, that include Robert, that create a world model. Circumnavigating is real. You can pick. You have.
You're breaking up, Jim.
The Earth above or two above the Earth in circular motion. So he's do not use paint as the water. It has to be real water flowing with the Earth spinning and the ship circumnavigating all the way around and the aeroplanes flying above the air on that model. That challenge has not been picked up yet. That was flat Earth banjo. Okay, working model. Absolutely marvelous working.
What challenge Remember my sandbox? I told him about the sandbox model a long time ago. You need hot, cold, right? And then that's going to make the water do its thing, rise up, flow down. And then you can have sitting still water next to a waterfall, next to a river, next to a tide. You just have an oscillating fan facing, going, and the wind will blow that big ocean forward and back.
You have nothing, D-Mark. D-Mark, you have nothing.
Yeah, you're interrupting him again. You're
It
interrupting
matches
again.
reality.
You're
100%.
right. Don't interrupt now.
Okay, I hope you give me my turn to speak.
We always do. We always.
I am going to be
You're
quiet,
interrupting.
Jin. I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to be quiet, Jin. So when I start speaking, I want you to shut your mouth.
I can still hear you.
When it's my turn, I want you to be quiet.
Physics. Robert,
when it's my turn.
Stop talking, Robert. You can't keep saying when it's my turn 100 million times and say you're not talking.
Yeah, go on, Denmark. You
Now
carry
listen,
on. I've got to put him on mute
we have a
again because
flat-
he's just not letting you finish.
We
Carry
have
on.
a flat sandbox. Physics is the test. What model matches outside reality the best, Robert? Your magic ball or the flat thing? On this flat thing, I have working tides, waterfalls, little rivers, ponds, and it works fine. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Robert.
Yes, the reason why you're able to produce that is because of my gravity. My gravity. No, I'm going to ask you a question, D-Mark. Why do things go to the ground? Why?
Question is not a physical
Hold on.
demonstration.
I'm going to D-Mark.
Why
D-Mark.
did you not have a ball
Hold on. Hey, my turn.
Let him speak.
My turn, D-Mark.
Don't interrupt, Denmark.
My turn, D-Mark.
Yeah, let him speak.
The reason why you're able to create that, D-Mark, is because of our gravity. Our gravity also is what created the sphere, because scientifically proven, gravity pulls objects with mass all directions 360 degrees. So therefore, if you set up let me finish. Let me finish.
What's the cause of gravity? Cause of gravity. What's...
Hold on. We're not there yet.
Yeah,
Now,
let him finish.
hold on.
Yeah, you can finish. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on now. We have a
ahead. Hurry up.
Hold on a minute. We have a gravitational law written gravitational law. Isaac Newton is a gravitational law, right? And then you have
No, wrong.
hold on. It's every single thing with mass travels to the ground and stays there, right? So your pond in your lab is because of our gravity, and therefore that same gravity is what creates a ball. Now, here's my question. I'm done. Here's what my question is now. My question, and I'm done. Give me the law that keeps object on a flat plane. Go ahead.
Reality. We don't need to make stuff up.
Reality is not a law.
Reality works one way, Robert.
now.
It doesn't work 10 ways. It only works one way. Reality works one way. We have physics that only works. Stop, Robert. Stop, Robert.
You are interrupting again, Robert. What is it?
Robert, we have physics. I have my physical flat demonstration. It's got scales on it. It's got pendulums. It's got everything you need without a little human working them. And it doesn't do it. It sits still without the human moving it. It just sits there. That's what happens on a flat. That's what happens outside in reality. If I don't touch that pendulum swinging and I don't swing it, it just sits there. Correct?
Okay. Thank you very much, Denmark. And then one more point before we unmute you. I posted this citation by which Sir Isaac Newton states categorically, clearly in British English back in the day, that he totally disagreed with that theory, mass attracting mass, which he never proved. He said he didn't want to be associated with it. He said it was an absurd idea, and he's going to leave it for others to ponder on. He had nothing to do with it at all. It was a ridiculous idea, and he didn't want to know. And as soon as he dies, they associated with his name. Okay, this is Sir Isaac Newton. The citation is already in the side chat. I'm surprised you are not looking. Instead of shouting when people are talking, you should have seen that. It's already there. You don't have gravity. And then the most modern one now is the Albert Einstein, yet another unproven theory. It's not been proven at all. It's not. It is not even a theory, according to the experts. Hasn't been proven. Okay. For when I drop my pencil on the floor, the bending on the warping of the space-time is not warping and bending when I drop my pencil on the floor. Okay. It's got nothing to do with that at all. It's word salad. All right. There you go.
Okay. Again, brother. The Isaac Newton is a gravitational law. It is 9.81 meters per second to the ground. And it is because of the mass that is on the ground. Proven by Mr. Cavendish. Mr. Cavendish isolated the downward vector and then realized that the gravitational influence is in all directions. You know, and then I did the experiment and I saw what occurred. We accounted for electromagnetism. We accounted for electrostatics. We accounted for air pressure because there is a calibration process that you go through. The independent variable is the new mass. We did it with two types of masses. We did it with steel and we did it with lead. The two of those objects weighed the exact same. And therefore, what it's telling you, lead is a dielectric material. That means it hangs on to its electrons. Steel is not a dielectric material. It is easily magnetized and easily electrified. But both of them went to the control variable, which is the mass on the torsion rod, at the same exact calculated rate of 6.6 times 10 to the minus 11, which Einstein theory of relativity calculated. The theory of relativity calculated that. And you know who else calculated it? Isaac Newton himself calculated that way before Dr. Cavendish did. Therefore, you tell me, give me a number for your downward vector. Give me the law for your downward vector right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you've been listening to a lunatic speaking about gravity that Sir Isaac Newton didn't prove, first and foremost, and as for the Cavendish experiment, the man who would never look at you in the eye when you go and visit him, he would have his back. You're interrupting me now talking. Nobody interrupted you.
Because it's a gravitational law.
What are you going on? Look. I'm going to have to mute you again because obviously you don't seem to know how to have a conversation. Right? We let him speak. Nobody interrupted him, screaming his head off like a lunatic there in Jamaica where he is, right? In that straw hat of his, screaming the place down, okay? Echoing in his little straw hat. And then it's my turn to speak or someone else's turn to speak and he just interrupts after we give him clear time. It's got to go on. Now, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, Cavendish, the man that when you go to visit him, he would never look at you in the eye. You would go into the room, he would have his back to you, and you would have to announce yourself and then announce whatever you want, okay? So he never looked you in the eye. I wonder why. You know why? Because he lied about his experiment. Didn't have the gore to face people in the end. That is why he cowered away from everybody with his back, because he had lied about this observation that he made. And downward vector, but yet the experiment was, when you look at the Cavendish, it wasn't a downward vector. It was horizontal, wasn't it? Because it was on a torsion bar, two balls suspended from a torsion bar. They're meant to attract together. Now, that's not a downward vector, is it, ladies and gentlemen? That's not a downward vector. That's horizontal. So there's a flaw in what Robert has explained to us. When you examine the Cavendish experiment, the balls move together, apparently. But the reason why they're moving together are hours upon hours upon hours of hours looking. That torsion bar is facilitating a slight bit of movement there. Okay? It's not gravity. And if it was mass attracting mass, when you walk around nature, ladies and gentlemen, in your life, you would see spherical balls where mass is attracting mass all over the place, in the wild, on the streets, because gravity would be apparent everywhere. We don't see that. We don't see mini spheres, gigantic spheres, where mass is attracting mass, attracting mass, attracting mass, and this doesn't happen. And remember, Sir Isaac, if you hang on to any words I say, hang on to these. Sir Isaac Newton did not prove gravity. He said it was an absurd idea, that the mass attracting mass theory. He didn't prove it. Didn't prove it at all. Okay, it's an absurd idea, he said. He did not prove it at all. He didn't want his name associated with it. I posted those very words from his own mouth in the citation. It's there, and he can read it, and the source and everything, where he can find that source for real. It's there for him. Okay, that's all he has to do. Stop screaming. And 99.8 meters per second. Objects fall at different rates anyway before they get to that to get to that speed. You drop a balloon, it doesn't drop at 9.8 meters per second, does it? The balloon, it drops slowly. You know the balloon, the children's balloon, you inflate it with air, you tie it up and you let it go. It takes its time dropping. It's not dropping at an accelerated rate. But then when you release the air, okay, and then you let the rubber go, it drops, still dropping, not at that rate. Okay, so different objects of different weights drop at different rates. Now, in a vacuum, they drop at different rates there as well, because the heavier object always hits the ground first. Always. There you go, Robert. There you go, Robert. Well, I see he's giving up the ghost.
No, I am muted. Oh, sorry, I'm not muted. I thought I was still muted, waiting for you to release the button, Mr. Dictator.
I'm not a dictator at all. Not really. No, it's because you keep interrupting everybody when it's their turn to talk. Hang on a minute. When it's your turn to talk, no one's going to interrupt you. I'm not interrupting. I'm trying to explain something, and you cannot seem to control yourself. I'm trying to explain to you that when people are talking, you keep interrupting them, and myself now. Okay? So now it's your turn. You won't hear my voice. Go ahead.
Right. Again, Cavendish experiment was repeated. It's repeated every day in science and physics courses around the world. I was part of that project, right? We did it with two masses and we calculated an attraction rate that matched the attraction rate calculated by Isaac Newton himself, Einstein himself, and Mr. Cavendish. 6.6 times 10 to the minus 11 is the attraction rate. We timed it, we measured it, and we watched it. Now, check this out. The reason why you do it in a controlled environment, I thought you guys like controlled environments. I thought you guys like labs, right? You're not going to see it in nature like that because nature has air pressure, temperature variances every day, dirt, dust, all of these kind of things that are going on in nature, right? What you're trying to do is isolate and sanitize your environment so that you can see the attraction rate, time it, and measure it. Now, guess what? Check this out. This is the key right here, and I want you guys to listen carefully. Everything goes to the earth at 9.81 meters per second. Everything. We do it in a vacuum. We do it in vacuums. 10 to the minus 11 torr, 10 to the minus 6 torr. All things go to the ground at that 9.81 meters per second squared. When you break that calculation down, you get back to the attraction rate that Cavendish himself proved, that 9.81 meters per second is F equals to the gravitational rate, 6.6 times 10 to the minus 11, times the product of the two masses, the Earth mass, the mass of the object, divided by the radius of the planet. Oh my God. Those guys, mass is in there, gravitational attraction is in there, and the radius of the planet, which is the distance between the two masses. And you will get and calculate 9.81 meters per second squared of acceleration. Now, here's my question to you, Jin. How are you calculating 9.81 meters per second squared on a flat plane? How did you get that number? Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first and foremost, I'll carry on. Ladies and gentlemen, basically it's this. First and foremost, Robert is incorrect when he says the vacuum, they had to isolate it in a vacuum. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not live in a vacuum, first and foremost. We live in air. So gravity, if it's alive, has to work in our atmosphere. We don't live in a vacuum. So what is the point of isolating to get a measurement of 9.8 meters per second squared when you live in actual air that you live in, and gravity is meant to be there, apparently? You understand? Because that's where the apple supposedly dropped on Sir Isaac Newton's head. It didn't drop in a vacuum. That's the first thing. And everything does not accelerate to 9.8 meters per second. No, it does not. Some things we can drop that never get to that speed, ever, because they're just way too light. Like a feather, for example, will not drop at 8 meters per second. It will not in Earth's atmosphere, and the balloon as well. So unfortunately, we do not live in a vacuum. The statement that Robert has made to you is misleading completely. It is not, gravity is not a law, as it hasn't been proven. The proponent, Sir Isaac Newton, the citation that we've posted in there, states an absurd idea, the mass attracting mass theory, totally obliterates whatever Robert is saying, because the master himself has told you it's not true, it's not real, he doesn't agree, he thinks it's absurd. There you have it, okay? And as we said about the Cavendish experiment, it seems to be working horizontally, not down vectorally. Strange therein. The thing is, it doesn't work at all. That's not the proof of gravity at all, okay? And objects in the vacuum chamber of different weights land at different rates. The heavier object will always land first, provided there is enough room for the heavier object to reach its maximum drop velocity. So if you shorten the vacuum chamber, then when you let them go, they're going to appear to land at the same time because it's a short, small vacuum chamber, like the one in Ohio that NASA owns, for example. That's not big enough. And they didn't drop it the highest point anyway, but not big enough to allow the bowling ball to reach its maximum drop. Now, I've said the Twin Towers, but someone has done the maths. In order for the bowling ball to hit the ground first, you're going to need 200 meters at least of a tower drop. Then you would see that the bowling ball is going to hit the ground first. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, in a vacuum chamber, heavier objects land first. And of course, in Earth's air, the heavier object is always going to hit the ground first. You know why? Because it has more inertial mass. What we mean by that is it has more oomph to push through the air as it's dropping. It's heavier, so it's going to drop faster. Okay, at the beginning, they're going to be the same at the very beginning because you've just released them, snatch. Now, for a short while, and then suddenly the heavy one's going to leave it behind because it's heavier. That's what happens every single time. And then my last point is this. If you go to Pete and Peter, go to their server, their channel, and look up the vacuum chamber drop tests. They're brilliant. And you'll learn how this is conducted. Scaled down, of course, but conducted. Go ahead.
Right. I have done that vacuum test. I did it in my physics class. Guess where? In the 10th grade. So guess what? We tried to dispel what Jin just said. So you know what we did? We dropped a smaller, dense object, right? And the feather. So first of all, we dropped a larger, dense object, and the dense object and the feather landed at the same time. So we said, I'll tell you what, maybe because it is too small of a vacuum chamber. All right. So what did we do? We get a smaller dense object, release it at the same time of the feather, and they both hit the ground at the exact same time. We took photos back then, we took photos, quick photos, and we saw where the paper and the ball hit the ground at the same time. Smaller dense object. Guess what we used? We used a golf ball. You see that? And we used a bowling ball. So you see that? So you see the dense change and the mass change. And they hit the ground at the exact same time. Right? So this is a fact.
Yeah, have you finished? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, well, basically, you've got your choice. You can listen to Robert and conduct what Robert says, or you can go to Peter and Pete. Sorry. You're interrupting me now. Now you're interrupting me. Okay, I'm still talking. You might want to put yourself on mute, or I can put you on mute. Which one's it going to be? Put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute. Okay? Otherwise, I will put you on mute. Keep interrupting. I put myself on mute so I don't interrupt the man. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Robert has made some claims, which you can follow through if you've heard what he said correctly, or you can go to the tried and tested Peter and Pete, go to their channel, look up the 7 vacuum vacuum tube tests, and they're brilliant. And then they also do some outside as well. There's about 7 or 8 of them. I'm not sure the exact number. Okay. And the reason for so many is because in the comments, 1 or 2 viewers were complaining that things weren't done quite right. So in order to appease those people, they redid the test again and again to get it so everybody's happy. But you need to watch them all so you can see the integrity therein. You see what I mean? You start from the beginning, you watch each one of those, and they're fantastic. You see the pump, they show you the vacuum gauge as it's evacuating the air, and everything that they've done, you can replicate for yourself, provided you have a little bit of money maybe to buy the equipment and get the pump and everything else. Better still, you can rent it as well. So if you don't want to buy it and have lumbered with stuff that's going to gather dust because you're not going to be using it, then you can rent it and then return it back to the rental. So it's quite simple, really. And work it out for yourself, ladies and gentlemen, and you will see that the heavier object will always hit the ground first, whether it's in a vacuum or in Earth's atmosphere, because that's natural law. The thing with the most mass is going to hit the ground first, without a doubt, provided it has enough room to drop and reach its maximum drop velocity. Okay, if you shorten that, then you're bringing it into the realms of the light one. That's what you're doing. You're restricting, you're stunting, you're shortening the performance of the big one. Okay, but if you can allow it to drop, give it at least 200 meters. So there we are, 200 meters at least of a drop. You will see that the heavy one is going to drop first. The feathers will never make it to the ground, not in a vacuum chamber and not in Earth's atmosphere, not before the heavy object. I should stop there because there's not much to say after that.
You're darn right. Because first of all, there's no such word as atmos. Atmos is to deal with sound. And second of all, you still have not given us the math for the 9.81 meters per second on a flat Earth. What is causing that acceleration? You said natural law. Give us the math for this natural law. There's nothing out there that says natural law. There's nothing. There's no law in books that says natural law. Here is the math. Minus this, take away this, multiply by this, divided by that, take the logarithm of this. There is no such thing. Jin, you are being disingenuous. I've asked you again. I'm going to ask you one more time.
Look.
I'm going to
I
ask
would
you one
advise
more
you not
time.
to be using language like that.
Give
Only
me,
to get yourself muted.
Give me the math for 9.81 meters per.
Right. Have you finished? Ladies and gentlemen, as we live on a flat Earth, all maths that rely on, that refer to the drop velocity on a globe is actually on Earth. Nothing to do with the globe, as the globe hasn't presented itself to any human being on this Earth. What you will find is you're carrying a belief. You haven't gone out to measure it yourself. And we, the flat earthers, who have actually gone out to verify, validate, measure, we're not finding it. So all laws, that they're calling it here, which is it's not a law really, but all the measurements that have been made and the maths that are included in that therein relates to a flat Earth where these drop values vector is, and the up vector as well. Okay, it's all on a flat Earth, right? There is no special extra maths because it's flat. That's not necessary at all. All mathematical formulas are related to a flat Earth, except where there's pseudoscience maths, which doesn't have any relevance to any reality that we live. That's where the globe comes in. Okay, the globe is not a representation of where we live. Remember, none of you out there that are listening, if you're listening today, or any of you in this server for that matter, globers, have actually gone out and measured curvature and bring it to us to see with our eyeballs so that we can actually go and replicate it for ourselves. That's not happened here to date, not that I have seen. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. All mathematical formulas related to the so-called drop vector, that's happening on Earth. It's got nothing to do with globe. Globe doesn't exist. And remember, you need to at least, first of all, substantiate the globe, and then substantiate that it is rotating. Then you can then bring in your gravity, if that's what you want to do. But unfortunately, it hasn't been established. In 10 years of asking, the globers have lost at all debates for 10 years straight, every single day of the week, month, year. 10 years solid. We're into the 11th year now of flat Earth revival, resurgence, and we're just running away with it. 10-0. That's a great victory. All's well in flat Earth. Go ahead.
They can never still man.
All right.
The globe.
Right.
Never
Yeah,
still man the globe. Never still man the vacuum. Never still man the spin. Never still man a ball. Physics in a lab that will never be demonstrated or still manned. So why can't we still man the whole ball in its entirety in a lab? Little vacuum, little water, little air, little lock spin, all that shit. Stop straw manning your globe, Robert. How do we still man it in a lab without an excuse?
Okay. Science does not require laboratories. Everyone, science existed way before laboratories. Science does not require laboratories.
That's too bad.
Also, the curvature of the Earth does not require you personally to go out and measure it.
Yes, it does.
It does not, dude. A tree does not require that you personally go out there and view it.
You need
The
to
tree is
measure it.
there. The
If you're
tree
going to
is there.
measure the
The
tree and tell me
tree,
the
dude.
size,
Again, hold on,
we're not
D-Mock. You
talking
spoke.
about
I
seeing
let you
something
spoke. I let you
imaginary.
spoke. I let you
We're not
speak.
talking
I
about
let you
imaginary
spoke.
stuff.
It's my turn.
If you measure the tree, you got to go
Can you
touch
mute
it
D-Mock, please?
and measure it
So let me
personally.
Demo. Let him get it out, and then you respond straight afterwards. So just let him get it out. Put yourself on mute. Just let him get it out, and then we'll destroy him together. Don't worry.
Okay. Oh, don't worry. So, guys, Flat Earth was destroyed over 2,000 years ago, and we're still destroying it. Flat Earth just came around 10 years ago, modern Flat Earth, by the entertainment complex. A guy named B.O.B. spent money to push Flat Earth. Jin heard about it from somebody who heard it from B.O.B. We did the history. I can prove it to you. I did the legwork. Me. It started from B.O.B. 10 years ago.
Hang on. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Hold on. I never interrupted you.
I'm apologizing for the interruption as a moderator.
You have to listen, dog. You have to
Here we
listen.
go.
I never interrupted you. I
Here
never
we go.
interrupted you.
Here we
I
go.
never interrupted you. Okay?
Well, you're lying.
So 10 years
You're
ago.
just lying.
So 10 years ago,
Here
we go. Hang on a second. Sorry that I had to mute you, Robert. What you're going to have to do is saying about I heard about flat Earth from B.O.B. That didn't happen. Like I keep telling you, when you start lying about me in particular, and you put forward that something doesn't happen, you're going to go on mute for half an hour, 30 minutes. Okay? That's your punishment for lying about me. You're
Jen,
saying
you can't come in here doing that now. You was doing good, but you can't start saying you're going to punish people for saying things you don't like.
He's lying about me, though.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter, Jen.
It does matter. Does matter. I'm not lying about Robert at all. I don't do that. So he cannot do that either. Okay? Every time he makes a claim that he's about
but you
me,
don't have the authority, Jen, to mute people for 30 minutes because they say something you don't like. You've called every one of us, including me, a liar when I've not been a liar.
That would
so
be
don't
ridiculous.
Be a hypocrite. Don't be a hypocrite.
Anyway.
You was
Look,
doing
I
good.
wouldn't do that anyway. I wouldn't
you
do
was
that
doing
anyway.
real good. I even bragged on you in the chat.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that anyway because that would be a joke anyway. I wouldn't do that. That would be ridiculous. Of course, I'm just joking. But he must refrain from saying things that are just completely way out there. I didn't hear about flat Earth from B.O.B. So he must not do that. That's not going to fly.
I didn't either, Star. We knew about flat Earth.
I'm going to let him off the leash now. I'm going to unmute him, but he must remember to stick to the truth. Don't be doing that because I'm just going to mute
buddy,
him.
not people's names.
Simple as that.
You're doing good moderating, Jen. I was bragging on you. Go.
Yeah, cheers anyway. Yeah. Go ahead now, Rob.
Never said you heard it from B.O.B. I said the flat Earth community, the modern flat Earth community, it started from.
By the way,
it started from B.O.B. Okay, so you heard it from somebody who heard it from somebody who pushed it from B.O.B. And we have done the legwork, brother. You need to do the legwork. When did B.O.B. launch it? It was exactly 10 years ago, 2016, brother. January of 20. I'm sorry, December of 2015, and in January he pushed out the track, and he started an online grifting campaign to find the dome. And Neil deGrasse Tyson responded to him in an entertainment framework, and that gave it oxygen because a lot of people don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. So I need you to do the work. Now, let's get back to the debate.
You know who B.O.B. is.
So B.O.B. is one to launch it. So again,
do you know who B.O.B.'s real name is?
You didn't
do any legwork
about B.O.B. Flat earthers.
Hang on a minute, Mark. Let him
I'm almost done.
Yeah, let him get it out.
I've given Jin the chance. I've given D-Mock the chance, and they have yet to produce the reason things go to the ground at 9.81 meters per second squared. We need the math. We have the math. We have the math. F equals mg.
The maths doesn't prove reality.
We have F equals mg. We need.
That's
F
flat
equals
Earth.
the gravitational rate
numbers, mate.
times. No, those are not flat Earth numbers.
They certainly
Those are
mate.
gravitational numbers.
That's where we live.
When you live on a
Those are
flat
the
Earth, how can
gravitational.
they be globe numbers, Robert?
Okay, are you?
How is
Hold
it
on.
possible when
Are
you're on
you
a
going
flat
to
Earth?
steal? Are you going to
Any
steal
number
Isaac
you
Newton
get
now?
anywhere is a flat Earth
Are you
number,
going to
Isaac
Robert.
steal
Newton never proved it.
Are you going to steal Isaac Newton's
Isaac
formula?
Newton never proved
Are
it.
you
No, we're
going
going
to
to
steal
ask you
Isaac
who
Newton's
B.O.B.
formula?
is.
You
What's
can't steal
B.O.B.'s
Isaac
real
Newton's
name?
formula. That
Stop
came from the
talking, Robert.
gravity
We're trying to
of the
find out
formula
about
that goes to the
B.O.B.
Earth. F
Cole, can
equals
you ask
E
him who
times
B.O.B.
the
really
product
is?
Yeah, we will.
divided inversely
All right, wrap it up, Robert, so they
distance
can
between
or
them.
ask him a question.
Give me the formula. Give us
B.O.B.
the
is
law.
the formula.
Right.
Why? Object
We've already
over
addressed
the
that.
ground
We've addressed that
at
point already. You're repeating.
90.81
You're
meters per
going
second.
over. Can you hurry up?
We want it now. Do it now.
Right. Yeah, we've already addressed that. We've already addressed that. We're not going
You
back
have not.
on that.
What is
We
the
have
name of the
Robert.
law?
already
What
explained.
Robert,
is
I
the name
got
of the
you.
law?
Okay.
Give
I'm
us
going to
the math.
address
It's
your
going to be
fake
like this.
imaginary claim of
He's going to have to
popehood.
do it again, but he's not giving up, is he?
I got
There
you,
you
Robert.
go.
Your religious claim is religion.
Right.
You have religious
Right now.
numbers.
Right, Demok. Just before you get in there, let's just clarify when Flat Earth actually was a resurgence. 2014. That's when
Even
that was
before
going
that,
down.
Jen. Yeah, even before that. Even
Yeah.
before Eric Dubé. Even
Yeah.
before any spokesperson that was on a TV. There were way, a lot of flat earthers, buddy. Has nothing to do
No,
with
I'm
any
just talking about
fucking
the
famous
reinsurgence,
person.
Denmark. The
Right.
reinsurgence of Flat Earth. The reinsurgence of Flat Earth. That began in 2014. That's when I first noticed the Flat Earth videos being poured out. B.O.B. had an interview. Hang on a minute, I'm nearly there, Denmark. B.O.B. had an interview with Mark Sargent, you might remember. Yeah? And he was talking about his method. So, no, Mark Sargent was around before. B.O.B. is the new boy on the block. And he realized that Flat Earth was real, and he wanted to promote his stuff. And you will notice how his familiarity started to wane a little bit because he was pushing the Flat Earth stuff. Okay, so it was a little bit detrimental to his career, actually. So, and I didn't hear it from B.O.B. No one heard it from B.O.B. except for the younger generation. Not me, not Denmark, not Mark Sargent, not Eric Dubé, definitely not Samuel Rothbottom. Okay. So that's wrong. Carry on, Denmark, please. I'll unmute this guy now. Don't interrupt now. Go ahead, Denmark.
And B.O.B. has a real name. If you did legwork, you wouldn't keep calling him B.O.B. You'd say his actual name, and you'd say who he was related to, right, Star? Which you have no fucking clue. So you didn't do any legwork. That's number one. For two, nobody cares about garbage-ass B.O.B. Nobody cares about any name that you name. All we know is, in this physics lab, everything that I do on this flat thing matches reality. Where is your globe model? How can you steal, man, everything a ball does with stuff on it? How can we do that? Go ahead, Robert.
That is, again, you're using my gravity. Steal, man, my gravity. Where is your formula? Where is your reason? You are using my gravity, brother. Gravity works on a sphere. So I want you, gravity,
Robert, I'm not
our
using
gravity,
any
hold on,
no religious
Democ,
belief in my
our
lab, brother.
gravity,
No
our
religious
gravity.
beliefs allowed in my lab. Just demonstrations, Robert. Do you have it? Stop talking to yourself, bro.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for the response. Mentioned are relative to a flat Earth anyway. We haven't got any curvature, and we're not rotating as well. So, and these.
All right, you give it up.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you're giving up. You're giving up. You're giving up now.
We're not giving up at all.
Give me the law.
Are you going to let me carry on talking, or do I have to mute you? Which one is it going to be? Because you're interrupting me.
I asked you. You have yet to answer my question.
We've addressed that.
Give me the law. Give me the 9.8.
I'm repeating myself a lot. We have addressed that. Now I want to carry on. I do want to carry on saying what I'm saying. I want to do that now. Now, as a mod, I'm asking you to mute yourself. Okay, so I can actually speak. Mute yourself. Can you mute yourself? Thank you. As I was saying right before he came in interrupting like a crazy Jamaican, Listen up, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, all maths that you hear related to the downward drop vector called gravity relates to a flat Earth anyway. That's where it's not pseudoscience. If it's pseudoscience mathematics, then that's clearly not a representation of flat Earth. That's why it's called pseudoscience mathematics. And I'll give you one person who stated this categorically. His name is Nikola Tesla. And he said that the scientists and mathematicians are moving from one formula to the next formula, to the point where these formulas bear no relationship to reality we live. That's where pseudoscience mathematics comes in. So we have to be very careful when you listen to Robert, because sometimes he may slip into that. And when he does, we'll pick him up. Thank you very much. That's what I got to say for now. Go ahead, Rob. You're not muted because I didn't mute you. Denmark,
you guys
do you have
not
anything
answered my question. You need to throw in the towel. You have lost. Give me the law that says objects go to the ground, and the reason in that law why things go to the ground at 9.81 meters per second squared.
Nobody knows that, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody knows. I don't know. I don't know, ladies. Hang on a second now. Right, there was a gap. I'm speaking.
Winner.
I'm speaking, ladies and gentlemen. We never made the claim that we knew that. We've never made that claim.
Yes, you did. Things go to the ground.
No, we did not make any such claim.
Yes, you did.
Look,
things go to the ground.
now you're being
things go to the ground. You say things go to the ground. That's your
Rob,
claim.
we never made that claim. We never made that claim at all. Stop lying now. Okay? I never said I knew what gravity was. I said I know what it isn't, and the explanations given do not match reality. And
of course I do.
You're interrupting me, man. Put yourself on mute. When I'm finished, then you can speak. And ladies and gentlemen, we have, as I was trying to say, that the explanations, the theoretical explanations do not match reality. That's Albert Einstein's and Sir Isaac Newton's. They're not proven at all. We don't know why things go to the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. We don't know why that happens. No one does. We've never known it. We've never made a claim to know it. Okay? That's the thing. So stop putting things up that we do not actually present for ourselves. It's not our position. You've won nothing. We've made no claims to that. Okay? So stop that nonsense. Right.
Helium
and I was going to
doesn't
say
fall.
something else, but I've forgotten. Go ahead.
Helium
Denmark.
doesn't fall horizontally to the earth.
There you go. Yeah. So we didn't make that claim at all. Yeah. There was another point I wanted to make.
I've got a lab ready.
Point. Go ahead. Yeah, he hasn't got the lab, has he? You see,
yeah, I've got the lab.
He said laboratories are not necessary, but he said we proved it in the lab. He says, we damn right proved it in the lab. We got a laboratory there, but now we don't want a laboratory. Can you see this contradiction that's going on? Pay attention to that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss that. Okay? And we're very careful in what we say and state. Yeah. Objects at different rates land at different rates. And live at different rates.
Labs don't allow balls, Jen. Globe labs only allow flat Earth models.
Yeah, which is what I'm looking for them all.
Non-moving, non-rotating, scales, planes, strings, liquids, everything you put on that flat stationary table matches reality outside. I can kick the table and give it an earthquake, and it'll match what happens during an earthquake. Other than that, Earth doesn't move.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless Robert's got a helicopter and he can go live and see the weight on the end of his helicopter wiggle back and forth at whatever Richter scale. It needs to measure the fucking earthquake from your helicopter. Let's see how you do that, Robert, since you're in lockstep with the Earth. Surely you're going to feel what the Earth feels, right? Gravity's going to fucking participate.
He's not muted, so he's muted himself. I haven't touched his mute button, so he should be able to unmute himself.
Well, gravity should connect to that airplane and shake it like a salt shaker, right, Robert? Gravity, it's real, right? Your law. Apparently, it doesn't exist. Sad for you.
Denmark, you might remember at the beginning of Flat Earth, when that reinsurgent came in, and we were looking at flights and aeroplanes, and some of the pilots were saying that the gravity was pulling the nose around the globe.
Yeah, yeah. They were
That
saying
was
it
ridiculous.
pulls the plane down around the globe no matter what.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's gonna pull you down. Now they're saying it keeps you horizontal. It can't pull you down. Can't find no down clouds.
See,
The fuck?
see, and there's no horizontal point on the globe. It's continuously curving. So that's another misconception that they try to put across on people who are undiscerning. Yeah, we know. We're very discerning. We know what's going on, mate.
They
You don't
said,
pull
but
the
you're
rules
gonna
over our eyes.
but you're gonna get pulled down by the law of gravity. But you're not gonna hit no clouds down there. You're gonna hit dirt and water. That's fucking weird. That's weird. That's all you're gonna do on this flat Earth. That's how flat Earth physics works. No gravity. No falling down along the sea.
Yeah, flat earthers, we win every time. I don't know how you can say he wins when we've had 10 years straight. Complete,
Where's the
and it's the
vertical?
11th year now.
Where's the vertical and horizontal tangent that way from the sea?
Yeah, you don't get that on a globe, that's for sure. It's impossible. No chance. And then I did my due diligence. I posted the citation so you can read it and the source from where that citation came from, so you can get it and read it and learn. That's it.
You know,
Isaac Newton. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, if Globers know so much math, shouldn't they have the sheet? Shouldn't Globers have the sheet with the red line at 39.59 out that way, going straight down, and then things accordingly to it along it with the distance and the measurements?
Yeah,
And
a
then
working model.
39.59, there should be no Earth or planet out in front of that line.
Look, Demo, what you say, I should go to the Science Museum and see it in operation.
Yes.
Bloody hell.
100%.
Yeah, I don't see
You
it.
should also be able to know where 39.59 is that way, which doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
Look, we don't, when we go to the museums and see that, see a working model, how they actually got the numbers and everything written down for them, showing this on a tilt, rotating, cut sections cut
Not
out.
even a straw man version, Jen. Not even one without a vacuum. Not even one without air, without water. Can't even show nothing about a globe. Can't even fucking straw man itself.
It's an embarrassment, is what it is. See, now this is facts. We're attacking the actual problem. We're not attacking the Glovers themselves or any particular character here. Okay? Because that was a lie that Robert said as well. Now we're attacking that. No, we don't do that. We don't attack the person unless you attack me. Like earlier on, he attacked me, wouldn't allow me to speak. So I drowned him for like 20 minutes. You know, the non-stop Jin Subiar one, psychological barrage. Yeah. So he got it for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. He couldn't say a word. He was drowned. That's why the moderating had to happen.
What up,
and now it's
Centro?
working better. It's better now. Now he can, now he got room to speak, and he's got room to speak himself. Good. That's it.
Hold on, we got Ali and Bicentro. What do you got to say, Bicentro? How do you think the physics to be able to steel man a globe and the physical physics off next to a flat earther with a flat earth stationary plane? How do you think that would correlate with the glober?
How would that go down? Yeah.
Oh. What?
Excuse me.
Confused here. What?
How do you think a physics off would go down? A flat earth demonstration, steel man the fuck out of flat earth in a lab, all the physics, the best way you can steel man your model to match reality outside.
I don't know.
You don't know? Yeah. Oh.
Well, at least he's honest.
No, he's 100% honest. And what that means is the flat earth matches it every time, though. Do you know why that is?
No.
Do you know why a flat stationary plane matches everything to do with outside physics?
No.
Huh. Couldn't just have an idea? It's not one?
No.
What if it's because Earth is flat?
I don't fucking know.
Well, it's the only thing you can demonstrate. So when you demonstrate something in front of your face and it's all you can do and you can demonstrate it on that thing and you can match reality, do you know experience is the first way to have knowledge and to know?
I mean,
now that you know,
I went up in a plane 30,000 feet up in the air and saw
on what?
Earth.
Well, how does that work? How does the plane fly around the ball? How does that work?
Aerodynamics?
No. How do you show me? Not saying words, dude. Words ain't gonna help you demonstrate to humans how the actual fucking plane goes around a ball. Are they? You just saying words? How do you got a little drone, a hot air balloon, a little helicopter? Show us the physics in the lab next to my flat earth. I'll show you how a helicopter and a hot air balloon work and match reality over my little flat plane in a lab, however big you want to make it, 10 foot, 20 foot, a mile long, whatever you want to do. It's going to match reality the whole way. Now, on your globe,
I can't
how
even
do
hear
we
the
match?
listen.
Listen, bro, I know. This is crazy. You can't. You can't even shut up for 3 seconds to say you're listening. You said, I came here to listen in the middle of somebody's sentence. That's weird. So, on your
You
globe.
interrupt everybody all the time.
So, yeah, that's a cool story, guy. That's a cool story, 50 against 1. Yeah, I know. So, anyway, now that I get 3 seconds to speak, yeah. So, the ball doesn't stand a chance. Nobody knows how flight works on a globe.
Dimash, where are you from, Dimash?
Yeah.
Where are you from, Dimash? Which lands you come from?
Why does what?
Where are you from?
You're down low a little bit, brother.
Yeah, your volume is a bit low. Can you speak up?
Oh,
speak it,
where are you
please.
from? You hit me now?
I'm from England. I'm an African.
I know
who
you,
was born-
CBR. I know you,
Oh,
CBR.
Okay, thank you.
You are the ex-military. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Asking where you're from, D-Mock.
Dimok, yeah.
America.
Which side?
The middle.
Are you a redneck?
I'm what?
Redneck?
Ethnic.
What the fuck's that mean?
Redneck.
Oh, basically, well, he's not an ethnic at all. He's from America. He's an African American, basically. Yeah, so that's not an ethnic. Use those words really because they tend to be derogatory terms, really.
Oh, I just didn't know I didn't know whether he meant like white, black, Hispanic, Asian, Cuban,
It's a terminology for a group of people who are from mixed around the world, basically from different countries.
That's unimportant.
Oh, okay.
That's
I'm from
unimportant
just
anyway.
America.
I mean, it don't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
there's my grandson got a little bit of Dominican in him. His mom's Dominican, straight.
Yeah, that's
like,
fine. Yeah, but I wouldn't go around calling him ethnic. It's not really a good.
Right. No.
terminology.
He's like, no, he argues with me. He goes, I'm white. I said, no, you're not. He goes, well, I look like that. I was like, I know, buddy, your skin's light. I was like, but look at your little brother. He goes, yeah. I said, look how you look alike in the face, but your skin's not the same tone. He goes, oh, you're right, Grandpa. I said, yeah. I said, you're everything,
Yeah.
baby. You're special. You're everything.
You're
That's
special
right.
as well,
That's
Denmark,
right.
to have grandchildren.
Papa's boy, I
Well
bet.
done.
Guarantee it.
That's right.
I got Native American in me. That's and somewhere
I
way
do
back in the
also.
past I've got some, I don't know if it's like Puerto Rican or something like that, but that's in my bloodline too from further back in the
Yeah,
a few
I think that's
generations
cool
ago.
that you got mixed blood there. I think that's cool. I would never refer to you as an ethnic. That would never come out of my mouth. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a word they use. It can cause division and abrasive and upset. So I don't use that terminology at all. You're a human being of mixed nationality, is what I would say, and that for me means that you've got one over the regulars because you've got two bloods, three cultures, let's say, intertwined. That's brilliant, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I just like people's
I don't
how
see
they
it as a
talk.
devaluation at all.
Yeah, I just like the differences when people talk different or do stuff different or say
Yeah,
stuff.
so do I.
think it's funny. It's like cool. I think it's not never a
It's
bad thing. I
cool.
never
It
make
really
fun of
is
it.
cool. You know, because you can speak to three
And I don't
cultures. You know
really,
what I mean?
but I don't really refer to anybody as any certain thing. I was like, oh, that's how you. Okay, how do you say the thing that you say this way? You know, I just ask them to teach me however they say, whatever they say.
Yeah,
and I talk
yeah.
with them. That's just
Yeah.
it. That's it. I
Yeah.
learned it
So
all.
really, yeah. So Denmark is, he's African American. What is the other part of your blood?
White, Native American,
Well, there you are then. See?
Irish, fucking.
I was going to say
maybe a
Irish.
little
I
German.
didn't want to say it in case I was going to be wrong, but I thought it would be Irish blood in you. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's good. The
yeah,
Irish,
Irish,
the Irish
maybe.
are a good race of people, strong, fortitude, good history they got. I'm not into the religious side of the
Yeah,
Irish.
no,
But
I don't
the
really.
culture, the singing and the dancing, the poems, the acting, that there's and the intelligence. When it comes to the religion, it's really nasty. I'm just not into that at all. With the Irish,
builders and stuff like that. Like a lot of the people, are usually masons that not
very
master
intelligent
masons. I
people.
wouldn't say just brick layers and shit. Regular folk.
Yeah, I used to go around, right? When something odd happened or something stupid happened, I would always say that's Irish, as if to say only the Irish do stupid things. Yeah. And then one day, this guy said to me, when you said that's Irish, that's not true, because the Irish are very intelligent people, right? We've done this, we've done that, we've done that. And when he explained that to me, this Irishman, I was a kid at the time, I was embarrassed. I said, thank you very much. And I never said that word ever again, those words.
Yeah,
that's Irish, stop that day. Never said it again.
My friend Jen. Everyone
yes, how you doing, sir?
Everyone is the same. We are all equals.
Yes.
I
Yes,
learned
we are.
that too, Jen. When I was younger, they used to, act weird about, some black or some just different nationalities, like say like an IQ type thing or whatever, right? And then you got to look in the books and you kind of find out, this gentleman made this gentleman made this gentleman made
It is
this. And
agenda. Yes,
it actually got
it is
stolen.
agenda.
Hold on, brother. The idea got stolen from the actual person who made it by the owner of the person or the person that was around them. So it's either like their best friend, their brother, somebody who's seen them, somebody who bought like one from them. They like did something they couldn't. They networked the idea better than they could because of, racial fucking equality, back in certain parts, right?
Yeah.
So if you're a dude that made something and it was brilliant, like the radio, you didn't get the fucking credit. Bell did. Yeah, and I knew that. I was like, that's crazy. So I felt the same way, Jen. I felt almost like embarrassed for anybody who fucking said that stupid shit. Like, then I read a book about, I'm almost done. I read a book about animals when I was younger also, like the IQ of animals. I said, oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to learn IQ. I'm going to learn how the intelligent, the intellect, like how a dog can be smarter than another dog, right? And I got to reading this shit and I was like looking, and I got to looking at all the dogs I've had and I was like, some of these dogs that they're putting on here ain't. I've had some dogs that are smart as fuck, and they've been the most craziest mutts I've ever found in the alley, or my dad brought home as a puppy. It mixed with everything, just who knows what, full breeds, whatever. It doesn't matter. They were all smart as fuck, depending on what they wanted to accomplish. So I was like, I don't believe this shit about IQ. I just never did after that.
Yeah. Okay. Nice one, Denmark. Yeah, that's a good story of lessons learnt in the past. Yeah. What about the young man that was speaking? Sorry, go ahead, sir. He said we're all equal, and that's correct. I agree with that sentiment 100%.
Yes, sir.
Indeed. But guys, there is some things, which is listen carefully, guys.
Yeah,
everyone is genius, but it depends how you use this genius. You use it in the good way or the bad way.
Yes, Ali, that's correct. You see, this is the test that God has given us. Allah, God.
Yes.
He's given us that test, you see, because it's going to ask us later on, It's going to ask us later on. And let me give you a very, very short story. I used to make fun of the boys who are the clever boys, not in a bad way, just in a joking way, like you're a nerd, you're a space nerd, you're a nerd, because he's clever, okay? So you understand, I've become that nerd myself. 50 years later, I'm the nerd now. Wow. What a turnaround. Yeah. So what you said is correct.
Fascinated with time machines ever since I was a kid.
Yeah.
Even one time, I'd hear, my dad or, I never met my grandpa, but I'd hear my dad or someone say, man, I wish I could they was like, man, if I had the ability to enter some labs or some other shit, you never know, I could have made a time machine or something, because they're real smart, but like as the way you grow up and certain things happen, you don't get afforded certain, abilities. You just don't get the abilities to do certain things, So like, and the motherfucker was smart as shit in math, and it surprised me. And everybody's like, no, your dad's smart as fucking math and this and this. And I was like, what? My dad is? And they was like, yeah. They was like, I was like, he don't show it. They was like, I know he's a tough motherfucker too. So it don't seem like he's that type. But he, in school, he didn't smoke cigarettes till he was 24. He used to wear, be like, answer his shit first, get the high honors, do sewing and shit, like everything. I was like, what? Yeah, and he used to be like real good on the wrestling team, but he got burnt. So when he got burnt real bad, he didn't want to ever take his shirt off and wrestle no more. But the coach would beg him to wrestle because he could beat everybody up.
Oh, right. How did he get burnt?
He had to. He has like 9 little brothers and a sister or 2 or 3, but so there's a lot of them. So the gentleman that my grandma was going with, one of the gentlemen like didn't like him that much, or did, but did a favor for him. So him and the gentleman like poured gasoline around the house, through the house, and when they were sleeping, and lit it on fire. My dad woke up, smelt it, thought it was his fan, realized it wasn't his fan, because he was going fucking nuts. Thought he was like starting a house fire with his fan, being
Yeah, of course.
As a 12-year-old boy, going to use his fan. So he's like, fuck. So he finds out it's not his fan. He's looking, there's smoke everywhere. And he's like, oh man, the house is on fire. There's people in the house. Oh man, because he came, he was awake now. So then he went through, and he said it burnt him so bad when he was trying to run from room to room and get whoever, that he had to drop to the ground, and it like knocked him out for a minute. And then he jumped back up late and got down low. He's like, I had to get low, and it burned him real bad. He said there was no flames physically touching him, but it burnt him so bad his skin was melting. He could see his skin melting.
Damn, D-Mark, that's bad, brother.
I know. So listen, so he's crawling through, and he saves his brother. He knocks out the window, goes on the thing. Well, the brother was in like the bottom or the second floor, or like towards the second floor, on the way, like it was a weird little area. And then like there was another little higher spot where where I guess the parents or wherever, like the daughter, Tanya, the younger girl, she happened to be up a little higher in the upstairs than Tim. So anyway, he fucking broke the window out and everything. And right before he got back in the house the first time, they pulled him out. Right? They pulled him out of the house. He did whatever, tried to find him. They pulled him out when he knocked the window out, and he got away from him. He stomped on the cop's foot. Big old cop was holding him, and he elbowed him in the ribs, and he went back in the house, and then he tried to find the window for Tanya, but by that time it was too late. She was already, because she was on the upper floor. So
what a shame.
Yeah. But that's his story. So ever since then, people didn't want to fight him, didn't want to mess with him. They thought he was like an alien or something wrong with him, because he was burnt so bad everywhere on his top of his body.
Yeah. I remember one girl in our school and one boy that were burnt really bad from a house fire. Yeah, house fire. They weren't related. They were 2 separate kids at school. Yeah. That was my first time to see such a sight of what happens to people in a fire.
Freddy Krueger is all I could say is Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
My dad's arms, skin, everything matched what Freddy Krueger looked like.
Yeah. So we have to remember that. And I said, wow, I'm going to make sure we don't have any accidents at home. I told my dad, elementary school days, that was. I said, yeah, there's 2 people in our school that got burned up, Daddy. So let's make sure that the house is clean and we don't have fire. So I took it upon myself to clean the cooker, get rid of any oil drips, pull the cooker out, clean anything that might be flammable.
Oh yeah. Yeah, me too.
That's what I did.
Nervous about like oil and fire, man.
Yeah. I was really worried about that.
Little brother, one of my little brothers, I got a good amount of them, but one of my little brothers was crazy as hell. He used to try to throw matches. He'd like flick them into the closet. I'm like, what the fuck?
Crazy game.
Crazy, boy. Yeah, he almost caught the house on fire. My dad like got mad at him.
Yeah. But again, Ali was right down there. We are all equal. And, I was making fun of that kid at school, just for a joke and nothing, not derogatory in any way. I did like all the sciences and technical stuff because I was excelling at it. But there are certain individuals there that know the answers like that. Bang, 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 bang.
It was for
this
fun
kid is
jokes. Just for fun.
Yeah?
The jokes that you made, it was for fun only. You didn't mean to hurt.
No, not in vindictive manner. No, just for a joke. But I have become that nerd myself. Is the funny thing now. Now I can answer the questions as quick as he could back then. It was quite interesting. Yeah.
I was a bully too. I was a bully back in days.
So if you were a bully, then you would have met me, and I would have stopped you from bullying. Because if you bullied anybody that needed help, I always stopped the bullying. That was me. That's why I had good friends at school, because the friends I had were the ones that were being bullied. Yeah. That's why and one of them was Kevin Burdekin, right? And he was a nerd as well, clever nerd. And people used to make fun of him to the point where he sometimes broke down and cried. And then one day I just said to everybody, shut up and leave him alone. One of them wanted to fight, so I beat him up, headbutted him in the chest several times, and he collapsed. on the floor because he had a hole in the heart. I never knew. The teachers didn't even know. And he collapsed. They took him to hospital. And that's when they said, boy, don't mess with Jin. He can have a fight. I'd only been back from Nigeria maybe 2 months. Born in England, but I just got back. I got to school late. But they were calling me the N-word everywhere. But they soon knew that that's not going to work. And in the end, I ended up stopping all the bullying in the school. Yeah. In my year, in the year that I was in. Not because obviously there are kids bigger than me. But in my year, everybody, those people, they knew me as somebody who could fight.
Yes.
And I became a prefecture in the end.
The thing is that I was the nerd and the bully at the same time.
Yeah, no, I wasn't that at all.
It was very nice, very nice days.
Yeah, I enjoyed the days as well. You know, I always look back at my school days as fun days and that. You know, I was always going to be a teacher because when I got to Nigeria, I was very embarrassed to hear Nigerian people not speaking English properly. So I was always cringing, and I said, no, you don't say it like you say it like this. And then when I went to school now, remember I was born in England, so I had English school education. I'm in my latter end of elementary school, okay? And the teacher's pronouncing the English wrong. And I used to say, no, you don't say it like that, miss, you say it like this. So I explained it to the kids in the classroom. And then one day she called me up to the desk and she gave me a smack around the head. So I smacked her in the face, right? And then I left the classroom and then they called my dad. And my dad came to school, of course. So when I saw my dad coming in, I thought, I can get out now. My dad's going to sort that woman out. You know what he said to the woman? The teacher said that I hit her. And you know, my dad said, beat the boy, take him to the headmaster and beat the boy. I looked at my dad like, what? That's when I knew I was on my own. I got the cane by the headmaster. Yeah. You know, but I still carried on correcting the pronunciation because I'm not going to stand there and have a teacher say it wrong. I said, no, miss, that's not right. But she didn't come and smack me because she knew that I was tough. You know, even the caning I got didn't even hurt. Yeah, that was the first school I went to with my brothers and that. They were in different classes, of course. So yeah, it was just one of those things, you know, correcting the people around me, you know, and then eventually now I teach English here in Japan. There you go. Because I was destined to be that. I never knew I was going to be that though, but there you are.
It's okay if you made some jokes. Jokes are nice, you know, that people laugh.
Yeah. I never said it in a vindictive way when I said to them, oh, you nerd. I was basically admiring their intelligence, really, because they were quick. It was nice to see that some kids had that intellect and can discuss it with a teacher, yeah? And it's secondary school education. I was thinking, wow, how does he know this stuff, man? Then I got into the encyclopedias. It's called The Tree of Knowledge. It was a weekly episode. I joined that one. And they come weekly. And the first episode, number 1, was Isaac Newton and gravity and that. And that's when I discovered that gravity wasn't real because it wasn't proven, you see.
Gravity is fake. Listen, the gravity, we don't see it, we don't smell it, we don't touch it, we don't anything. Gravity is fake, something doesn't exist. Anyways, let's talk about the school system you had. So you take a school system at where CBR? Which country gave you education?
Oh, if you're talking about in Nigeria, it was a tough education in Nigeria.
Which schools you was in? And which country?
In Nigeria, I went to a place called Ikoyi School, which was next door to an international school.
We have Cole also. Cole, he's Australian, as I remember, and Dimok American, and we have Steve.
Yeah. So I went to a Nigerian English school because I spoke English there, but it was a Christian affiliated one. Okay, so every morning we would have assembly, we'd have the hymns, okay, and then you go to your lessons, right? Next door to our school,
you had the Nigerian school. Cole, he had the Australian school education. Dimok American, Steve American. I am Arabian. Like
me and Steve went to a school. This is where we met. It was a barbarian school. It was like 7 foot tall barbarians.
Wow.
You can't really. I'm just joking, Jim.
Did they have Amazon women?
This is a joke. This one is a joke, guys. This is
I know.
I'm just telling you.
We know it's funny. I thought it was funny though.
I know. I was saying, me and Steve won't. Steve's not gonna be like, no. He's like, yeah, hell yeah. We were
Actually,
in a
I
prison.
was shocked at how the kids were like savages. They didn't know how to line up. You know, I mean, I was honoured by the teacher to get his lunch when I got my lunch. So I thought, well, he's honouring me. Okay, yeah, because I spoke the best English in the class, obviously. So I'm becoming a teacher's pet somehow, but wasn't of my intention. So he said, Jin, can you get my my lunch? And so every day I used to get his lunch when I used to get mine. Now, what you would do is you'd go out to the school gates, and then there'd be a woman. You know, you've seen these African women. They carry their big giant pot on their head, balancing as they're walking. Yeah, you must have seen them. Yeah, you know, carrying all kinds of objects on their head. Well, this is what she would do: bring the lunch, sit it down, grab a little chair, sit down, and then you'd have to line up, right? And I'm lining up. One time I'm near the front. All I'm seeing is bowls by my head, like me. I just say, hang on a second. I'm first, yeah? Can you not line up properly? And I shouted at them, line up properly. And you know why I shouted? Because I was embarrassed. I didn't like to see my people, the people that I come from, acting like savages. Line up. I've come from England, where everybody lines up properly. Line up, will you? Bloody hell, line up. So I lined them all up. Every time I went for lunch, I used to line them all up. And then I'd get my lunch and I'd be gone. It'd go into chaos again anyway, but whilst I was there, it wasn't chaotic. I'd line them up. And then I'd go to the teacher. And then one day, this is the point of the story now. One day, we had an incident in the classroom where we made a lot of noise. Everybody got smacked on the hands, right? And that delayed us getting out to lunch. So by the time I got there, I'm at the back of the queue. And you know what happens when you're serving the kids the food here? When it starts to get less, the portions get smaller. So I got to the point where my portion was small, the teacher's portion was small. I was really angry, disappointed. Okay, but you got to give him the real money. Anyway, I took it to the teacher, and guess what? The teacher accused me of eating his dinner. Right? The teacher accused me of eating his lunch. You know what I said to him? Smell my hands. That's the first thing I said to him. Smell my hands. If I've eaten your dinner, it'll be on my hands. Smell. I said, you know what? And I said, you know what? And these were the words I said. Nobody's anybody's slave here. You get your own dinner. Okay? Thank you. Never bought his dinner again. There you go. Okay? Because I knew my rights. I knew my rights even as a kid, mate. I just told him straight. No one's anybody's slave here. You get your own lunch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Justice.
Yeah, exactly. He had to smell my hands, and there was no. I said, smell. He didn't want to smell. I go, smell my hands. I ate your lunch. What are you talking about? And then I explained to him
to
what
smell
happened.
your finger.
Sorry?
I said you should have told him to smell your finger.
No, I just said smell my hands, because we eat with our hands anyway in Nigeria. But yeah, I get the finger sign. Don't worry. But we eat with our hands, much the same as you eat fish and chips or a hot dog, a hamburger. So we eat with our hands sometimes. Yeah. So if I'd eat it,
you live now?
Go ahead.
Which country you live now, Sibian?
I live in Japan now.
In Japan?
Yeah, 26 years now.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was born in England from Nigerian parents, 1961. And I lived around England, moved around a little bit because my father was an electrician and he was going to college, picking up the language and then studying his finals. My mother was also studying a little bit. So I was nannied off in Sheffield. So it was a period of my life that I was living with a nanny for a while as a kid.
So you're in England right now?
Right now, I'm in Japan right now. Okay, it's Saturday morning here. Okay, Saturday morning. I've already done my exercises for this morning, covering 12 miles. Okay, early in the morning. I left the house at 5:15.
That's not exercise.
Yeah. I actually gave the guys a wave on the server before I left. Okay, I put the camera on. I said, "See you later, folks."
10,000 pounds today. That was interesting.
Okay, that's interesting. 10,000 pounds. No, I went cycling. Cycling and jogging is what I did. 6 mile cycle. It warms the body up.
I got you. Yeah,
and
then
then
you're overweight. You're trying to lose weight because you're overweight, so it's a different idea. I got you.
Yeah. I'm just maintaining my health that way. I'm 63, so I'm maintaining the stamina side of myself. Stamina. Yeah, I love it. So you do a quick 6-mile blast that warms the body up, and then you do a 6-mile jog, and then get back, rinse down, and I'm here now.
You ever run up Kilimanjaro?
I went up the mountain yesterday with my children. Yeah, it's 9:48 a.m. right now, which means in England it's 1:48.
What's the big mountain there? Oh, Mount Fuji.
Yeah, I did Mount Fuji a number of years ago. I've done it 14 times. Summiting 12 times. The other 2 times I did not summit was due to bad weather, and the marshals wouldn't let us go up because it would have been dangerous. So we had to come back down.
You went up that mountain 12 different times. Did you take a camera with you?
Yeah, I took lots of pictures. Yeah, I've actually put some in the Gem Panda server, but it got graffitied, so I don't do that anymore. Yeah, they deface the pictures that you post. Why post? No need.
We have Rubinoxius. Rubinoxius, hello.
Hello, Rubinoxius. Welcome.
We was talking about the education.
Yes.
Rubinoxius, which country you took your education at?
Me or the other guy?
The other guy, Rubinoxius.
Yeah. Where are you from, first and foremost? Where are you from?
Don't answer that.
If he doesn't want to answer, that's okay.
Yeah, I guess. We have iStar. iStar, welcome.
Wait. What?
He's from Jamaica, isn't he? We know where he's from.
Yeah, the thing is that we ask these flat earthers for laws and math, and they have nothing. All they have is, I feel it's flat.
Don't tell me it's a globe. It hurts my feelings.
Don't worry.
We've never said that. We've never said that. We've never said I feel it's flat. That's not what we say. It's not flat Earth. Those are not flat Earth words. Sorry, that's not what we say.
We have a new guest. By the way, iStar, a new guest. Welcome. Where are you from?
Welcome, iStar.
He's from Jamaica.
I be by the beach, man.
Rubinoxius, which country gave you education? I ask him, CBR, ask him, let's see.
Yeah, where did you get educated?
Good school. I got American education. The greatest on earth.
The leaders of the space program.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the leaders of this space. Absolutely. And now you've got new countries. Now you've got new countries like China, Israel, Saudi Arabia, India,
Japan.
Who else can I mention?
North Korea, Brazil.
Enemies
that show you the globe and friends that show you the globe.
They're not enemies. Brazilian has a really large population of flat earthers. Brazil in particular. They're really loving the flat earth out there. Okay, and you only have to ask Flat Earth Banjo.
We have many people around the world that are just loving the globe. They love it. They understand.
Well, they're
it.
indoctrinated, is what it is. You've got a lot of indoctrinated people.
No, you are indoctrinated, not us.
You have a lot of people who have been unfortunately indoctrinated to believe that the Earth is a globe without confirmation, validation, and no proof at all, because they don't give you that at school. And when you leave school, you don't go and confirm it because you're already indoctrinated, so you carry a belief.
Practice, we view, we observe. You have nothing. You have nothing. Where's the dimensions of your flat plane, dude? How big is it? How wide is it? How tall is it, dude? You have nothing.
Okay, yeah. We never made claims that we knew that. We've never.
Then don't teach it.
Okay, hang on a second.
Don't teach it.
Can we speak, or am I going to have to mute you?
Don't say you know things.
Have you finished?
Don't say you know them.
Let me know when you
finish. Don't say you know. You say you know
when I can speak,
dude.
Let me know when
you have nothing.
Let Jen respond to you, then you can respond back.
Right. So have you finished completely? Good. Put yourself on mute.
No, let me just say this.
No. I'm now going to speak.
It'd be normal, Jen, if you muted him. That would be normal.
Yeah, because you know. I don't really want to do that. He should just mute himself.
Jen's been a pretty good moderator here over the last hour. Well, yeah. I was pretty impressed with him. So I mean, I really was. I'm not just saying that. I really was.
Don't tell him that
Yeah,
shit,
but
dude. Don't tell him.
Robert is full of shit. You know, it's not, we really shouldn't have to put up with him.
Yeah, he's just being
Hold
a bit
on,
of a.
man.
He's been
Hold
a bit
on.
of a
Steve
nuisance.
is nonsense. We shouldn't have to put up with
Right,
him.
you're just being a bit of a
Steve
nuisance.
doesn't have any marks.
Fine, you know, but you've got to let us speak as well, yeah. Otherwise, it's just going to be audio chaos, right? Now, we do not make claims to know the actual size of the flat Earth. We've never made that claim, ladies and gentlemen. What we are claiming is that one, the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. For when we go to check for that, we're finding extended horizontality everywhere. That's levelness. You know, that's what we're saying. So we know that the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid. What is the correct dimensions of this Earth? I don't know that. I haven't measured enough to actually give you that whole complete dimensions. And as for the dome that Robert keeps going on about, we call it a container. We don't know if it's exactly a dome. A dome would be nice. It's a nice shape. But we don't know the container. But there has to be a container because we have air pressure. And air pressure in order to have air pressure, you must have a container. Okay, that's law. That is a law.
Right. Okay. Hold on. The law does not state a solid container. The law said container. Gas can contain gas. Water can contain gas. Horses can contain gas, brother. That is the law. That is what represented in Boyle's law, the ideal gas law. It says container, not solid container. Okay,
Ladies and
that's the first
gentlemen,
thing. Here, hold on.
we said.
I wait for you to finish, dog. I wait for you to finish, brother.
I thought you had got to the end. Have you not got to the end yet? Have you not got to the end yet?
No, Jin. No, obviously not, Jin. Hold on.
Okay, let me just finish. So, Jin, you cannot say you know the earth is flat because you don't have any dimensions, dude. You have no measurements of your flat earth. You cannot tell me how big it is. You have never seen it. You have never photographed it. You cannot say you know, dude. You said you claim.
Okay, have you finished? Because I'm going to have to just knock you out.
Let me finish, dude.
You're not doing anything by saying I haven't done this.
Finished.
That's
You are not
attacking
finished.
me now. Remember,
I am
you were saying you
almost
mustn't attack
done.
you.
I am
Do you
almost
remember?
done.
Do you remember?
Finish, Jin.
Right. Can you
Let
round it
me
up?
finish, Jin.
Round it
Let
up.
me round it up. Let me round it up.
Round
Again.
it up.
Okay. So you cannot teach. You cannot tell people that the earth is flat. You cannot teach that it is flat because you don't have any measurements, no observation, nothing. You don't have it. And you do not have any laws that governs downward. What is the law? The person, the
Have you finished
formula,
now? Have you finished now?
calculation for going to the ground, Jin.
Have you finished? Okay, good. Put yourself
Hold on.
on mute.
See the answer.
Put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute before we start speaking. Because if I hear your voice once, you go on mute immediately. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Robert has